Awesome. All right, anytime now, Michael.
Okay.
Actually, can you give me a level?
Welcome to Taxi's Virtual Road Rally 2020. Woohoo! Good morning, everybody. We are going to start the day off today, day number 3, the home stretch, the final day with Mr. Marty Dodson. Go ahead and roll that intro. We should have a cue card, right? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marty Dodson. I've still got iCarly as your favorite audience, Marty. How are you, buddy? I don't think he can hear me.
He's in the green room.
He's still in the green room?
Okay.
Hang on. Hello.
There we go.
Okay, there you are. Can you hear me okay?
There we go.
Hi, Marty. How are you?
How are you? I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. The vagaries of not being in the same room. Welcome to the internet, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So I want to
Been hanging out there a lot lately.
Yeah, no kidding. I want to give a little background about Marty before we get into the meat of everything. So just some of Marty's notable hits and cuts are Must Be Doing Something Right with Billy Currington. That was a #1 single and a platinum single. Everybody Wants to Go to Heaven with Kenny Chesney. Also #1 single. Look Me Down Easy, Billy Currington, #1 single. Fire It Up with Joe Cocker and Johnny Reed, #1 single in Canada and Germany. Bounce with Cho Young Pil. South Korean artist, Asian Song of the Year in 2013. Songs Like This, Carrie Underwood, double platinum album. Cirque Don LaRue and Killer by the Plain White T's. While You Love Me, Rascal Flatts. Could It Be with Charlie Worsham. Dirt, Dean Brody. Immortal, Saving Jane. Okay, that's the end of that list. While many of Marty's hits been in the country charts, he's also enjoyed success with artists like the Plain White T's and Joe Cocker, Leon Russell, and Cho Young Pil. So he's not just a one-trick pony that can only write country, and that's kind of cool. So we're here today, Marty, to teach everybody how to write competitive country songs in 55 minutes. Marty is
Awesome.
the co-founder and one of the professors, I guess, or teachers at Songtown. So I'm sure he could do this all in 55 minutes. And of course, I'm joking. But I want to do a little interviewee stuff, and then we'll get into the actual song stuff. So I remember last time we did one of these, I think was like 4 years ago, probably, and you mentioned that before you were a songwriter, that you'd gotten a degree in psychology, and at some point you decided to hang up one shingle and traded it for another. You want to tell that story?
Yeah, so I was, when I went to college, I didn't quite know what I wanted to do, but I had been really intimidated growing up in Nashville because everybody that came to work on our air conditioner or install the cable, or they were all trying to be songwriters or singers or something, and I didn't have any connections or know how to do that. So I just went to college, and when I was in college, I got offered a job as a youth pastor, and so I did that while I was in college. And then when I got out of college, they offered me a full-time job, and then that led to another full-time job as a youth pastor. And so, like 10 years down the road after I got out of college, I kind of realized that wasn't what I set out to do. You know, that I had not made a conscious choice to be a youth pastor. It just kind of, the opportunities kept coming, and so I took those. And so I read a book called What Color's Your Parachute? And it talks about finding your passion and then finding work that fits your passion. And after reading that book, I thought, well, if I could have done anything, I would have been a songwriter. So I started trying to pursue it. I knew one person at that time that was a songwriter with a staff writer with a company, and so I approached that guy, and he listened to some of my songs and kind of helped connect me with some other people to co-write, and that led to me getting my first publishing deal and writing full-time for the last 25 years.
Wow. And so you were married at the time when you started down the path of being a songwriter?
Yeah, I was married with 2 kids, actually.
So how did the family take that? It's like, wow, Dad's going out on a limb, a big limb, and just want to, it's like, that had to be scary for you and for them.
Yeah, it was very scary, and you know, it took a lot longer to succeed than we thought it would. You know, so that caused some friction here and there. My ex-mother-in-law would, every time she saw me, she'd say, "Have you sold any songs yet?" And I'd have to say, "No." You know, so yeah, I mean, a lot of people in my family thought I was crazy, and you know, I even had a friend who had kind of an intervention, took me to lunch one day and he offered me a job with his company, but it was writing manuals for like small appliances. But it'd be making more money than I'd ever made as a youth pastor. It had benefits and retirement and all that stuff, and that was kind of a pivotal moment where I thought, okay, this is make or break right here. Because if I turn down this stable job, then I've got to really make this happen.
How many hours a day were you writing back then, and were you writing every day?
No, because my wife and I were tag team parenting. So we, you know, on days that she worked, I would stay home with the kids, and then on days that she was home with the kids, I would go write. So I probably wrote 3 days a week, something like that.
And at the point where you turned up the heat and decided to get really serious, how did you go about doing that? Because, yeah, look, you're in a town with, I can't remember, Ralph Murphy once gave me a number. He says something like, at any moment in time in Nashville, there are 9,000 people that have had a charted song. And I forget what the number was of people who've had, you know, like a top 5, a number. He had numbers on all this stuff. And it just seems like the competition in Nashville. I mean, the best songwriters in the world find their way to Nashville or grew up in Nashville. Anybody who's been there and taken a serious look at that city knows that, you know, you don't roll in off the bus somewhere, get off the bus, and a week later get discovered and become a hit songwriter. That happens maybe like once every 20 years or something. The vast, vast, vast majority of hit songwriters in the country market who are Nashville-based pay their dues, and the competition is intense. So how did you, at that moment where you said, okay, I'm not going to take this job, I'm going to hunker down and just make this happen? Were there any dramatic changes in how much you wrote, who you wrote with? What did you do?
Well, you know, at the time, I thought I was doing the best I could do. You know, I was just kind of learning as I went and trying to improve. But I think I took some songwriting classes. I went to NSAI. I had a boot camp kind of thing that I went to. So I started trying to really educate myself more, and then I think started studying songs that were on the radio more, just so I could go. I think the early stuff I was writing was sort of like the music I grew up on. It was, you know, I love John Denver, I love the Eagles, I love James Taylor, and so I was writing that kind of stuff. And when I turned down that job, I thought, okay, I've got to really get with what's on the radio and write that kind of stuff if I'm going to make it.
I'm so glad you said that. Seriously, that's one of the most profound things that's been said all weekend. I say that all the time to people, but you actually lived it and did it. And that is, you get trapped in writing what you grew up with, because that's your bag, you know, and you really have to push yourself to be competitive. You've got to write for not only today, but more importantly, tomorrow and a year from now. You've got to be a little ahead of the curve, because writing what's already been done, well, there's lots of that around. So the fact that you realized that kind of on your own and took the initiative to start really pushing yourself to listen to what was happening at the moment, good move. I'm really, really grateful that you mentioned that. So you got your first publishing deal with Kim Williams at Sony ATV in Nashville. And how was that? I mean, obviously it had to be like a celebratory moment and everything, but is that when the really hard work began, because you had Kim pushing you, legendary publisher, and adored legendary publisher. How did your writing habits change? How did the amount of work, or the amount that you were writing, change because you were now signed and being pushed by somebody?
Yeah, well, you know, I went in with, I think I had 20 songs demoed that I had paid for demos, and I thought they were my best songs. And when he signed me, I had those 20 songs, and I said, you know, which of these are you most excited about? What are you going to pitch? And he said, well, I'm not going to pitch any of them. And I was devastated. And I'd spent probably $8,000 demoing those songs. And he said, I tell you what, write for me for a year, and if you still think those songs are great, we'll pitch them. And I mean, he had a great way of doing that, you know. And so after a year, I went back to those songs, and I thought, oh my goodness, what was I thinking? You know, I mean, these are horrible. And I actually asked him, you know, I said, why did you sign me based on these 20 songs that were not good, you know? And he said, well, I saw that you had potential, but, you know, I knew you weren't there yet. But, you know, when I got into that office, it was me and two other guys writing for him, and they were like writing 3 times a day. It was just unbelievable, the output that they were doing. And, you know, I was still tag team parenting. I had little kids, and so I had to say, I can't do that, but it was nothing for us to write twice a day. So pretty much every day I was in there, I was writing at least twice, and then I'd stay up at night working on ideas for the next time I was going to write and that kind of thing. And you know, he was just a great mentor. You know, he wasn't just a publisher. He could actually, he was such a great writer that he could show me where my songs were weak and what they needed. And, you know, it's because of him that I've mentored people today, because I just felt like that was the most significant thing that happened to me in my career, is that he took an interest in me. He showed me what was wrong with my songs and why they didn't work. And then he challenged me to be better.
Had you been kind of isolated in a bubble before you got signed and had Kim challenging you? Were you mostly doing solo writes, or had you already started to co-write with other writers?
Yeah, I'm not a great guitar player. I think I really limit myself by what I play on guitar. So I pretty much always co-wrote, and that's one of the things that kept me from trying it in the first place. I just didn't feel like I was a great musician or melody person. So I would always write with people that were better melodically than I was. And so I was co-writing before I met Kim, but, you know, I was co-writing with other people that were sort of at my level, you know, aspiring songwriters. And one of those guys got a deal with Kim, and that kind of led to Kim hearing all the stuff that we wrote, and that helped as far as me getting signed with Kim as well.
Right. There's a phrase in Nashville that our viewers may or may not be familiar with, but it's called writing up. And that is that if you're writing with people at your level, you're going to grow slowly together. Whereas if you write up and work with somebody who's 2 or 3 steps up the ladder above you, then you get kind of sucked up into their vortex, both on your skill set, connections, network, all that stuff. So it sounds like Kim got you on board with writing up.
Yeah, he helped me. You know, he would connect me with other writers, but it was still, you know, he was writing with some of the biggest artists of that day, And he would tell me, I'm not going to set you up with them until you're ready to be with, until you can hold your own with them. You got to earn opportunities. And, so I was still writing with pretty much my peers. I was writing with other people who had recently gotten signed or were new staff writers and that kind of thing. So, my experience has been that if somebody's writing up, the other person's writing down. So it's if everybody's trying to write up, that situation doesn't work. So, and most of my success that I've seen has come from people writing with their peer group, and somebody rises in that group and they all, kind of elevates everyone else.
So being the co-founder of Songtown and having gone through this process of learning to be a competitive country songwriter or competitive songwriter period, looking back in retrospect now, what is there that you wished you knew then that you know now that you could pass along to our viewers? Maybe a long list.
Yeah, I wish I knew that how much work it takes to be great.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have changed me doing it, but it probably would have given me more realistic expectations, as far as, I think when I first started trying it, I thought, well, I'll give this a year or two and I can make it happen. And, 5 years later, I get my first deal even, so I wish I had had a little more realistic expectations and a little better understanding of this is a long haul and, I need to just buckle down and do the work, put in my time. And Kim would tell me, it takes 100 songs to get a good one, and it takes, 100 good ones to get a great one sometimes, when you're first starting out. And so I also wish I had someone early on to tell me the truth about my songs, just that, hey, these are not there yet, and here's what they need,
Wow. Yeah, it's a hard truth, but a good truth. Nobody wants to hear that, but you can't live in, a state of cognitive dissonance where deep down inside yourself, you kind of know that your song isn't as good as a hit song that's on the radio right now, but you also don't want to tell yourself that because you don't want to degrade yourself. Mentally, you're like, I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it, positive reinforcement. And I certainly understand that. But yeah, it's always great to have a mentor, and it's even better to listen to the mentor. So I'm glad to hear that you did. But yeah, I always hear stories. Anytime I hear anybody talk about Kim Williams, it's always with a certain amount of reverence and gratitude that he's quite legendary for being one of the best of the best. So let's talk about what it takes to be competitive as a songwriter in the country market today, because it used to be that some people wrote solo, some people co-wrote, and it just seemed like it was easier to get a cut because the artists were making money on album sales and single sales, vinyl and CD. And now all that's pretty much gone away, although, the online revenue has certainly started to be a significant factor, although, the price per spin is nobody would argue that that's too low. The point being that now artists are much more involved in the writing because they make money on the publishing, and so they want to be involved. I talked to my friend Hookman, Marlon Bonds. Last night we did an interview about the pop and the pop R&B market here in LA. And we were talking about song camps. So how has the landscape changed in Nashville as far as you want to be in a camp or you want to be in several camps? How do you get networked and invited into them? What are the expectations? All that stuff. And you can go on and on in this because I really want people to understand it.
Yeah. Well, my career's kind of been an anomaly in that almost all of my success has not been with an artist. Pretty much every big hit I've had was not written with the artist. And so, there's two sides of that coin in that, yes, it's easier to get a cut if you write it with the artist, but sometimes it's easier to get the single, which is where you make your money, if you just write a great song and it's maybe something that the artist can't write or doesn't think of, so you're writing something that's really unique or different. or just a better song all around. So it's obviously great to be in the camp with an artist. And I try to write with a lot of young artists to kind of just find ones that I believe in and kind of get in their camp. But I put most of my effort into writing songs that are just great songs that, that hopefully are going to be the song that the artist needs to finish out their record because they need that hit single. My song "Everybody Wants to Go to Heaven" was a song that they said they were done with Kenny's record, and then they're like, no, we really think we need this song for our first single, so they cut my song and put it on the record. Go ahead.
No, you go for it.
But so in my experience, I have had a number of cuts that I wrote with artists, but I've had one song that went to 37 on the charts that I wrote with the artist, and that's my highest charting song that I have written with an artist. And these days, if you're not getting on the radio or you're not being a big single that they're going to push to streaming and that kind of thing, you're not going to make much money just being on the record. Probably not enough to sustain a career. So, my focus is still, let me try to write the song that the artist can't write. And be that one outside song that gets on the record.
People have asked me 1,000 times, I'm probably not exaggerating that number, why are you guys always, especially with the taxi listings, looking for stuff in Nashville? Why are you always looking for hit records? There are always B-sides. There are always album cuts. I mean, I don't know any pro writer that aspires to who doesn't aspire to write hits. Nobody sets out to write an album cut. So you just kind of confirm that for me. Especially today, nowadays, you make less money. Back in the day, if you got an album cut, you were making mechanicals. So if they sold 5 million albums, you were still making some money on the mechanicals, but not so much anymore.
Kim had a song actually that was on 22 million Garth records. So, I mean, he made hundreds of thousands of dollars on mechanicals, but it was never a single, So wow. You're right. Back in the day, you could do that kind of thing and do well off an album cut.
Man, hundreds of thousands of dollars off an album cut. Bet everybody wishes those days had come back. How has the stylistic landscape changed? I know you're primarily a lyricist. That's your forte. Marty is a self-described not a very good guitarist. He told me that right before we went on the air. So lyrics are your thing. How has the landscape changed from a lyric perspective? Certainly traditional country is less prevalent than it used to be. Kind of modern country is almost a little bit less prevalent, and it seems like it's gone, very pop country, hick-hoppy kind of stuff with beats. How has that affected you as a lyricist in the country market and the way you write and what you write?
I've had to learn to write to different kinds of feels. I think talking about the music we grew up on, even in my writing, it's easy to get to a place where you are just writing the stuff that you like, and maybe the stuff I liked was 90s country, and I kind of default to that. So I have to really watch that I'm challenging myself to listen to what's on the radio, pay attention, work on some melodic, I guess rhythmically, it's what impacts me more as a lyricist. So I'm listening to the rhythms that they're using. Thomas Rhett's doing some really cool rhythmic stuff, and so I go, how can I incorporate that into my writing? So maybe he does a phrase and then he has 3 syllables after that. So he's da 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 da, and so I'm going, oh, that's cool the way that he's doing that kind of a line, and then he's adding those 3 syllables to it, at the end, and that's kind of a rhythmic hooky thing. So I need to pay attention and see how I can work that into my songs as well, so that kind of thing. Or maybe I put the 3 syllables at the beginning of a line, but just learning some of those phrasing things are, I think, crucial as a lyricist. And it can help me, melodically as well. So I can say, hey, I heard that this thing, let's try to incorporate this right here. I think it would work in this song.
in the pop market out here, maybe they call it this in Nashville as well. They would call that ear candy. It's a form of ear candy, that little thing that happens before a phrase, after a phrase, at the end of a verse, before you go to the chorus. Used to be that maybe it had, a pre-chorus lifting you up into the chorus, and now it just might be a few cool notes on a guitar or a vocal phrase or a drum turnaround even. Anything can technically be ear candy. So it's interesting that as a lyricist now, you're having to think about that as part of your process. Is it because the beats have changed because the audience has gotten somewhat younger and they've also grown up listening to hip-hop stuff, and hip-hop and country have melded to some degree, maybe a fairly large degree? So has that kind of triggered that change in writing style as far as the rhythmic aspect of what you're writing? Has that been triggered by the younger audience causing a sea change in the style of country that's listened to? That was a long question.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think, there's a couple things related to that. I think people are a lot less tolerant of space in a song, so in older country, you could write a song that had like a phrase and then a long space, where the guitar is just playing or whatever, and then there's another phrase. And the younger audience, they want you to get to it. They want you to, have that thing coming, the line coming right after the first one, and they don't want to sit around and wait on space and that kind of thing. So that's something I've noticed with younger audiences. I think the songs themselves are shorter. So, these days, if I turn in a song that's under 3 minutes, my publisher is excited about that.
Wow.
Because, and so it used to be we could write, 3.5 minute, 3 minute, 45 second, or even 4 minute song. And these days you're kind of having to get to it quicker. And I think there's a lot more repetition. One of my projects right now is I'm learning about TikTok and how that's affecting music. And it's really interesting if you study what people are doing and things that go viral on TikTok. It's got all that ear candy, and it happens in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I'm working on a Christmas release that I'm doing of something I sang, and you have to define what that 15-second portion of the song is going to be, and it really makes you think about, man, I need to pack that 15 seconds with some stuff. So it needs to have that melodic ear candy. It needs to have something to say that's going to be, that's going to cause people want to dance or do a video showing attitude, or, so it really causes me to think about my songs in a different way, and to look at, I need to be bringing something every 15 seconds probably that's going to excite people.
I personally think it's awesome that you've been kind of forced to think this way, because it elevates you. It's a challenge to you. It's no longer just, I've got a song in my heart and it's going to come out of me when the muse stops by for, a sandwich at lunchtime. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to write this pretty song and everybody's going to love it. Some people who may be very hung up on just letting the muse come and writing artfully might not like that you have to think about what you're going to do in the first 15 seconds. But I've got to believe that it's, always elevating your game, that these new challenges, because of technology and audience changes, I would welcome that challenge and find it kind of fun to, meet it head on. And it seems like you are.
Yeah, it's, to me, it's fun to grow as a writer and to, kind of be forced out of my box, that I can't just sit back and relax and just keep writing the same songs over and over, kind of, that I have to, that I really look at it that I'm producing a product, and if I'm producing a product that the market doesn't want, I'm not going to succeed, so I have to look at what's going on in the market, what's influencing, things on Spotify, what's influencing things on TikTok or YouTube and those kind of things. And then I have to be able to deliver that if I want to stay successful.
I think that's great. People who are very hung up on the artsy side might feel that is throwing away the art, but something I hear from taxi members all the time, especially the ones that are doing like instrumental cues for film and TV and reality shows specifically, that they don't feel like they've sold out. They don't feel like they're losing ground on the art, plane. They feel like they're actually gaining ground because they're developing chops. The challenge makes them develop different chops, more chops, and they're also picking up speed because they're having to do these things more quickly because it's kind of a faster moving marketplace these days. So it's just my own personal opinion. I think it's exciting. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think if you want to be commercially successful, the muse has to work for you and not the other way around. I'm a big believer that, if I've got a co-write tomorrow at 10:30, I'm going to go in there armed with a bunch of ideas. I'm going to be ready to write, and it doesn't matter if I'm not feeling like it. I owe it to the people I'm in the room with to bring things that spark creativity and that get the room excited and get the muse working for us. So, I understand that there's an element of sometimes a song that's very personal just comes to you, and it is that feel of the muse just stopped by and that kind of thing. But you can't rely on that if you want to be commercially successful, I don't believe.
And it's the age-old battle of commerce versus art, and obviously the most successful people are the people that have found a way to not only resolve that issue but benefit from it. Have you ever read the book The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield?
No, but I've had that recommended to me. I need to do that.
I interviewed him. He was my keynote interview for the rally this weekend. I read the book about 10 years ago and read the 2 follow-ups. Some of his stuff I've read twice, and I've read a couple of his novels as well. The War of Art, you will totally love it, Marty. I don't know you all that well, but I know you well enough you're going to be like going, oh man, I can't believe I didn't read this 10 years ago. I am not kidding. When we get off this interview, go on Amazon, order it, order the paper version so you can make notes in the margins and, and dog your pages and stuff. You're going to love it. You're going to freak out about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. This guy has done such a great job of synopsizing everything that causes the conflicts. He calls it resistance. Everything that stops you from doing what you need to do. And you go, yep, that's me. Yep, I've experienced that. Yep. It all makes perfect sense, but he puts it on paper so at least you can tackle these things one at a time. And having a degree in psychology will help you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. One other thing I was thinking on that is I think I don't feel like I have to write songs that are disingenuous to me and sell out in that way.
Right.
So the things that I've written and succeeded with have been songs that I love. It's the kind of thing I love to write. It's things I want to say. And so I'm not just, it's like, for instance, I don't write bro country because I didn't grow up that way. And it's just not my, I feel like it would be disingenuous for me to write about this lifestyle of, bonfires and sitting on a tailgate and all that stuff when that was just not my experience. So that doesn't happen unless I'm in the room with someone who did grow up that way and they can bring that authenticity to it. So I don't think you have to sell out. I think you could still find ways to be true to who you are and what you like and what you want to write, but you also have to merge that with what the market wants.
Where do your ideas come from? And have you had to change where you mine for those ideas because the marketplace has gotten younger? Maybe the people you're writing with are writing younger material. Where do the ideas come from? And have you had to change where you mine?
Yes. I've always really kind of considered ideas my strength, and early on in my career I would get there's a guy, Tom Shapiro, who had 50 top 10 hits, and I knew Tom, but I also knew that if I called him and said, hey, could we write sometime, he was going to probably say, well, I've got my usual people I write with and that kind of thing. So what I did was I would go to the library one day a week and just work on ideas, and my goal was to find an idea that had never been written and take it to Tom Shapiro and see if he would write it with me. And so I found this idea, and I would go, after I found what I thought was a unique idea, I would go on ASCAP and BMI's database, which you can just do online, and I would type in that idea and I would see how common it was. So, there were ideas that I thought were really unique, and I typed them in there, and then there's already 5,000 songs with that title, and I'll go, okay, I haven't heard it, but, not a unique idea. So I found this idea that there were none in either database out of millions of songs. And so I called Tom Shapiro and said, would you write, I've got this idea that's really unique. Would you write it with me? And he said, what is it? And I told him, and he said, okay, next week, Tuesday afternoon. And so I kind of I've realized that ideas can be your golden ticket to get those write-up opportunities or opportunities that someone might not be willing to just schedule a time and hope something good happens. But if you have an idea in advance, that they're willing to write it with you if they like it and it's unique. And so I started using my ideas, like being very strategic with my ideas, so that I would, think of who would I like to write this idea with, and I would save it for them, and I would, call them and say, hey, I got this idea, kind of preload the rights so we didn't have to sit there and, hope something could happen. So all that to say, I've always worked really hard on ideas. These days, what I try to do is I try to go places like Pinterest, or even, I can just Google things like love quotes, and then I click images and you get all those memes that have different quotes about love or life or, breakup quotes, things like that. And, there's a lot of young people that put stuff on there. So I'm trying to look for things that are said in interesting ways. I also challenge myself. So when Brett Young had the song, I think, called Singles You Up. And I was like, man, that's such a cool way to say that. And so I started taking like common phrases and trying to twist them around and go, okay, how could I tweak this to make it an interesting title like that? And so, and then I look at, again, what's popular on TikTok, what kids are listening to, playlists on Spotify that are popular with young people. I'm trying to look at what they're like and what they're wanting to hear, and what the subjects of the song are. And then I can go Google those subjects and try to find, cool and interesting hooks and titles that work and give them those kind of things.
It's funny that you've got almost like a business-like surgical process, but yet nobody would make fun of a person writing a book that researched. Nobody would make fun of anybody writing a screenplay that researched. Yet songwriters are somehow expected to just be this person, sitting on a rock in a beautiful meadow waiting for the muse to show up and pour an idea into their head. I think it's brilliant that you're doing that, because ideas they need to be seeded from something. The tree's got to start with a seed. So you're just looking for seeds, man. I think that's awesome. Talk to me about lyrics. I know that's your forte. It's the thing you feel strongest about. And traditionally in Nashville or in country songwriting, lyrics have had to be very visually descriptive, very authentic. You can't fake being country. I don't know if that's still as much of a thing as it was. It could be or couldn't be. I just don't know. And you had to, as my dearly departed friend Ralph Murphy always said, you've got to invite the listener in, and visual details are how you do that, by describing a room or a setting or something, so you feel like you're right there. Are all those things still things that apply?
I guess yes and no would be the answer. I think one thing that has changed a lot in country music especially is that the songs are a lot more relational, and they're a lot more autobiographical. So for instance, if I pitch Kenny Chesney a song about having kids, where the singer has kids and mentions that somehow, he's probably not going to do that song because that's not his experience. He thinks that he can't sell that kind of idea to his audience because they know he doesn't have kids. Where years ago Reba would sing Fancy and no one thought that actually happened, or no one thought that Garth's daddy actually ran over his mom with an 18-wheeler in a motel because she was cheating on him, So in the past, you could do more songs that were obviously a story that was not your story. But these days, if you try to be that specific with things, it's going to be hard for it to feel authentic for that artist if they're looking for more autobiographical things they would say. And you put in, that the song is set in Georgia, and maybe they're Florida. They grew up in Florida, and they hate Georgia because they beat them every time in football. And so it can work against you these days to be super specific in your song, as opposed to being more relational. So like, for instance, Must Be Doing Something Right. We didn't define where the people were at all. It's just what's going on between the two people. Mm-hmm. So that song could be set anywhere. In the video, they put it on the beach. When we were writing it, we kind of had in mind that they're in bed or that they're, making out on the couch or something like that. So I always look at it song by song. I don't think there's an answer to that in general, but if I'm writing a story song where the singer is outside of the story, I can put more detail, because it's obviously not the singer's, they're telling a story about other people doing things. So I can be more specific and have more of that kind of detail. But if I'm writing a first person song where it's the singer, then I try to make it where it applies to as many people as possible.
Somebody in the chat room just said, wait, so Kenny Rogers wasn't a poker expert?
I don't think so. He could have been.
Do you think about things like the key that you're writing in, the gender of the person you're pitching to, the types of styles? We've already, you've already said that you write lyrics that somebody would cut, that's part of the process, although it's changed a little. But what about the key and the gender? In the pop world, it's always best to present a song that when the artist hears it, if it makes it through, like the manager, the producer, the A&R person, the artist hears it, that they can sing along with the first chorus and feel comfortable because it's in a key they would sing in. And the gender, if you're going to present a demo to a female artist, you would do it in a female voice, so again, it's relatable to them. Are those things that come into part of the process when you guys are writing?
Yeah, not. I think it'd be more like if we're writing something and we're going, this is going in a really Dan and Shay direction, where it's like way up in the stratosphere. Yeah. Melodically, that's going to limit us, to maybe Rascal Flatts or Dan and Shay to pitch that song, so I'm thinking most of the time I'm trying to keep a song in a singable range for most singers. Mm-hmm. And my particular strategy is that there's 3 or 4 artists that I try to aim at 75% of the time, and it's because I like what they do. They cut outside songs, and I can sing most of what they sing. I can sing. So I've got a good feel for what they do. I like it, and I've got a good chance of getting on their record. So I shoot for those 4 guys, and if I miss, I still got lots of other opportunities, but I at least have that focus of trying to, that this is a Billy Currington type thing, or this is Kenny Chesney or a Blake Shelton kind of thing, so I'm aiming at what I think is a realistic target, and I'm making sure that they can sing it, and then there's probably going to be a lot of other people that can as well.
I know melody is not your forte, so I'll give you a bit of a pass on this one, but I'm still curious to see what you think about melody, because all the time, we run listings for about, I want to say 3 or 4 different publishers in Nashville on a very regular basis, and of course they always say, find me something with a fresh melody. I don't want to hear a melody that I've heard 1,000 times before. And man, I would struggle with that if I were a writer, because there are only 12 notes and they've been used many, many times. What defines fresh, and how do you find fresh? And if you don't have a good answer, I'll give you a pass on this one, because I know lyrics are more your thing. But
no, I think it's usually more rhythm that publishers that may call it melody, but I think what they're often looking for is, give me something that feels fresh and different, and a lot of that has to do with the rhythm, as opposed, the rhythm may determine the melody or influence the melody, but it's rarely, in my experience, actually been the melody. It's more, this feels like something I pitched to Alan Jackson, just because it's got really straight phrasing. Maybe it's got space in between the lines and that kind of thing. Or this thing over here with a bouncy drum beat and kind of chopped up phrasing. The publisher go, that feels really current and modern. So That's been my experience, that it tends to be more rhythm instead of actual melody of what's going on.
I'm really I'm enjoying this conversation. Not that I wouldn't enjoy it just you and I talking because we get along well, but Robin Frederick, who you know who Robin is, right? And I've published a couple of her books, and she and I spent a lot of time together, and I've watched a lot of what she teaches, and she's very much into that in the pop world. It sounds like the vocal phrasing, the rhythmic vocal phrasing thing has become a really big component, not just in pop, but in country music as well. So that would lead me to feel somewhat safer than I've felt in years past about saying that the pop market that the country market has become more pop. That used to be almost a civil war on the row. You had the old school guys who were very much into traditional country. Shania Twain came to town and kind of, she was maybe the biggest thing that upset the traditional guys back in the day. And then, of course, it's just continued to get more pop country over the years. Does that battle still rage on, or has everybody kind of accepted the fact that to stay current and fresh and forward moving in country, that we've got to live in that world of some of those components of pop music and pop production?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's become much more widely accepted that that's where we are. The good thing to me is that I think country music right now is broader than it has been in any time in my career. And so you've got Luke Combs, who's cutting really traditional country stuff. And, you've got Cody Johnson, who's kind of bringing back some of the cowboy stuff. And then you've got the really pop artists as well, the Dan and Shays and the Kelsey Ballerinis and people that are kind of out there on the pop edge, Mair and Morris. So that to me is exciting because it opens up what you can write. I feel like there's been times when bro country was just that was all anybody was looking for, or back in the day there would be, in the 90s, there were certain kind of things that it was very narrow, and if you got too pop, they'd throw you off the radio. Faith Hill kind of lost her career. They felt like she was getting too pop, So it excites me that there's a wide range of stuff. And I think as songwriters, that gives hope to people that if you write more traditional stuff, there's some of those artists coming out that are doing really well, and that gives opportunities for those. Or if you write really pop stuff, there's opportunities.
Can a guitar vocal demo still be pitched, or do demos have to be more produced and sound almost like records, as is the case in the pop world?
I'm doing more and more guitar vocals. I just had a thing Kenny Chesney cut for his last record, and it didn't make the record, but they're saying it might make this next one. It was just a guitar vocal, basically. We had a drum loop and a guitar and a vocal, And I think a lot of times these days the producers are wanting a little, give us something that's kind of raw and let us make it what we want it to be, So I don't shy away from that if I feel like it sells the song. There's certain up-tempo songs that need energy more than you can do with just a guitar vocal maybe, but I just kind of go song by song. And if I can sell it, I think with a guitar vocal, I do that.
Wow, that's great. I'm heartened to hear that because it keeps a lot of people out of the game in the pop world. You basically have to turn in a record that they can plug an artist into nowadays. And I find that personally to be a little heartbreaking. But, for the guys that are doing it, who've become great beat makers and really competent producers with their gear at home, yay for them. Maybe I'm just old school, but I'm glad to hear that in Nashville that a great song that stands up as a guitar vocal or piano vocal demo can still be cut. That's really heartening to me. We've got, 12 minutes left. Do you guys in the chat room want to do some Q&A? Want me to send some questions over to Marty, or do you want me to keep grilling him, as it were?
Keep me on the hot seat.
Yeah, you're easy, man. It's you've always got a great answer for everything. I'm looking to see if I've got any. I actually printed out my old notes as well from last time. People want questions. Okay. So I was thinking I'd slip in a couple of the oldies but goodies, but let's see. All right. Yes, question, says Robbie Hancock. Well, give me one, Robbie. Wake up, everybody. What's your favorite song that you've written so far?
Um, I'm really proud of "Fire It Up" that Joe Cocker and Johnny Reed did. We have a verse in there that's about that touches on racism, and when we pitched it to Joe Cocker, his camp said they want us to take that verse out, and we said no, we're not going to take that verse out. And Joe heard the song and said, no, absolutely, I'm going to sing that verse, And so I love what the song says, and I love that. Obviously, the Joe Cocker cut it was a career highlight, but to me, it's just a song that is a message that I'm proud of.
Somebody, let's see, Randy Sent says, how do you get more visual?
I think that goes back to what you were talking about the details. And, when I was coming up, people called it furniture. They would say, how much,
right.
You need more furniture in your song and that kind of thing. And I kind of look at it like furniture for my house. I don't need 10 couches in my den. I need 2 couches. So, I look at each song and I go, how much furniture does this song need? Do I need to define where the people are? Do I need to paint that picture, or do I need to just talk about the emotions and what's going on between the people? So those kind of songs might have less furniture or pictures. And if I'm telling a story, it's obviously going to have much more of those. So I just kind of go song by song. But I think it's those details. There's an old Diamond Rio song that starts off with the line, something like, he was wiping the oil off her dipstick, she was picking a hair off her lipstick. And when I heard that, I was like, what? I've got to hear the rest of this song. What's this talking about?
That was embarrassing to me, just hearing that much of it, though.
And it's a song called Two Pump Texaco or something. I think it's Two Pump Texaco. But that was just a great line because it made you want to hear more of what's going on. So, I just go song by song, but if it works to have interesting details like that, I put those in.
Somebody asked the question, how many writers are typically in the room now? Has that changed at all?
It's 2. For me, it's 2 or 3, counting me.
Okay.
Rarely is it more than 3. Sometimes I've done like a 4-way co-write, but I like to keep it to 2 or 3.
Somebody asked the question, do you need to live in Nashville to essentially launch a career as a writer? Can you do it outside of Nashville?
You can absolutely do it outside of Nashville. And I think COVID has actually, everybody's going virtual. All the labels are working from home. And so they don't know where you are. I can move to Timbuktu and they're not going to know where I am. And I think that actually has leveled the playing field somewhat because, in the past when you could come to Nashville and network and hang out at bars and meet people and that kind of thing, there was some advantage to that. But I think right now it kind of opens things up a little bit for people that don't live in Nashville. And it also has shown people that maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe where you're at doesn't matter as much as we thought it did.
Boy, yeah, because that's been a hard line for a very long time. Because, there's something very valid about it, which is you need to move here and pay your dues so that you can earn our respect. I mean, yes, in a perfect world, it'd just be about who's got the best song, but there's a culture in Nashville. That culture has bred the best songwriters on the planet. So I understand the people that say, you know what, you come here, you get off the bus, and you spend 5 years going to writers' nights and NSAI classes and writing down and writing up and writing sideways, doing all of it. And eventually, I'm going to pay attention to you because you will have done what I did, and that's what we've all done, so get on board. But I think that you're right. COVID has changed the way all of us work in every aspect, not just the music industry. I would not want to be somebody who owns office space right now because that is not a very promising future. Somebody asked the question, how do you what's the difference between good lyrics and great lyrics? What are some of the notable aspects of great lyrics in today's market?
I teach a class once a year on kind of an advanced lyric class, and I call it getting over the wall. And to me, the wall is when you're on this side of the wall, you're writing things that anybody could write. Any songwriter could come up with that. It's kind of, maybe you took the words from an old country song and shook them up in a bag and take them out, and that's what you're saying those same words, But if you're getting over the wall, you're saying things in a creative, interesting way, but you're also having a depth of emotion. And I think that's what gets a song cut. It is, and I think this is really hard for men, especially, to get over the wall of we will only be vulnerable to a point, and then we stop. Many of us,
Yeah.
and I think great lyrics are ones that really touch and move people. Whether it's making them want to laugh or cry or whatever, they don't have to all be sad. But I think great lyrics make you feel something, and okay lyrics can be appreciated, like, oh, that's clever, it's clever wordplay, but it doesn't make me feel something. And these days especially, they're not going to put on a whole album and listen to the whole album no matter what comes along. If they don't like if what you are putting out feels ordinary or worn out or done, they just skip it, and go to the next thing.
We get asked this question all the time, and I'm sure you do when you're either consulting or teaching classes at Songtown, that when you might say to a student, this song is really good, man. Well, if it's really good, why don't you pitch it? Because it's really good. It's not amazing. Well, why can't you send them really good and let them figure out how to make it amazing with production or with the vocal performance? Can you please explain to the entire Taxi universe of members why you can't send somebody something unless it's an undeniably great song? They don't want to hear even A. They only want to hear A+. Back me up on that if you feel that, and tell them why people won't reconstruct something or fix it if it's pretty good.
They don't have time, and it's not their job. So if I'm pitching to an A&R person at a label, they're not a songwriter. It's not their job to fix it. The artist, if they play it for the artist might want to come in as a writer and fix it, but that's pretty rare. And so, it's just kind of, and there's millions of those out there,
Right.
And then finally, they don't have to settle for that. Why settle for something that's really good when you can find great things, and that's why sometimes, the labels will go to like an Ashley Gorley who's had 50 #1 songs. They can go get a song from him and it's probably going to be a #1 song,
Yeah.
So they don't have to listen to my pretty good songs, so at the end of the day, we're competing with the best songwriters on the planet for those spots on the record. So it's got to be great.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and it's always broken my heart because I know when somebody gets that point where they've got an A- or an A song, it's like, come on, maybe somebody else will think it's an A+, but you just can't send that out because it kills your credibility. They're not going to take it and go, here, I've got something that's an A. You're right. They go to Ashley Gorley and get A+ all day long, as well as 100 other writers they get A+ from. So why should they settle for A's? And it's heartbreaking to me. It really actually causes me physical pain when I think about it too much. That there are people that have worked so hard and gotten to the point where they're an A, but they need to be an A+.
Well, I think one thing I would add to that is I think you can, these days with everybody releasing music,
yeah.
The big problem a lot of times is that you're trying to pitch your A song to someone who has access to A+ songs all day long. But if you pitch your A songs to people that don't, you might get that cut and it might be successful. It's just that Keith Urban and his camp don't have time for A songs. They only want A+ songs. But a lot of these newer artists or, people that are kind of coming out and going viral on Spotify or whatever, it might be a great song for them.
That's a great point. And with that, I've got to wrap up, but I do want to give away a prize, so hang out with me for a second. Bria, I'm going to have you play the Fickle Finger of Fate, and everybody in the chat room over there, we're going to give away a Sennheiser MK4 large capsule microphone. I feel like a game show host when I do this. So type +1 in the chat room. Bria's going to pick the winner, and then you're going to email her, tell us where to have it sent. They're trickling in, and there they go, a million of them. Woo! All right, Bria's trying to warming up that finger over there. Do we have a winner yet?
And the winner is Tommy Hines.
Tommy Hines, you just got yourself a Sennheiser MK4 large capsule microphone. Yay! Congratulations, Tommy. Email taxitv@taxi.com and put in the subject line microphone winner road rally in all caps so we can see it easily, and Bria will take care of that. It'll probably take us a week or so to get our act together and get that microphone sent out to you, so hang tight. It's on its way. Marty, thank you for doing this. It's great to see you, and really great information. You know, for so long, Nashville was kind of just stuck in these sets of rules, and it's nice to see that the nature of the game has changed, that people are becoming more creative, and that you're accepting the challenge and enjoying the challenge. All that is awesome. You guys can check Marty out at Songtown. You wrote a book, didn't you?
I did. I actually have two books. One called Song Building, Mastering Lyric Writing, and one's called can't remember. It's about co-writing.
You can't remember?
The art of co-writing. No,
Marty, you wrote the damn book.
That's right.
Well,
Mastering the art of co-writing.
If this guy wrote it, it's definitely worth reading. And check out Songtown. Incredible number of teachers at Songtown, many of whom are writers that I've known, that we've had on panels and stuff, the Road Rally over the years. Thank you very much. Say hi to anybody I still know in Nashville, and thanks for getting up early to do this, all right? Marty Dodson, everybody. Thanks, Marty. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Organization himself, Keith LuBrant. And we're recording. All right. So you've got 8 minutes of video cut-ins that you're going to put in here later?
Yes. I think I answered 7 questions, and the total of that was 9 minutes. So.
Okay. So we should do... let's see, 45 minus 9 is 36. So we should be done.
You had talked about Are you doing any Q&As, like calling on the phone with people or not?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't think we can get through all this.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. No, I'm good.
All right. So here, Bria, there's your... All right. Welcome to the big show, Keith. Great to see you.
Great to see you, Michael. Thank you for having me.
I'm excited, man. I want our audience to know right up front that I'm going to plug some software that Keith built several years ago. I don't get a penny from recommending it. I've never gotten a penny. I never will get a penny. I just think that the software is incredibly useful. I'm shocked that not every taxi member has it. And by the time we get done talking about organization and how his software, which is called Creative. Let's start again. Take 2. All right. Welcome to the big show, Keith.
Hey, Michael, how you doing? Thank you very much for having me.
I'm glad to have you, man. I want our audience to know right up front that during the course of this thing, I'm going to be talking quite a bit about Composer Catalog, which is software that Keith created years ago. He's a whiz at organization. He's just built that way. So I think he had to build this to solve his own problem. And he came up with something that's incredible that I think is useful to all of our members. So forgive me for plugging it, but I don't make a penny out of this. I never do. I never will. I'm plugging it because I love it and I members should have it. So any of you who have ever had more than a few dozen songs or instrumentals know that it gets really, really hard to keep track of alt mixes and cut downs, who you sent it to, which version they got, when they got it, all that kind of stuff. Well, Keith became that guy pretty quickly because he has a lot of material to keep track of. He's a computer programmer by day. He has a family. He quickly figured out that he could work late at night and make some extra income making music for media, and he just did it with a vengeance, man. I don't know how much extra income he makes, but I know the general ballpark, and it's a healthy ballpark to be in, and I think I'd like to see every taxi member be there and hopefully learning about organizing your stuff, because it's not just about making great music, it's about being a professional, and Composer Catalog allows you to be a better professional. So tell us how many songs or tracks you've created in the 10 years or so that I've known you.
I think we're probably around 1,500, maybe getting close to 2,000, something like that.
Wow, that's healthy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And how many of those have been signed into libraries over the course of that 10 years?
They're all signed. Yeah, they're all signed.
Every one of them.
Yeah. I don't have any free tracks.
Wow. That's incredible. So how many catalogs is your stuff in?
It's probably around 20, 25, around there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I first started taxi in the first 2 years. I just nothing but recording. I mean, I went nose to the grindstone on that one for the first 2, and then that helped build the biz pretty quick.
Gotcha. So tell everybody, I mean, this is a shocking number, but I know what it is. They don't know. How many shows, not just how many placements you've had, but how many shows has your music been in?
I think it's definitely 850. We're probably rounding the corner to 900.
900.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool.
It's very cool. So how did you keep track of that stuff before you started Composer Catalog or before you built it?
Well, for me, I started with an Excel spreadsheet. And so I would have a couple columns. It would be like track title and maybe the date I submitted it to taxi. And then the spreadsheet itself kind of expanded now I was getting some forwards. So what date was it forwarded? Because I wanted to keep track of that. And then fast forward, you have signed like publishing deals, right? So I would start to get the publishing deals, and then you have to keep track of all that information. So it just seemed like every once in a while my spreadsheet would just keep on growing and growing with the columns, and it got to a point where it's okay if you have 20 tracks, but it got to the point where it was getting a little crazy, when you start dealing with the hundreds of tracks. So I needed to figure something else out for that.
I personally am not a fan of Excel. Many of my friends love it, but I can't imagine, after you've got like 50 or 100 pieces of music and you keep adding columns and everything, and it's not really relational. You can't click on one thing and see other stuff.
I do have some friends that are Excel wizards, so take nothing away from Excel. I'm just not one of them. So
right, that makes two of us. All right, well, you should definitely show the video or a still shot or something after we do the interview. You cut that stuff in just so people can see what your early Excel spreadsheet looked like and why why you had to build creative. Why do I keep calling it creative? Why you build Composer Catalog? So. The obvious question is, when does somebody need it? At what stage of their career?
Yeah, I think if you have, if you're starting to build a catalog, and I think you should have some organizational tool at the very beginning, because the last thing you want to do is, if you start getting deals, and then you pitch that track to, a different publisher, and you just sign an exclusive on that track, that's a big no-no. So my answer would be, you want to stay organized, whether it's with Composer Catalog, Excel spreadsheet, something, whatever, as soon as you start, because it's just going to get harder to get that backtrack information into whatever system you're going to do, or just the willpower to go back and, update everything. Because, if you're on track 250, who wants to really take the time, to put all that stuff in? So me personally, I would just say, as soon as you start doing this, and this is going to be, a path that you want to take, I would do something as soon as possible. Now, if you're a person who does, writes a CD every couple of years or something like that, and you have maybe 3 CDs total, is Composer Catalog the right fit? Or no, you could do that with the spreadsheet. But if you're dealing with, a good amount of tracks, or you want to kind of do this for a living, or as a part-time gig, you want to make sure that you don't make any missteps with pitching music.
I want to let our viewers know I'm getting that audio glitch again. It's not horrible, but I just want everybody to know I'm aware of it, but I'm not going to open up my computer and fix it in the middle of an interview. I think it's something on the audio card in the computer, because I had the problem earlier today. Anyway, so I got to tell you a great story. You mentioned that you don't want to send something that's already been signed, especially if it's an exclusive. So as you know, I'm friends with a lot of music library owners, and one of them called me up one night. I think it was like a Sunday night. It was fairly late at night, and he calls me up. He goes, "You would not believe what just happened." What? I just got some music, a song, forwarded to me by Taxi, and I already have this song signed exclusively in my catalog. So he was pretty pissed off at the writer, thinking, this guy's out there pitching it all over the world. My guess is it's exactly what you said, which was the guy just wasn't organized, and he had a lot of material, and he forgot that the thing was signed. That could get you into a lot of trouble and mess up a lot of relationships. So clearly,
you don't mean to do something that devious. It's just that your organizational skills weren't maybe up to snuff, and you send something out. So, but at the end game, it's just a bad thing to do. It's a bad look for composer.
So give some examples of when Composer Catalog comes in handy.
Well, I think once you start getting into, if you're a person that does non-exclusive deals, and you start dealing with like retitling and stuff like that, that was if you have a spreadsheet trying to figure that one out, and you have the main track, and then you have publisher A and their alt name or retitle, and then you get signed to another one if you do that non-exclusive thing, and then have publisher B with a different track. So if you ever want to go back and figure out, well, I see this on my PRO, it's this track, but this is not the name of my title, you know. So now you got to figure out which one was that. I think Composer Catalog helps with it, keeps track of all the alt titles and stuff like that. Also, it's little things like, for me, there's an area for publishers, and there's a section to put comments about that publisher or requirements. And I just like to fill that in with the file requirements, because I never remember, you know, okay, publisher A needs it how 16-bit, was it 16, 24, 44, 48, right, or what, you know. So I just always like to pull it up and just, you know, click on it and get the information. But there's tons of, you know, studio musicians you can keep track of, work for hire stuff, and there's a lot of information in there that I think.
All right. Well, yeah. After we're done with this and I send you this video, you should cut in some video of how that looks and how it works, so I can search by style, genre, lyric, song, or instrumental, signed, unsigned, right, signed non-exclusively. What else can I search by?
Anything. So my biggest example, if a publisher or a music supervisor calls and says, I need something that sounds like the Foo Fighters, you know, that has predominantly rock guitar lead, you know, not signed, obviously. So now I always tell the users of Composer Catalog, the more information you put in, the better your search results would be. So anything you put in, searchable. So in that case, I had a song, let's say I wrote that sounded like Foo Fighters. I tagged it, you know, there's a space in Composer Catalog to like similar bands like Allah's, and also like shows it would fit. It would be a good fit for. So if I tag this song as sounds like Foo Fighters, and I in my instrument section tag electric, you know, guitar or rock guitar, I could go into my search and just type in Foo Fighters, and there's a section signed, unsigned. Just click unsigned, and then click on electric guitar, hit search, and that's gonna, you know, show me any tracks that I have that's not signed, sound like Foo Fighters. You know, so I think I have a video for that too. I'll show, but that is probably the most powerful part of Composer Catalog, is the search feature, because like I said, the more information you put in, you can search on publisher, you know, signed, unsigned, you can search on alt titles. So there's all this information you can, you know, search on. So this way, if somebody calls, you can get that answer right away, because that's half the battle. When a publisher calls, it's a timing thing, right?
Absolutely. Could you imagine having to go through an Excel spreadsheet and find that stuff? I mean, impossible. And you're right. You know, again, like I said at the top of the interview, that it's not just about creating great music. You got to be on time, and you've got to send the right thing. You can't send something 2 hours late right, because you couldn't find it, and then you sent the wrong version of it because you were right, disorganized. So it solves all those problems. And I imagine that there are times that you work with collaborators, maybe a vocalist or somebody plays a tuba on one of your tracks or whatever. So can you track work for hire musicians?
Yeah. So there's a section for session musicians. So you type in, you know, whatever your session musician is, and then you can also keep track of their work for hires, if it's signed, not signed, if they need one, you know, if it's not required. So yeah, there's a section for that too. And also writers. You can do like if you co-write with somebody, you can do splits with the percentages.
Great, that was my next question. So thanks.
So a lot of times you get a co-publisher, you know, or a co-publishing deal. So you can do even co-publishing. So if two publishers split the deal, or three, whatever you want, you know, you can do. Say, for instance, publisher A and publisher B for some reason sign this track, or they're both in it. You could split the publishing percentages, and you could do a co-write situation too.
That's cool. What about various lengths? I mean, that I know is an issue for a lot of people. Well, for instance, here, by the way, everybody should know that the official Road Rally theme music this year was actually written and produced by Keith. He's an awesome guitar player. And I called him up and I said, give me something very guitar driven. You know, it could be like Joe Walsh. It could be like ZZ Top. And he came up with this great track, which you guys will be hearing all week. And I had him do like a Sting version of it, which is just you know, in a 5 second, a 10 second, a 15, a 20 with a 5 second count off. So we had time for a title card, a 30 second, a 60 second. So even keeping track of that stuff in an Excel spreadsheet would be impossible after a point. It'd be the world's biggest spreadsheet for one thing.
Well, that's what was happening. It was like my columns just kept on going like, column XY. So it's like, So with Composer Catalog, you can link music files to that track. So say I had, for instance, the rally, let's call it, Rally 2020. Say I had the main track, I could put that in, pull it in, and designate that as the main track, and then pull in other ones as alt tracks. So I have them all kind of grouped in as one. And the important thing is that, it's probably the biggest question I get. They're not nothing goes in. It's just a pointing system. So it's on your system. So if you have tracks that you keep in C, whatever, temp drive, directory, it points to that, so that way it can play the system, play the file, and then you have an idea when you pull this Foo Fighters request up, you can actually play it, and then that way if it's going to fit that pitch or anything.
So can you keep track of, like, when you make a submission to Taxi, that you've made the submission, and if it was forwarded or returned, or kind of the status of that as well?
That is a great question. I get that question a lot, and so I had to think about that one, because I didn't want to make Composer Catalog Taxi centric, because if someone's not a part of Taxi, which they should be, but if they're not a part of Taxi, then they'll be like, what's this forwarded to Taxi? So I had to think about it for a while, because I think it is an important thing to keep track of. So in the next update that I'm putting out, you're going to be able to make custom track statuses. So right now there's a bunch of different track statuses, like track complete, needs to be revised, needs to be mastered, needs to be mixed. So all these different versions of options on what status your track's on. So now it's going to be, you can type in your own. So you could type in forwarded to Taxi as a status, or submitted to Taxi. But until that point, there's a comment section that I feel is really powerful in the program, because, and a lot of people just kind of gloss over it, but it's just free text, but you can search on that. So I'll have a video to describe this, but in that comment section, if you just put in submitted to Taxi on April 24th, 2020. So now in that search feature, all you have to do is really put in Taxi or Taxi submitted, something, to pull in that comment section. You could have a list of everything that you submitted, as far as that. So it's a way to get around it, but in the next free update, I'm going to have custom track statuses.
So you can search anything that's in that comment box. You could make a note that, more cowbell. I mean, virtually anything, and it will show up. And I'm guessing it's not like case sensitive or anything like that. No, even if you get most of the words spelled right, it's going to show.
Yeah, no. And then if you had codes yourself, like if you were going to pitch it to a publisher or something like that, you could do the same thing,
Can you also list the instrumentation for each track? So let's say that you've got a basic track that's bass drums, electric guitar, and then you do alt versions, so you can break out the different instruments as well.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and stump you on this one. Can you?
Can it make French toast?
Well, damn it, then fire it. How about moods? Because that's something that comes in really handy. If a publisher reaches out to you, and obviously with you having relationships with 20 to 25 different publishers, I'm sure you get emails from them saying, I need something that's like a sad acoustic guitar song. So can you just simply search sad or whatever other moods are?
Yeah, so you can go about it a couple different ways. You have the moods section, which are a bunch of different moods that are like check boxes. So you could do that. Or there's also keywords. A lot of times us composers love keywords, right? So you got to put the keywords in. You could search on keywords, or you could search on a list of moods. There's also a track description. So you could search on track description. So, and like I said, the more information you put into the record, the better, the more robust your search results could be. It's like the only requirements to put a track in right now are your track title, the genre, and the track type, whether it's a song or instrumental. That's all you really need to put in the system, but You're not going to get squat back when you want to search on something, right? So the more you put in, the better your search results are going to be.
And so do you have like predetermined lists of moods or genres and stuff? Because I find that a lot of musicians in the moment can't really appropriately say this is the kind of mood or this is the genre necessarily. So do you have pull downs where it's kind of like, oh, that's the one?
Right. It's just happy or sad. That's the only no, just kidding. No, I do have a pre-populated list of moods, instruments, and genres, but all three of them you can also add other ones, like, whatever. If I missed accordion, I could type in accordion and add that in there into my list. So now going forward, I'll have that into my list of instruments or moods or genres.
That's if you could spell accordion. That's one of those words that I never ever spell right.
Yes. Oh, at the end, right?
Right. Accordion. Yeah. Yeah.
Accordion.
So I also made a note. Can you do stuff like, so let's say you tag it with birthday party or chase scene. Obviously you can do that. Can you like double tag a chase scene with rock guitar? So if you wanted to search for chase scenes that are rock guitar based, boom, there they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So far, so good. I'm impressed. This was something cool that you mentioned in a phone call or something not that long ago to me. And you said that you can create a company profile, which I thought was a great idea because that way, here's a problem we used to have at Taxi. We had a couple or several people at the office entering company profiles for the listing companies. And one person might use the full name. Another person might just say, like Bob at ABC Music. And there were all these. So we would find, we keep track of everything we send off to these companies, but we had to really search hard when we had to go back and dig something out because not everybody entered the company the same way. You put in autofill. So once you do that company's stuff, whether it's the company name, the contact person, the address, the email, all that stuff, it can autofill all future things that are related to that company.
So it's they're called track profiles, and what that does is, so it's not just, I guess, a publisher, but you could write pretty much anything. So you could pre-populate your writers. So if I'm always writing for publisher A, I'm going to write, let's say, my writer name. Obviously, my percentage is 100% if I'm doing it all. The publisher, the contract type, non-exclusive, exclusive, the percentages. And then even like if I was doing a blues album, I could fill in the genre as blues. So anything that I could put in the composer catalog, I can create this profile. So now I could link it if I wanted to use it to create a new track. Now I could say, okay, use that track profile, and it's going to pre-populate everything that I filled in, right?
Wow.
So that's kind of cool, because a lot of people, it saves a lot of typing, and nobody wants to type.
Right. Wow, you were pretty nerdy when you built this, man.
Yeah, it got crazy. It really did, because and that was actually a free update, because what happens is I find myself wanting some feature. And I'm like, oh, it'd be cool if I did this, because I would save on typing. And so what will happen is I'll develop it, and then I'll push out an update, free to the users, and so everyone kind of wins, I think, at that point.
Before you invented Composer Catalog and you were still using the spreadsheet, do you have any like nightmare scenarios where somebody reached out to you and you hadn't been as responsible as you needed to, or it was in column Z?
Yeah. It's like, darn it, column E was invisible. No, thankfully I haven't had a situation like that, but it was just getting nuts. Like I couldn't, like I was, I just didn't feel like I was in control, with my spreadsheet, because it was just, I know that I would get kind of lackadaisical. I wouldn't put stuff in, and then I'd be like, oh, I should put that in. And then, but I got all these columns I got to fill out, and it just got crazy. So, but thankfully, knock on wood, everything worked out.
I would imagine that it's really hard. You put your daughter to bed, you say goodnight to your wife, she crawls into bed with a good book or an episode on HGTV, and you go trudging down to the basement because you know that you've got a deadline to meet for something. Yeah. And you end up working till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, mm-hmm. and now you've done the mix, you've done the alt mixes, any cut downs, all that stuff. and then in that moment you have to force yourself to type stuff in, because if you don't do it then,
yeah, it'll never happen.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think it's really cool that you built that. What do you call it again?
It's called track profiles. So
Track
it's a
profiles.
profile. Yeah. So it's
All
not
right.
necessarily a publisher. It could be anything for that track. So like I said, if I was doing a blues album for a publisher, I would kind of pre-fill that information in, and then that way it'll be done. And then for the next update, I'm going to be putting out, you're going to be able to import tracks, but then tell it to use a track profile when you're importing. So you'll be able to save a lot of time with that stuff. So.
Um, Going away from organizational stuff for a moment, let's just talk about music. Keith happens to be a great guitar player. What are your favorite types? What's your favorite genre to work in?
I would have to go blues, rock. That would have to be my favorite. Like, I really like, I think we've talked about this, really diving into the tones as far as what people, what the requests are. I think that's pretty cool to do. Like, I know you're talking about, you want to sound like ZZ Top. And so I was kind of looking at what Billy Gibbons used at that genre, or those songs that you referenced, what exactly did it use? And I actually had those amps on my Kemper Profiler, so I was able to pull it up, and but I've had calls where we need something that sounds like, I don't know, 60s and then 70s, so they were doing some sort of anthology series in 80s, so I was in my glory at that point, because I was able to get John Bonham type drums and for
Wow.
Zeppelin stuff, so it was cool. But that's what I like, blues and rock. But I'm doing a little bit of everything, to be honest with you.
Do you also play keyboards? I've never asked you. Well, there's a keyboard behind you, so I guess the answer is yes.
Yeah. So usually I play, everything, sing every once in a while too. So.
What is the most commonly licensed genre for you? Is there such a thing?
There is. It's probably on the rock side. I know I was doing real well with sports games, I guess, as far as airing music, because I get a lot on my PRO sheet for that. Who knows after COVID, but I was doing well at that point. But it's like it's the blues rock genre that does well. But I'll do even like country stuff, or we would joke around. I think some stuff on HGTV, the acoustic. So
Right.
I'll do a little bit of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a show on HGTV. It's called Small Town, I think. My wife watches it. When I come upstairs at night to crawl into bed, she's always watching that. And I've commented, I'm not exaggerating to say like 100 times to her, when I hear the stuff that they've got on that show, it's like acoustic guitar doing rock. And I'm sure that I've heard stuff of yours on there, because I kind of know your style after knowing you all these years. And I'll be dozing off in bed, and she's got her eyes glued to the TV to see what the backsplash is going to look like. And I'll go, I'll bet you anything that's a Keith LuBrant track.
Did you time it? How long did it play for?
Yeah, right, exactly. What's your longest? Speaking of which, what's the longest placement you've probably
I've
had?
had actually full songs played. Trying to think of
Wow.
one. Yeah, it was amazing. Like young, I think the Young and the Restless played a full song, and I just had something pulled down on tune set that I did. It was like 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and I think it was pretty much the song. So yeah, I've had a couple that were pretty long like that.
So Barry Dvorak, who's the guy that invented Master Writer and also a hit songwriter with an incredible 6-decade-long career, he actually wrote a song that got retitled as Nadia's theme, and they use it on The Young and the Restless as a theme song. So could you imagine what his quarterly statements must look like? That's on 5 days a week on a broadcast network.
Oh, man. Yeah, that one could be so lucky on that one. That's good.
And he wrote the theme to Shaft.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, could you imagine?
Wow.
Anyway, well, I'm fresh out of questions. Unless there's anything that I overlooked that you want to talk about. I also want to leave you some time so you can cut in the videos.
They were good. Like I said, I have an open trial, so the only limitation is the 5-track maximum. But I know that different composers have different workflows, so I'm not saying that this would be the be all end all. Like, it could work for some and not others, and I'm good with that. This worked for me, and hopefully it'll work for you. I'm working on an online version, which is going to be like in the cloud. So it just started develop some ideas with that one. And if you don't mind, I'll probably throw out some sort of discount for taxi members for a couple of days if they're interested. We can do something like that.
I'm sure they'll be interested. What does it cost without? What's the normal list price?
$79, I think. Yeah, I think $79.
Cheap.
Put me on the spot there.
Yeah, you think it's $79, dude? You built it. Well, I mean, that already sounds like it's well worth it, because you know what? If you just blow one piece of music that you don't get to the right piece of music to the right person at the right time, it's going to cost you more than $79.
Yeah,
and I also want everybody to know, before I say goodbye to you, that when I first called Keith and said, "Look, I want you to do a thing about composer catalog for the rally," he goes, "Yeah, I don't know." He was like, "I don't want everybody to think it's a big sales pitch." Well, me, I've never made a penny. Like I said at the top of the show, I never will make a penny. I wouldn't take a penny if he offered. I might call him up and ask him to do a guitar piece for me for the road rally. But I'm all about helping our members become professional. And the music side is, you have to have the music first, but you also have to have these other ducks in a row. And I think Composer Catalog is a great tool for that. So thank you for saying yes. I know it probably made you squirm a little bit, but hey, you should be proud of it, dude. It's I haven't looked at it. You gave me a version of it years ago, I think right after it first came out. And I thought it was very comprehensive then. And how many years has it been on the market now?
Now you put me on the spot.
It's like 5 years.
Yeah, maybe more than that. But the nice thing is it's constantly evolving. So the version you have is probably old, so I've added some more things to it. And, it's nice, because I think we as composers probably aren't that organized. Well, I shouldn't say all of us, but I know I'm not, so anything to help, right? Anything to help.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for doing this. And I look forward to seeing the video examples that you cut in.
Cool.
See you next year. You're welcome. See you at the 2021 Road Rally when we can actually see each other in person.
Let's do that.
All right, man.
All right, take care.
And go ahead and switch. Well, clearly I could use a little organizational help. I'm so sorry about that. Keith put so much effort into editing that video and cutting in the screenshots of him using Composer Catalog. The good news is somewhere I handed off the wrong video, obviously, to the tech crew, so that's what we uploaded for the show. I'm very sorry about that. And my apologies to Keith for putting in all that effort. Nobody got to see it, but they will get to see it, because we are going to put it up on Taxi's YouTube channel and available for the world to see. Keith is in the chat room right now answering questions, and our next panel doesn't start until 10:15, so he's going to have like 25 minutes to hang out and answer questions with you guys. Like I said, I really want you to go watch the full video later with the cut-ins that he did, and hopefully without the slapback stuff up top. Boy, that was a little bit of a train wreck, and it still turned out to be a great interview. But, it's like live TV. I remember watching the Jerry Lewis telethon when I was a kid, and they said, all right, now we're going to, like Barbra Streisand's going to sing a song, and they went to like a monkey spinning plates on a stick or something. So this is a little bit like that. Also, the website, composercatalog.com. Go check it out, download the free trial or buy it. Keith is definitely doing a discount for Taxi members right now. Let's see. And you know what? I don't even think if I asked Keith about this or not, but we're winging it. It's live. So I'm going to give away a copy of Composer Catalog right now at this very second. So if you guys, on the count of three, would type in a +1, Bria will use the fickle finger of fate. We'll give a copy away. And 1, 2, 3.
All right, and the winner is Julian Blackmore.
All right, so can you give instructions on what to do? I meant verbally.
So, Julian, you can just email taxitv@taxi.com, and we'll make sure that gets sent to you.
Awesome. Congratulations. Yay. We have a winner. All right. Let's give something else cool away while we're here. We got a little bit of time to fill. Let us give away, how about a PreSonus Studio One Pro license for a DAW? So we're going to do so. You know what? I'm going to do it differently this time. Jim Stamper already typed in a 1. See, now that's not fair. I didn't do 1, 2, 3 yet, Jim. All right, the 5th person to type in a +1. Again, you guys are starting early. You're messing it all up. Dudes and dudettes, come on, cooperate. All right, the first person to type in a +0 is going to get it. Go. All right, that looks to be like Soren Sorensen. He liked his name so much they used it twice. Congratulations, Soren. You just got yourself a copy of Composer Catalog, and Bria will connect you directly with Keith, and he'll give you the key to get in there, and you're going to enjoy it, man. It's a great program, incredibly comprehensive. What else did I want to tell you guys? I had some notes. So our next thing starts at 10:15 Pacific time. We will be doing more giveaways today, probably a lot of giveaways. I've got quite a bit of stuff to give away. Also, we now officially have taxi t-shirts, coffee mugs, cars. No, I'm kidding about the cars, but we do have t-shirts, coffee mugs, hoodies, that sort of stuff available. So Bria, do you want to pop in the link for the taxi store? And she will do that in a minute, so you guys can go shopping while you've got a little spare time. Everybody in the Quarantini happy hours kept saying, Michael, come on, we want a t-shirt like that. So we've got them, finally. They're up there, and you can order them. And yes, Keith will pop up the discount, I'm sure, in the chat room. Keith, just in case you didn't hear me, if you're still watching this live feed, if you could please pop up whatever the discount code is. Wow, people are still typing zeros. And there's Giovanni Lanza. I love that name. And Beth Wernick says she's waiting to hear. And I'm texting Keith right now. Put discount code in chat. This is fun. This is like hanging out on a Quarantini happy hour. All right, I just told Keith to put the discount code in the chat. I'm still waiting, but I have been. Keith says he has been posting. And I just had a phone call that I couldn't take from Bob Mair, so if you could.
It's okay.
Bria says she's good. Okay. Still looking for that post. I don't know why people aren't seeing it. Keith, if you could put it up again. Oh, you know why? Because it's a link.
I haven't seen it come through.
Bria says she's not seeing it. Keith, can you just text me the code? For some reason, they're not letting it go through to the chat. Even Bria's not seeing it. Wow, Robbie Hancock just bought a taxi mug. That was probably the first mug ever. All right, and the code is composercatalog.com/rally. Once again, the code is composercatalog.com/rally. I'll see if it will take that from me in the.
I put it in already.
Oh, Bria put it in already. Okay. So there you go. I'm going to sign off. You guys have a little time, 15 minutes or so until our next thing starts. Thank you, Keith. And once again, sorry to Keith for doing all that editing, and I totally rolled the wrong video without the stuff edited in, but we will put it up later on our YouTube channel, make it visible to everybody. That's it. See you guys in 15 or so minutes. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, Beth Wernick, Angela Mukul, and Bob Mair. Good morning. Boy.
Good morning.
If the audience could see what we've been going through, Bob's internet just totally crashed at his house, so he's going to join us live via his phone. Hopefully the signal stays good. You look pretty good, Bob. Just keep yourself in frame.
Yay.
And all is good. You're drifting out of frame a little bit. There you go.
Yeah, I'm holding it by hand. I know.
Can you see?
Hang on.
All right.
I'm floating. I'm telling you, man.
All right.
You hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you. All right. Well, anyway, thank you all for doing this on a Sunday morning. So originally I called this thing something like don't make these mistakes, then I changed it to don't make rookie mistakes that can hurt your career. And these guys all independently of me and each other came up with, well, can we turn it to the positive? So they all sent me lists of things that professionals do. So we're going to jump right into it. And this first one is from Beth, which is, well, you've got your list, right? Beth?
No.
Oh, okay. Your first.
I thought you had the list. I don't know.
All right. Well, I will remind you, Beth, who looks like she's flying an airplane. Awesome.
I know.
Anyway, so your number one on your list, Beth, was put your name on the MP3s.
For God's sake, yes. Yeah.
So go ahead and elaborate, please.
Well, no, just to elaborate, it's very simple. I receive MP3s all day long. If you don't put your name on it, it's the one I can't figure out. I don't have, it's also, I think psychologically people would say, if you put your name on it, you're not proud of it. And I don't want to go down that road, but it makes me think you don't have a serious attitude about your work if you haven't bothered to put your name in the encoding, because I need to know who this is. And sometimes I can recognize your voice, but you could have hired a singer. I still don't know who it is. So that's the number one for me. If you don't put your name on your file, it kind of tells me you're not as serious about it or as careful about it as I would like you to be.
Okay. By the way, they just reminded me. Go ahead. Finish the thought.
No, is it mean? I just think that you need to be more professional.
Apparently my intro didn't come through. So down in the lower left, we've got Beth Wernick, and she is a music licensor, gets a ton of placements, and does really, really well for taxi members. Next to her in the bottom screen on the right, we've got Angela Mukul, who is the head screener at Taxi, who does incredibly good work. And then above, we've got Bob Mair on his cell phone. I love technology. And Bob is a music library owner that also just gets tons of placements for Taxi members. So welcome all once again. All right, so let's go to Angela's first thing, which was pros pitch accurately. Do you want to elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so in regards to talking about taxi listings, professionals pitch accurately, meaning that, you're adhering to the listing. So you're not only reading thoroughly and studying what's being asked, you're studying the references to hear where the bar is at and what we're going to be looking for. And I think the benefit of taxi is, the screeners are evaluating your music, and say you don't pitch accurately, you're not going to be held accountable to your mistakes. Whereas if you actually pitch directly to an executive or an end client, one or two mistakes, you're really tarnishing your credibility and like a client that can, trust you. So I think there is such a benefit for taxi in that. And if you're not immediately pitching accurately, you will over time, because you're going to be receiving comments and those things. But yeah, it's, you also want to get forwards, of course. We want that, but the more accurate the forward and as many as you can get, that's just going to result in you actually having new relationships happen. If the client receives a forward and it's exactly what they asked for versus receiving a forward that's kind of in the realm, I mean, it's going to result in more clients reaching out to you if you're pitching accurately and earning accurate forwards. So that's the goal in all, is to get that.
Yeah, that's
That's
literally
like the number one thing that I see is like what we gotta pitch against the brief if you want the job right and compose for the job and make sure you're nailing it.
That's such a big part of what we do at Taxi is the educational side, teaching the business and the etiquette and all that stuff, because you can have the greatest music in the world, but if you're not pitching it correctly, you're blowing opportunities. So yeah, Angela sees it all. Literally every single piece of music that gets screened at Taxi, Angela sees all the feedback that our screeners give before it goes out to you guys. So she's like the mama bear of the screeners, and because she used to be a screener at Taxi and was one of the very best we've ever had. So she's got great experience to bring to bear for all you guys, for all of our members. All right, Bob. Wow, you look good.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So Bob's
I made
first.
it.
Yes, you did. By the hair of our chinny chin chin. Bob's number
Right
one
on.
was know what you're signing.
Oh, yeah. That is a very good piece of advice. Who said that? I think what in the DIY culture, I understand everybody wants to have their hands on stuff and think they can do it on their own. But goodness gracious, if you don't know what you're signing, I mean, it's like trying to buy a house or trying to buy a car. If you don't know what you're signing, you can really end up screwing yourself up. And I am very about people talking with an attorney, people talking with other taxi members. I guess there's the taxi forum. There's
Right.
great insight there from other riders that have been doing this for years and years and years and years. But, if you don't know what non-exclusive is, if you don't know what in perpetuity means or term, those are pretty important things before you put your John Hancock on a piece of paper. Read this. I can't tell. I've had to the pitch like a professional. I've had people read taxi listing, or let me put it a different way. They didn't read the taxi listing, and a catalog is an exclusive catalog, and they'll send in their music, and of course you guys don't know whether they have read this or not, and they'll send me music, and when I get into the weeds with them, I find out, oh, this is signed to a publishing deal, or oh, this is signed to a record company, or oh, this is signed to any number of other things, and I have to go down the rabbit hole and find out what's going on. I mean, I've told you about this, Michael, where we vet every piece of music before we put it out to the public, meaning that even if we sign it, even if we have an agreement that's ironclad, we still go to the PROs and do background checks to see if this title's ever made it to the street. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Because we have had people sign our agreements, and then we get into the weeds and we go, whoa. Publishing company X has this track, and is that a problem? Actually, it is.
Yeah, I remember I think it was a Sunday night, very late. Well, not very late, but like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I actually told this story on the last segment we did, where you called me up and said, "You're not going to believe this, but I just got a song from a taxi forward, and the song is something that I've already signed to an exclusive agreement, and this guy is still pitching it." And you were very upset
I've had that
by
happen
it.
too.
Yeah, and so that's why we were just plugging Composer Catalog. I told everybody we don't make any money from plugging it, but it's a great tool for keeping track. It's a relational database that keeps track of everything you've got. So you can see who it's been pitched to, who it's been signed by, which versions have gone to them, all that stuff. And, the person who did that probably just made a mistake because they didn't keep good, records. I don't think that the guy was trying to skank you, like, hey, I'm going to pitch this elsewhere and see if Bob figures it out. I think he just made an honest mistake. But, thank goodness you're good-natured, because some people just would have said, see you later, and never worked with that person again.
Well, honest mistakes are just that. The problem is it's a very litigious business. And what the taxi riders to understand is that we're on the front lines as people pitching music, as publishers. And so that little innocent mistake can also 20-year relationship with EC or a yes or an HBO. And that hurts. Not just for the one song, but for an entire relationship and all the writers that we do business with those people.
Bob, we're getting a terrible signal on you. How many bars do you have on your phone right now?
Oh gosh, let me see. Let me see if I can move. Hang on.
Okay.
Is it better?
I don't know until you talk some more.
Hi, are you there? Is everybody there?
It's only slightly better.
Not great, huh?
Yeah, we're getting
I'm so sorry, guys.
a lot of lagginess. That's okay. I mean, if it gets really bad, I may have to dump you like an ex-girlfriend, but...
That's okay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, yeah, walk around, see if you can find good signal. I'm going to go to Beth for one. Okay, Beth, number 2 on your list was disclose all writers beforehand. Why don't you elaborate on that, please?
Well, it's always real exciting when you think you're signing a song and then find out there's 3 to 4 other people. And some of them don't want to sign, or we can't reach them, or it's just, you should, kind of clear it before you come to me. Say, this is who I'm pitching to, this is what the terms are, and just make it clean before you send it.
I've got a related question. We've seen scenarios where somebody recorded something back in the day and they can't locate one of the co-writers, or maybe the co-writer is deceased and they can't reach the heirs or the family members. What do you do in a case like that where they say, no, I'm 100% sure that he'd be fine with me pitching this? Will you still work with that, or do you have to walk away from it because it's just dangerous?
I walk away from it.
Okay.
I can't take a chance. They really have to do some digging and try to figure it out. I can't. Sorry.
Okay. No, you don't want to end up in a lawsuit. You don't want to have something make it into a feature film, and then a week after the film, premieres nationwide, that something pops up. You're in big trouble. You'll never work again. Neither will they. And I see why you can't take the chance. Angela, for your number 2, you said pros always deliver straightforward criteria points. Do you have your list in front of you, or do you want me to remind you of the stuff that was on?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of a tag along on our first point that I made. Delivering upon the straightforward criteria points. There's plenty of things in a listing, and like I said, the importance of listening to the references, but there's also just the straightforward criteria points of time duration, the type of ending it is, the gender of the vocalist. Like, those are non-negotiables, and I think it's really, I'm always surprised to see the number of times that gets missed, and you just really want to make sure you're putting your best foot forward. Same thing, as I said, not only to earn the forward, but to get the forward and have the client reach out to you. And those are just so easy things that you can be doing to make sure you're presenting yourself in that professional way. So yeah, that's my main point there. Don't miss those simple things. It just shows that you're not thoroughly reading everything. Or
yeah, if you had to guess, if you had to get, well, no, because I'm going to ask you a follow-up. If you had to guesstimate, what percentage of taxi submissions don't follow what's in the listing, where the length isn't right or the gender of the vocalist? We had one yesterday on one of our playback panels here. It was for instrumentals, and somebody submitted something with a vocal on it. It's like, we couldn't be any more clear in the listing, but what percentage would you guesstimate of all submissions to taxi have issues like that?
That's a hard guesstimation. Because I think the thing is, by the time it comes to me, the screeners have all reviewed. So they might, have come across that more than me. Once it gets to me, I'm hearing what they forwarded. And there's sometimes still like plenty. It depends on the request, maybe like 10%. I don't want to give an inaccurate number, so I'm a little hesitant. But it's more than you would expect. When I'm just like, wow, that's so simple. Like, what happened here? Come on. Yeah. And it's just kind of what Bob was talking about in regards to like relationships and being on the front lines. Like, we want, as taxi, to say to the world, look at our amazing, talented, professional members. So that is something, it's not going to slide. If it's a 90-second duration request and it's 3 minutes coming in, it's like, okay, that's no. Give or take is within maybe 10 to 15 seconds max. Ideally 5 to 10. I don't know, depends on the thing. But yeah, there's some times where it's way over, or the wrong gender vocalist. I'm surprised when that happens. And I think that sometimes maybe the other side of it is saying, oh, well, it's a good song, and it's maybe if it was a pitch to, let's say it was a publisher pitch for an artist. You gotta get that artist excited to hear your material, and if it's the wrong gender vocalist, it's just not gonna do that. And the reality is there's a lot of talented, amazing people, and this is you gotta do your part. Sure, maybe there's a lottery chance of someone hearing the song and hearing through that, but why position yourself in that way? Like, why not do the most you can to give yourself the most leg up? It's so important.
You mentioned the lottery.
I feel like the sun's right on my face.
It is, but that's okay. You mentioned the lottery, and it has really bothered me for almost 29 years now. I've been hearing people say, oh, taxi is like the lottery. And it's not, because the lottery, you can't really do anything to improve your odds. It is literally a statistical chance. Whereas in the music business, whether it's pitching to taxi or working directly with people, with publishers or whatever, it's not a lottery, because you can get all these things right. They're asking you for something specific. You're filling an order, and the better job you do of filling the order, the chances increase that you're going to get picked. So it's really not a lottery. So I'm glad you brought that word up. So Bob, you mentioned every digit matters when it comes to metadata. Make sure you spell the titles correctly. No abbreviations. Oh, that's a biggie. Shortcuts. Be sure that your name or the writer's names are spelled correctly. All those things. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, sure. So, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So every digit matters from a standpoint. It's like a social security number. If one digit's out, you don't get paid by the PROs. You don't get paid by us. And when we're, I understand writers using shortcuts with titles, but it ends up being, once again, just so much more legwork. If you write a song called "I Love You," but the audio file you send me just says "Love You," the fact that the matter that the word "I" is not in there, mean, you got to imagine we have to do a contract, and the contract has to have the title of the song. If the song title is "I Love You," then that is what needs to be on the agreement. When we register the songs with the PROs, same thing. I love you. I mean, you can't just shortcut it. I mean, I understand that, and I get files where they'll take it'll be ILU instead of I love you. It'll just be, the acronym. And, it's all these pieces are all important. Going back to what Beth was saying about make sure your writers are all on board before you start sending music out. I can't impress enough how important that is. Because once again, that's another digit that's out of the equation. Now you don't have the power to make an agreement with the Beth or me or any other publisher because you don't have the power with your other co-writers. And before I lose my bars, one last thing I want to throw in here, Michael, that I'm seeing happen is ghosting. And that is...
What's that?
Ghosting is the death, as far as I'm concerned. Meaning that it goes to taxi, it goes through the screening process, it goes through, Mama Bear and her screening process, and it gets sent over to me. And guess what? You guys nailed it. You nailed the screen, you nailed everything, and I'm gung ho. I'm like, this is great. Reach out to the writer, crickets.
Yeah. It's mind-blowing, right?
Wow.
Dead air.
Yeah, you've waited your entire life for this break, and now that somebody's reaching out to hand it to you on a silver platter, it's like, I don't know that phone number. I don't know that email. Yeah.
Well, speaking, can I just go to one other little piece?
Sure.
Pick an email address that's your business email address. I can't tell you how many writers I deal with that have 20 email addresses, and they send you something, and then you respond to that email address, and they never get it. And then eventually they'll follow up and check in and go, hey, did you ever listen to my music? And it's coming from yet another email address. And then you respond to that, oh, well, that was I don't use that for my business. It's like, well, why'd you send me the music using that email address? So I'm just saying, and we try and be pretty chill about all that. And if I like the music, I'm going to chase after it. But geez Louise.
We had like 15 years ago, we had the best example of this. Remember, in the early days of the internet and email, husbands and wives would frequently share an email address. They would have like a household email address that would be like, Bob and Amy 1. At AOL.com. And so the husband or the wife could be checking that email. And we had a case where somebody wasn't getting through from, I think it was a music library trying to reach one of our members. And because of the song title, it sounded a little racy, like somebody was trying to hook up or something. So the library was sending an email like, do you still, regarding do you still love me? And the wife saw the email, so she just kept deleting all this stuff because she thought her husband was having an affair.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
That's hilarious.
That's funny.
That's hilarious.
That was the single best one of these I've ever heard of.
Oh, that's great.
Wow.
Yeah, we've seen it all at Taxi. We really have. Okay, I think Beth is next, right? Did I get? Who do I go to next? Who did the one before Bob? Is that you, Beth, or Angela? I think was. So it's Beth's turn. Okay.
That was me. Yeah.
Okay, so number 3 is for Beth. Is always have your vocals and instrumental wave files or AIFFs for each and every song. And I want to do a little preamble on that, which is people always say, well, why do so many people ask for MP3s in the industry? Of course, the musicians want the highest quality of their mix to be heard. But my personal observation is that MP3s are what gets moved around because the file sizes aren't very big. And when it's time to sign something and put it out there in the catalog, that's when you reach out to them and say, I need waves or AIFFs. Am I correct about that?
Most of the time, a lot of my artists have been with me for such a long time that they'll send everything in advance, even before I've heard the song. And 9 times out of 10, I love the song. So it's great because I already have the elements.
And as long as I've got you kind of on a related subject, do you always or also ask your writers or artists if they can send you alt mixes or stems or cut downs? I know that's different for every library and kind of dictated to some extent by their client base, but what's your situation?
Well, some of my writers have full-on studios, and they will always send me more than I need. But it's nice to have it on hand in case we need it. The thing for me is we have 6 elements that we need for a vocal song. And that's your lyrics, your song submission form, your instrumental and vocal wave or AIFF. You know, and sometimes I'll get 5 of the 6 or 3 of the 6. And it would just be nice if they have at one time.
Okay. And let's see, I think it's Bob's turn now. I'm juggling 3 sheets of paper with numbered lists, so forgive me. Bob, your number 5 was know what key your song is in, know the BPM and time signature. That's all gets embedded in the metadata. I think people will be surprised to know that anybody cares what key the song is, but you make a really strong case for it, so knock it out of the park.
Well, I get very specific requests, not all the time, but I definitely get them. You know, they're doing a scene in a show, and they may have somebody want to sing along, one of the actors, and they know what the actor's range is. And, you know, same with beats per minute, I get very specific. You know, I need an EDM rave, the party's going, and we've already shot the scene to another temp piece of music, and that music didn't clear, so now we need something that's going to replace that piece of music, and it's at 166 beats per minute. So anything you can get me close to that. So I have to be able, you know, I can't listen through thousands and thousands of tracks to hone that down. So that metadata needs to be embedded in these tracks so I can get there. You know, I have the same thing. I have clients that ask me for exact dates of recorded material. I need something that was recorded between 1980 and 1984, nothing else. So if I don't have pretty exacting data, I can't pitch the music. And this is stuff that if you're going to be a musician and you're going to be out there, back to the pitch like a professional, know what your song is, know what your lyrics are, you know if it's an explicit lyric, know if it's a lyric, know what key, what BPM, what the instrumentation is, mandolin, is it a ukulele? It's daunting. It's daunting, and I know people assume that every musician knows what all this means. My experience is, unfortunately, they don't.
Whoa, it just got so windy. There's an awning behind my house that looks like it's going to blow off. Whoa.
No.
Yeah, we're having a hurricane in Southern California.
Yay.
No, not yay. I've been through too. Definitely not yay. Better than an earthquake, though, because you can get out of the way of a hurricane if you're on top of your game. Angela, you said pros welcome feedback and are ready to make any necessary edits requested. This is in relation to writing the brief. Don't be precious. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Totally, yes. So important not to be precious and with the material. And just know that you have yet to create your best work. So if you're pitching something and you want something, kind of, I already mentioned this, like, if you want the job, do what it takes to get the job. If someone says, maybe you're pitching and they're like, oh, I love this, I don't like the bridge, can you do this? Just go back and do it and change it and try and save it as an alternate version. Maybe a specific brief maybe calls for a certain tempo or a certain time duration, create alternate versions and just do what you need to, satisfy being like, oh, I still have the original and maybe one time it'll be used. But just know that for each different listing or anything, any brief, and if it's taxi or not, like just making sure that you're doing all you can to hit all that is really important. And if someone says you need to change your ending, just do it. Change if the lyrics aren't working for a certain thing. Have an open mind and just have that attitude of like, no problem, I'll do it. And this is not the only song I'm ever going to create, or like hold on to it so tightly. It's just not a good energy to have. Just believe that you're going to keep getting better and better and better. And so do what you need along the way to get some wins. And that might be that you need to compromise or make a change or an edit. And that's okay. And if there is maybe a song or two that you're not willing to do that with, then probably don't pitch it and save it for yourself and release it, and that's fine. But if you are wanting to compete in the industry and be a music professional that is composing for certain things or ads or film TV, know that even if you not film TV, also on the artist brief side, you might spend a lot of time and get feedback that means you have to go back to the drawing board, and you can't get discouraged at that. You have to just be like, okay, ready, doing it.
Remember, maybe you don't remember, but on my office door, there's only one thing, and it's a quote from somebody. I don't even know where the quote came from, but it says, value criticism over validation. And I think that those are such words of wisdom. I love it.
Hey, Michael, can I jump in on that last little subject?
Yeah.
If you do get some sort of feedback, and the feedback is, let's say, change some word bridge, and you do that, just know that when you did that, the original version is not a different song. Meaning that if I request a different lyric in a bridge, say one line, that does not mean that the original piece of music that you wrote is a different song than the one that we just got a lyric change. So what I have seen writers do is take the original song that wasn't accepted by a publisher and then try and sign it to another publisher as, oh, this is a different song.
Right.
You follow? And it's
just
the
an
exact same
alternate
song,
version,
barring one line. Well, yeah, so
I like the word remix.
Sure. Remix is fine too, but again, the composition is as a copyright, it's an underlying body of work, and
absolutely,
and because it's a remix. If you do a remix of the Beatles, I want to hold your hand. Still, I want to hold your hand. Just because you put a 160 BPM beat to it, it's still I want to hold your hand.
Don't make it yours.
Bob, you also mentioned that this one's near and dear to my heart because we had a playback session, I think it was yesterday, and I was, as the song was playing, I was busy taking care of other stuff, getting ready for my next question or panel or whatever, and I didn't even listen to it as it was playing. I could hear it, but I wasn't paying attention. Apparently it had lyrics that would make Cardi B blush. And so let's talk.
That's difficult to do.
Oh, that's right. You were on the panel. If you're writing if you're writing hip hop songs that have explicit lyrics, be sure to do a clean mix. Please elaborate on that.
Are you reaching out to me on that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I have a lot of clients, thankfully, that ask specifically for explicit lyrics. They want the authenticity, they want it edgy, and they're not roped into any, regulations as far as lyrics go. But there's also the networks, CBS, NBC, ABC, And those networks will absolutely not air anything explicit lyrics. So if you're trying to get the biggest bang for your song and you're going to sign it to somebody, if you can do a clean mix, that gives me so much more leeway. I can, I'm going through this right now. I'm going through this right now with some huge shows. And it's like, if it's explicit, don't send it to me. And, those same pieces of music, the explicit version, have a whole other realm of possibilities for uses. So if you want to get, the biggest bang for your buck, do both mixes. And when it comes to explicit, there's many ways of dealing with it. I mean, if you're paying attention to the radio, some people will take a word and reverse the word, or some people will just edit the word out, so it's just a bleep. But you definitely want to watch your P's and Q's. I mean, I've gotten quote unquote clean lyrics that are not clean. That's another thing at the publisher. We have to do that stuff. And also it depends on the time of night. I mean, if the TV show is on an ABC or an NBC, and if it's after 10 o'clock, certain words be less explicit,
right,
so to speak.
Beth, where did I go? Oh, your number 4 was "I love you guys." I think she means you as in musicians. I love you guys, but I've never been busier, which I'm happy to hear. I'm working every weekend right now. I know the feeling. I really don't have time to talk to you on the phone, so you can ask me what I need by just emailing me, and I promise to answer ASAP. I keep hearing, Bob just told me the other day he's busier than he's ever been. You're busier than you've ever been. Address the whole issue of just... I think that people on the other side of the fence don't understand that it's just constant stuff flying at you guys all day long, every day. Talk about that a little bit, please.
Well, for me in particular, I am one of 3 catalogs that works with The Young and the Restless, which is on 5 days a week, every week of the year. So even when the pandemic stopped our last show at April 23rd, I was still going through Music for the Future. And we came back pretty early. I think we came back in June or July. And so I'm nonstop with that show a lot. And then the other projects come pouring in. And, one of my artists that I love or whatever will want to have a chitty chat about, their music and stuff. And I try to make the time for everyone, but I'm a talker. And I'll get on the phone and we'll talk for 15 minutes instead of 5. And that's just precious time out of my day. And I do love you guys, and it's so much fun to talk to you and have a friendship relationship with you. But the truth is, I don't have time for the phone calls right now. And if you don't know what to write, watch some TV, listen to what they're using, use common sense. We're heavy into the holiday season right now. Public domain, do something interesting, write something original, do something interesting. We'll get to talk later. It's just I don't have a lot of time for it. And I'm real sorry about that because I love talking to everybody.
I find that when I'm on a long telephone call, especially in the run-up to the road rally, I just did 40 days without a day off straight. And every day was at least 12 hours. Many of them were 16. I did one 2 days ago that was like a 19-hour day. And every time I'm on the phone, I'm thinking, okay, that means I'm going to stay up 15 minutes later tonight. And I was sitting here writing my questions for the Stephen Pressfield interview at like 2:30 in the morning. And I was just cursing myself out for being on the phone earlier that day because I could have bought some time back. Completely agree. Yeah. Angela, pros deliver on deadline, if not earlier. That's a huge one.
I like that one.
Mm-hmm. Yay. Goes back to why not do the most you can to put your best foot forward and show that you are amazing professional. And if you're delivering earlier, maybe there are going to be, hey, can you do this? And now you'll be able to make edits. Even before you send it off to pitch it, maybe you find, oh, this got wrong, or there's a vocal clipping here, I need to fix that, or just do what you can to make sure you get it done in time and you're allowing room for anything that's going to come up, because some things come up. And yeah, just getting into the habit of thinking of the deadline as a day or two before it's listed. Why not? I think that's great. And as musicians and professionals, we have to be our own boss, or like have that self-discipline to get things done and show up every day for the job of creating and writing. And so getting into that just deadline a little earlier, setting your own deadline earlier, and making sure you get to that could look like how you organize your time, how you organize your day. So if today, put it on the calendar, I'm writing for XYZ. Tomorrow, put it on the calendar, I'm mixing the song, or I'm recording the vocals. Just putting it on the calendar will be, if something comes up, a distraction comes up, it's like, well, I already know what I'm doing, and my time is accounted for, so I'm not going to get sidetracked right now and do something else today when I was supposed to be writing for this. Just, I think finding the ways that help you stick to your schedule and stick to deadline and create efficiently is super important. Yeah, get in the habit of being early.
Excuse me, you're a little bit of a freak, and I mean that in the best possible way. Angela, just so you know, is a really talented singer-songwriter who's actually signed to a real record deal, not as opposed to a fake record deal. And before she worked at Taxi, she actually worked for one of our clients. She worked at a company that was heavily into pitching music for big TV commercials every day, and that's a world where that's probably, the place where the toughest deadlines to meet and the shortest deadlines in the industry are. Because for some reason, and I used to do audio post on zillions of big TV commercials, they don't figure out what they want for music until like the day before. They get the edit of the commercial, the final edit, at the very last minute. They've got airtime booked for that commercial that they already bought and paid for. And so let's say it's supposed to air Thursday night during prime time, 9 o'clock on NBC. It's not unusual for an ad agency to still be wrapping up the final edit on Wednesday morning. And that's when they decide, oh, we can't get that song, or we don't like that song. And they will reach out to half a dozen companies and say, we need songs like this, and we need them in the next hour. That is very typical in the advertising world. So you dealt with that. I keep looking down at my screen here, my lower right-hand quadrant, like we're making eye contact. No, we're up here.
I know. Where to look.
I know. Anyway, so, you dealt with that. And like I said, you're freakishly responsible and meet deadlines, and many artistic and creative people are they're more into the artistic side than they are the business side. So hats off to you, young lady, for being a freak. All right, Bob, where's the Bob list? Be sure that you always do corresponding instrumental mix at the same time as you do the vocal mix, so that the mixes match from mix to mix, EQ, levels, all that stuff. So please elaborate, Bob.
Well, if, I have a lot of clients that come to us for vocal music, and that's fantastic. And then those people that reach to us for vocal music almost exclusively want the corresponding instrumental. Well, the corresponding instrumental means a corresponding instrumental, meaning that somebody hit the mute button on the vocal tracks, and you have the exact instrumental, exact mix, exact mastering, exact EQ, exact reverb, so that if they need to duck the vocal out and cut to the instrumental, or if they need to play with it in any situation on a dub stage to their end content work the way the producer wants it to. If the mix doesn't match, they're going to be going, what do we do? How do we deal with this? And I can't tell you how many people are they didn't even think about the instrumental mix, and then they have to go back, let's say a month later, and if they haven't saved the settings, if they haven't saved the session, if they haven't saved, if they're using out gear as opposed to everything in the box, if they're using analog gear, trying to replicate that mix, you're awfully good, is a nightmare. And there's nothing worse than losing a placement because you don't have access to it. I can't tell you times off placement because somebody goes, "Oh, we love this, but we need the instrumental mix," and I have to go, "I'm sorry, we don't have it." Now, where it's acceptable to not be instrumental mix is if you're pitching a song 1980, and that wasn't even a thought in 1980. Nobody was thinking to do the corresponding instrumental mix. It's just not available. So, I mean, but I think people go back to 2-inch master and replicate that as well. But I would highly.
I'm losing you, Bob. Your signal.
I lost Bob.
Yeah, your signal is just sucking
Sorry.
right now. That's okay.
But what he's saying is the timing's really important to make sure that those two files are the same exact timing. I can't tell you how many times one of the editors will come back to me and say, this is 2 seconds off, or this is a second off, and they want it exact.
I remember as a retired engineer, your impulse when you do a mix minus vocal and you see that the meters are down, especially when it's a song where the vocal is fairly predominant in the mix, and now you're looking at your output meters, your 2 mix meters or mix bus meters on the console, and you're seeing about half the level leaving, and so your reflex is then to bring that up to compensate so that it matches, but it doesn't when you go to intercut. Let's say somebody yesterday brought up a great point that very often it's just like one vocal line that's up, and then dialogue happens, and they go to the instrumental, and it goes lower, it ducks behind the dialogue. But if they don't have matching levels of the instrumentation, they just can't do it. So your song, you just lost a placement because they can't cut it. Yeah.
Are you hear me? Am I here?
For the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Well, I was just going to say also, if you're doing the corresponding mixes, bounce from the same 0, meaning don't have the vocal start at 0 and the instrumental starts with 5 seconds of dead air at the top.
Right. It's
I
amazing.
just had to tell someone of that the other day. Literally, I think it was a holiday song, and there was a beautiful little thing in the beginning of the vocal song, and then when I got the instrumental, it was dead air for like 6 or 7 seconds, and I was like, go back, give me a little something there. You can't just send me dead air. So it's funny, It's a learning process for everybody. Please out there, don't feel like we're condemning you or shaming you or whatever. It is a process to learn.
Well, it's certainly not on camera. As soon as we hang up, though. I'm kidding.
Oh, guys.
Let's see. I'm looking at your list, trying to decipher one. Be right with you. Here's one. Okay, so your unnumbered one, Beth, says, here's one that just happened I really dislike. An artist has a co-writer on a song, so I sign that co-writer because that's what's needed. And then I find out that the co-writers decided not to work with that person after this takes place and start submitting music of their own, kicking the other person to the curb, but taking advantage of the relationship they now think they have with me, meaning you. Don't use people
And I wish I could
badly.
do something with my fingers, but I'm not going to do it. That really infuriates me. It really is. It's very, very, very bad form. That's all I can say. You wormed your way in through somebody else, and then you kick them to the curb, and now you want me to pitch all your songs, and I just don't like it.
People, and it's not just the music industry. I'm always shocked by what some people will do. Thank goodness we know more good ones than bad ones.
Exactly.
Let's see.
It is, for me, it's about attitude. You either have a good one or a bad one. And I'm blessed that I have such wonderful artists that I work with that are so cooperative and want to do it right the first time. But there's always somebody that's got a trick up their sleeve or thinks they are the exception to the rule. Oh, hey, I just got a record deal. Can I, cancel my contract? And I'm like, no, I want you to have a record deal. I really do. That would be my dream for you, but you signed this thing that said this, and it happens a lot. That there's some for some reason people think, well, she'll exclude me from that. She's a sucker. She'll just say, okay,
Angela, speaking of record deals, you're a signed artist now. You have been for a year or so, I think. Can you talk a little bit, take your taxi head screener hat off for a minute, and talk a little bit about what it's like to be a signed artist and these same types of things when you're dealing with a record label? Are deadlines still important? Are sending right mixes? And I've noticed, you do an incredible amount of your own marketing and PR and all that stuff, which is very typical today of record deals, that they really want the artist to throw gasoline on the fire as well. So can you ad-lib a little bit about what your life is like as a signed artist as far as these business responsibilities?
Totally. Well, I do have to say I actually pretty recently have parted ways, and amicably. Like, they're wonderful.
Okay.
I just think it wasn't actually the fit moving forward for where my music is going, and but yeah, I'm so grateful for that, and the next thing will be great, whatever that is. But I can share my experience in that I learned so much, and it's so true in that now of days you got to create your own story and your own thing of what's going on, and know that that clarity of what you want in your direction and your brand and your messaging, your team is there to help you execute that. And you're the leader of your team, if it's at a label, let's stick to that. You gotta have that clear vision and get your team on board to help you execute it. I think a lot of the times there's a misconception of, I'm signed now, like everything's gonna happen and they're gonna do it for me, and it's like, no, this is a tool, and that's not and it's just, you have to work even harder now, maybe, that now that you're at this label or you signed whatever deal, pub deal. It's like, that's not when you sit back and feel like, oh, all my hard work is paid off. It's like, now it's just starting. And I think knowing that mindset, having that mindset is so important going into something, to make the most of it. And in terms of deadlines, yes, I think for artists and bands, what we're seeing these days is a ton of content on social media, but also just a stream of releases. It's very, how you build that traction and that story and that buzz around yourself, your artistry, your band, is by being consistent and consistently releasing new material. So that might mean if you're at a label, you have to work with them and fit in their schedule. It's not, oh, I just did this song, I'm going to release it in 3 weeks. It's like, no, now you have a team to get on the same page and say, this is my song, let's make a plan and get it. And all of that takes time, because you're not just the only artist on the label. There's plenty of other artists too. And so getting ahead of being like, maybe delivering 5 songs at once, or doing as much as you can, stockpiling, so you're able to plan out with your team and roll out that consistently, is, I think, the best way to go about it, and make it easy for everyone, the label and yourself. Do the most and stockpile your content and your music so that you can, when it starts releasing, it feels like it's a constant flow. Like, wow, they're just not stopping. But they don't see everything that you've put into to get that ready in order to release. So yeah, you want to?
Yeah, no, that was incredibly valuable information. I can't remember who's next on my list. Do you guys know who I'm supposed to go to next?
Bob.
Okay, where's my Bob list? There it is. We've already talked about this. No, we haven't actually. Make sure all your co-writers are on board.
Hell
yeah, we've all heard these stories about somebody says, yeah, I've, everybody's totally cool. I can pitch this. And then when it's time to sign papers, it's like, no, dude, I never said you could submit that for this, and I'm not going to sign it. So talk to us about that, Bob. Whoop,
Sweet.
Oh, I can't hear him.
There he is.
Oh, no.
No, we've got you.
Let me move.
We
You
got
got
you.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened just this week. And it was from a taxi rider. I hate to say it, but it's one that we have material with them and have for years, and they didn't clear it with their co-writer. And you get down the way, and back to the ghosting thing, you reach out and go, yeah, we'd love to sign that song. Thanks for sending it our way. And then it's crickets, and you're going, well, wait a second. This person is somebody I deal with on a regular basis. What's going on? Well, what was going on was they were talking to their co-writer and going back and forth, and the co-writer's like, no, I don't want to do that. And which is fine. That's their prerogative. But, it just wastes a lot of time on every level. Mm-hmm. It wastes time for us. It wastes time for you. I mean, I don't get paid to sit and listen to every piece of music that comes in. The taxi screeners do, but I don't. So all that time where I'm listening, and if a writer sends me 3 pieces of music and it all has this co-writer that isn't going to do a deal, that's me spending time, and I don't listen, quick. I listen to it once, twice. I'll come back to it again at the end of the day. I'll listen to it the next morning, and then I'll go through my Rolodex in my brain of where I might get this placed before I sign it. So there's a lengthy process that goes into it. And then when I finally go, yeah, I want to sign this piece of music, and somebody come back days later after being ghosted only to go, my co-writer doesn't want to do the deal, it's not a really good thing to do.
Nope.
Years ago, somebody either started a rumor, somehow it got around that there was an industry blacklist. And I got asked about the blacklist on Taxi TV, and I said, no, there's no blacklist. You guys, come on. That's just an old wives' tale. It's a rumor. There's no blacklist. I may have changed my opinion on that. While I don't think there's an official blacklist, I'm sure that, Bob and Beth are on some sort of WhatsApp group about, don't work with these writers or artists anymore. But word does get around. It's a pretty small industry. Mm-hmm. I know that people who don't live in LA and maybe don't know, the world we all live in, probably imagine that it's 10,000 people in high rises all over. It's a couple hundred people that tend to go to the same events, that tend to look at the same Twitter feeds, that tend to congregate in one place or another. And I remember, I think it was one of those things that, in Encino, I can't remember the name of the hotel, where they have these gatherings for the PMA. And I was at a table. I can't remember if you were there with me, Bob, or at the same table. I kind of think you were at the same event. Anyway, I remember. It was somebody whose first name starts with a G. It was a taxi writer. I actually called you up and said, I heard this thing on my own. He's a taxi member. I think this stuff is really special. Can I send something over? And he said, sure. I sent it over, and you went, wow, this guy's great. And then you started dealing with him, and frankly, he was a bit of a pain in the butt. Nice guy, not a bad human being, didn't know the ropes, but he was a little, could have been more professional. Maybe it was lack of experience.
A nudge.
Yes.
A nudge.
Yes.
A nudge.
So,
A nudge.
Anyway, you had told me about this individual, and I was sitting at a table at this event, and all of a sudden somebody brought up his name and said, boy, what a, and I went, maybe there may not be an official blacklist, but word does get around. So just remember that if you're going to be dopey about something, if you're going to be rude about something, if you're going to promise to deliver something and you don't, all these things add up, and it does make it around. You could hurt your career, and that's exactly why I wanted to do that panel. And I'm just about out of time. I've got about a minute left. So if I could get literally like a 10 or 15 second thought from each of you, we'll go around the horn, starting with Bob, just a shorty.
Well, back to what Beth was saying as far as us being really busy, please take that into account. I know writers want to know if they're getting placements. I know they want to know, if I tell them I'm pitching to X, Z, they want to know if it lived. But you got to realize that we can't reach out to these supervisors. They're busy or busier than we are, and we can't follow up with them left and right to know, did your piece of music live? So just be patient. We're all after the same thing. We're all after the placements.
All right. I've got to jump because I got to roll another video right now. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate this. Bob, Mair, Beth, Wernick, Angela Mukul. Thank you all. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. Pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carlo Libertini.
Hi everyone, my name is Carlo Libertini and thank you for joining me here today. We're going to be going over the amazing power of the new RX8 by iZotope. This is a real powerful and easy to use suite of audio editing tools. And in this short amount of time, I'm going to walk you through some of my favorite ones. So why don't we get started right now? Now we're going to be using RX standalone version here. And as you can see, we've got this main window. This is the spectrogram. If you want to begin editing this, down here in the lower left-hand side, we can choose between a waveform view, which is very conventional, and what you might be most familiar with, and a spectrogram view, which shows us the sonic energy over time and frequency. And the more brighter areas represent loudness and amplitude. And as we progress in this presentation, you'll see more and more examples of that. We also have our transport controls right here for play, stop, and cycling. Our zoom controls, our metering, and our selector area right here. And all the way to the right, we've got our modules. Now, what a module is basically exactly what it says it does. For example, if I show something like de-essing, it'll open up the de-esser module. This module, it's not arbitrary. It's designed to focus on the sibilance within a human voice. And that's the power behind these modules created by iZotope here in RX, is that they have thousands and thousands of hours of machine learning built into all of these modules to help you literally get the most out of each one and work faster and more smarter. And one place I'd like to start here is you can see I've got different audio examples opened up here at the top. And you can zoom in. I'm using my scroll wheel on my mouse. And you can also locate your audio where you're working with left to right here by scrolling at the top. So again, it's very easy to use. Now what we're looking at here in this example is, let me go back to my waveform view. We've got a bass guitar here, and you can see that there's some very, very loud moments where there's going to be some clipping. And by contrast, we've got some really nice captured audio here where the performance was more steadfast and leveled. Let's take a listen to this. So as you can hear, the rhythmic bass slapping is part of the instrument. We don't want to get rid of that, but we want to control this, because when you further mix and master audio like this, and you'll come across issues like this in your work for sure, you want to be ready for it. Now let me come back to a blend of our waveform and our spectrogram, and I'm going to start right here with what's called Repair Assistant. Now this goes back to what I mentioned before about something called machine learning. This is also going to help you learn how to use RX. At least that's how I like to look at it. You see, we start with dialogue, music, and other. Because this is a musical performance, I'll keep it on music and simply choose Start Analysis. Now what it's going to do is analyze the file. And it's already looking for some of the most common issues like clipping, clicks, hum, and noise. But it's not just limited to that. It's kind of a starting point. And when the repair assistant is done, it's going to offer you suggestions on how to get started. And this is where you can begin to get insight into how RX works, because the modules that it's going to offer you are a way for you to help learn how to get started, or perhaps use a module that you didn't think maybe you would need before. It's already detected some clips. You can see the check mark here. And it's going to give us a list of suggestions that we want to use. In other words, like creating custom presets. And here we go. So here's the original file, which you can audition. And then if you hover over this, it's going to show you what it's choosing. For example, declip, declip and decrackle, and declip and deconstruct. Now, if I was to choose this and choose open module chain, here's where you can begin creating a suite of modules, a custom preset, if you will, for particular audio issues that you may encounter over and over again. And by opening up the module settings, here we have the declip settings that it is suggesting. Now it's setting a threshold for us and obviously giving us some makeup gain here. And if you like these settings, you can apply them. Let's say if I wanted to select this area here, I could choose render. Now what it's going to do is literally conform the waveform, and it's already showing you how it has already brought those peaks down. So rather than being challenged with the clipping in this performance, you want to capture a good performance at the start. But you don't want to limit yourself. You don't want to tell the artist, hey, stop playing with such emotion. That's a no-no. You really want them to emote. And if you come across issues like this, Repair Assistant is a powerful and easy way to help you begin to learn about the modules and begin applying them here in these examples. All right, and it's as easy as that. Let me go back to a balance of my waveform and spectrogram. I like this view a lot. Now, that was a way to work with mostly the waveform, but let's talk about the sonic energy now, like what we're seeing in the background here. Let me come up to this example. And I like this example because it helps me see a lot of what I'm sonically hearing. For example, if I choose my frequency selection tool, from here down, I've got a real thick bar of sonic energy. And I know this is a female singer, and most female singers don't have much under about 70 or 100 hertz here. So I know that this is going to be some kind of noise. Let's take a listen. Now, depending on where you are, how you're experiencing this event right now and listening to this presentation, just be mindful. I recommend headphones and just, keep your level safe for you at home. Let's take a listen now, and let's try to focus in on what this low-end noise could be.
The day I thought would never get here looks like it's bright and clear.
Now, you may not hear that, but watch. I can now isolate this. Here's a really handy tip. If I take all of this region here from about, let's see, I'm right about here. You can see there's a handy dialog box where my cursor is. This is selecting it at 145 hertz down. Now, with this selector box, I could play just what I have highlighted. And right here, it's peaking at about -30. That's low-end hum, okay? That's a 60 cycle hum. And this is going to happen often if you're using a lot of audio equipment that might be older or a loose cable or such. Now we can choose what range we want to affect it, or we could reach for a module called dehum. Now this is updated in version 8. You could actually select some range of audio like this, and this is another really cool feature that I love about RX. If I was to select this, which I know is just going to be hum, and a little bit of bleed, I could choose learn, and it's going to actually create an imprint of that sound for us, that noise that we want to remove. And it's telling you it's about 58.77, and you can adjust the frequency again like this. Or if you know it's 60 hertz, you could type it in or choose a preset, 60 hertz wide, 60 hertz wide reduced, and literally take it from this. I can say 60 hertz reduced. And then we can apply this or preview it. And you can hear that it was automatically a lot quieter. So let's select a region, and for now I'm going to choose learn. And let's preview that again. That sounds nice. Now, you could render half of it. Let's say I just want to show you for demonstration purposes. I just want to render half of this so I can A-B. And there you have it. You can see the difference in level of the noise. Here is where it was a lot louder. This is the hum, very loud. And then this is it after, very, very quiet. And that's one way to A-B your work right there, very easily. And you can undo this, choose the whole file. If you don't choose a whole file and there's no selection selected, and just hit render, it'll apply it to everything. If you wanted to just select the bottom of the audio and render that, you could work from there too. See? But what's important to understand about something like dehum here, in all of these modules, again, I want to reiterate, is that they're not arbitrary. It's specifically designed to listen for just that hum. Do you notice down here, it's not removing any audio, just the selected hum noise, because there is maybe low frequency melodic energy that you want to preserve. So these modules are really smart and intuitive that way. Let's move on. Let's get into some new modules. Here's a new guitar module that I like that's also relative to noise. And when I recorded this, the amplifier was so loud. I'll never forget this day. It was the loudest, the noisiest amplifier I've ever heard. Let's take a listen to this file. And again, hopefully, I'm sure you will hear the noise in this one. That was a really noisy amp. You can see it's peaking somewhere around -36. Let's do that again. Now, what's going to happen is that level and tonality of noise will carry on under the melodic information of this guitar performance that you want to keep. All we want to do is extract the noise, but keep the melodic content. So we have a new plugin here called Guitar Denoise. And this, again, is specifically tuned and created to work with guitar. So now the first thing you want to do is make sure that these modules are on. Activate the amp module here. Then we're going to learn and imprint that sound that we want to remove onto that module. And if you want to A-B it, again, I could choose render. And there it is. Look at the difference right there. See how quiet that is? Let's take a listen. So we know it's going to do the job. Now let me undo that. And now let's apply it to the music here. Let's take a listen to this audio file. And you'll hear the audio, the noise under that file. Let's take a listen. All right, now let's select half of this file, and I'm going to choose render. And remember, we learned what to listen for here using the learn function, and here you can see that the noise is gone. And by comparison, this one over here still has a noise in it. And the reason why I want to show you this specifically is how the audio right here, how the audio fades. It didn't remove the guitar melody, just the background noise that we selected and wanted to get rid of. So now in between these passages and before and after it, it's going to sound clean. There, and that's an example of how to use guitar denoise. So if you're a musician and come across any noisy instrument like you do in the guitar world, it happens to me all the time, you've got a module designed specifically to help you. All right, let's have a little bit more fun. Speaking of guitars, part of that module here is one of my favorite things. It's called squeak, de-squeak. Now again, I'm going to deactivate the amplitude one and activate squeak here. Now this is going to listen for these squeaks. Now if you have a guitar player and maybe they're brand new strings, maybe the microphones are a little too close, or it could be any combination of elements that capture squeaks or just the performance value itself. Well, now we have a way to not only remove them, I mean, it's part of the process, part of the performance rather, but how to attenuate them. Let's take a listen to this file. So as you hear, it's a beautiful recording and a lot of squeaks going on. So with the squeak module active now, it's only going to, I don't have any amp noise I don't want to work with or any picking. You can use any combination of these at any time by turning them all on. You can save your presets if you're working with the artist often. Again, you come across this familiar issues. Or you can load a preset here. Some of these are really, really good. General squeak reduction is a great way to start if you wanted to get started with that. And notice that this little icon, this little ear, this lets you isolate and hear what squeaks it's listening to. And you can actually make sure that it's removing just the ones you want to get rid of. All right, so that you can activate that. And I'll show you an example of that in a moment. So right now, the sensitivity is how it's going to listen for it, and the reduction is going to be the amount you want to reduce it by. I'm going to turn this one up a little bit, just based on experience. All right, and now let's preview. This button right here will help us preview. Already, the squeaks are virtually so much more quieter. It's not interrupting the musical performance. Let's hear it before again. And now let's preview our squeak mode. Every time I hear this, it just blows me away. Now, we talked about the listen here, output squeaks only. Let me activate this, and now it's going to reverse what we're hearing. We're just going to hear the squeaks that it's hearing and attenuating for us and removing and helping us really lower. Isn't that incredible? So you can bypass, and you can compare, you can create comparisons. And when you're happy, for example, I'll just render a little bit of this right now. Choose render. And oh, look at that with the ear icon. I'm so happy this happened. Here we have just the squeaks. So if this happens, now you know. Simply undo, deactivate this, render your work, and it's nothing but fun. And remember, it targets just the squeaks. So it's identifying what the guitar is and what the squeaks are, differentiates them, and helps you focus on the squeaks just to attenuate them. Very smart. That's the power of machine learning. And machine learning, again, isn't arbitrary. It's human beings who spend thousands of hours listening to audio and then building that into these modules so we could target our issues and work with them specifically. Now let's go on to another one of my favorite modules, and that's called Music Rebalance. Now, what Music Rebalance does is, let me open up the module here. Again, there's so many modules here. Music Rebalance is going to help you do exactly what it says it does. Now, in version 8 here, it's been updated to be even more powerful and amazing. You can see it starts off by saying vocal, bass, percussion, and other. Well, if you wanted to rebalance and actually go in there and change the volume level of audio that's in a stereo mix here, you can now do that. So keep in mind, you can solo each category. You also have rendering quality. Now I'm going to leave it on good so our previews render a little bit faster. And you've got a separation value slider here, which obviously you want to spend time with. Let's take a listen to this file. Now, I recommend you visit I get these files from another source. I use producelikeapro.com. I'm a content creator for them as well. So please visit that if you're looking for material to practice with when you're working with items like Music Rebalance and RX8 and Ozone and such, because it's part of a community. It's a wonderful place for you to get access to training materials and high quality mixes. Again, that's producelikeapro.com. And I want to thank them for these files right here. Let's take a listen. Now you can see that it's a little quieter here and it gets louder in the chorus. The vocals aren't as loud as I wish they were in this mix. Take a listen. So now I can select just this region here if I wanted, and I could raise the vocals, let's say about a lot. Let's go 4 dBs. And then I could render just that section. And then while it's doing its magic, it's sorting out what vocals are in this mix, and it's going to elevate just the vocals for me by about 4 decibels. And your results may vary, but now you can see the waveform. There's more continuity with the waveform here. Let's take a listen now.
See, I am so good for you, you are no good for me. No, not anymore.
The vocal level is now has more continuity from that verse to that chorus. And if I want to solo the vocals now, I could do that. Let's take a listen to this. Let me go right back to the beginning of this passage. And all I did was hit solo. Let's preview this. It's just going to take a minute, again, with the quality set to good.
Oh, you got the best of me. Taking what you want, forget the rest of me. And I was too blind to see. I am so good for you.
Amazing. Now, you could also remove the vocals. Let's take the vocals down. Okay? And let's hear this. This is great for karaoke in the car. Again, it'll just take a second. There you have it. The vocals have been removed. So music rebalance, well, one of the best ways I should say to really experience this is to try it for yourself, of course. And there's so much to highlight and talk about in RX-8. With a limited amount of time, I wanted to cover some of the most fun features, with Repair Assistant and Music Rebalance and some of the new guitar denoise and de-squeak features because they're new in version 8. But let's say back in a real world scenario, you did some music rebalancing here and you rendered your file and you're really happy with. Now you want to do some mastering. So I want to introduce to you next one of my favorite applications in the world, and that is going to be Ozone 9. Now I actually rendered that file and I'll show you how. Simply come up to File and choose Export here in RX-8. Choose your format and where you want it to go and hit OK, and it'll create a brand new WAV file for you. It'll be non-destructive. And then you can take that WAV file after opening up Ozone 9 and just drag it right into this window right here. And now you can finalize your stereo mix for internet streaming or any kind of variable at all. Let's take a listen to this.
The best of me, taking what you want, forget the rest of me, and I was too blind to see.
There. Now the way Ozone works really quickly is pretty easy. You see you've got these modules up here, and you can slide them around, and you can add modules. So in essence, what you can do is create your own custom signal flow for a mastering chain right here in Ozone 9 for whatever audio you're working on, whether it's spoken word, post-production, music, you name it. It's starting by default with an equalizer and a maximizer. Let's say I wanted to add a spectral shaper and a vintage limiter and an exciter. Let's see, why don't we do this in Imager? That's another great application. And then you want to put them in the order. Let's say I want the Imager at the very end. I want the spectral shaper right there. I want to put the maximizer right before the limiter. There, and I just created a quick custom chain. But another advantage to this is why not utilize the machine learning that's built into this with our Master Assistant. Up here in the top left, I'm just going to simply choose this, and we're going to get these really easy to follow dialog boxes. Step 1 would be to choose between a modern vibe or a more vintage vibe. And this is going to help determine what modules it will apply for you. It's kind of a modern song, so I'll leave it on that one. Next, phase 2 will be EQ and loudness. I could take a reference from another song. Exactly. It'll tap into another track and it'll analyze that for you and use that reference information for EQ and loudness. Really handy. Manual, obviously you could decide. And then the destination, would it be like CD high quality or would it be streaming for the internet? I'll leave it on streaming. And all you have to do is play next and then play the audio and it'll create a custom preset chain for us. Check it out.
Oh, you got the best of me, me. Taking what you want, forget the rest of me. And I was too blind to see. I am too good for you, you were no good for me. No, not anymore. I'm locking up my heart tight, waiting for someone to treat it right. And oh, you said love was tough, but you broke.
Now you notice it to get very, very loud. Please be mindful if you're listening, of course. And back to the analyzation here. What you're seeing is it's analyzing the audio. It's setting the equalizer to adjust what? Spectral balance. Very intuitive, very smart. It's also analyzing the dynamic range related to what we chose in that modern setting, less vintage. And then it's setting the dynamics for the low end, a maximizer, and setting the remaining maximizer and EQ for maximum transparency. This is going to eliminate the unwanted pumping sound if you don't want that, for example. It's going to give you a clean, transparent, radio-ready mix. And when you're done with that, just simply choose Accept. Now, this is what I also love about using Master Assistant here, is once you get the modules in here, you can open them up and see what it decided and why, and then you can further tweak them. So it really helps you learn how to use the application and get the most out of it. I always recommend starting with Master Assistant so you can familiarize yourself with the modules and basically how did it choose that. For example, if I select the EQ module, we can see we can activate it and deactivate any one of these with this option right there. And we can solo that module if we want to hear the processing that it is applying to just that. And underneath each one, we've got a unique set of presets for each one of these unique modules. So if we wanted to change this off the cuff and maybe add a little bit more analog warmth, we could do that. And you could see how it's conforming accordingly. And you could create, add, delete, and remove your own processing. Okay? So I could leave it on. Maybe a little analog warmth, close, and we could further tweak these a little bit. Maybe not too much low end there. And I would do this obviously while the audio is playing back so I could hear my reference. Okay, let's go to Dynamics now. And you could choose, again, more of those presets. And I could see where it's setting my compression level here and my EQ. And now this is a dynamic EQ. And what that means is it's going to apply gain reduction here dynamically in real time and uniquely. Let's take a listen.
Oh, you got the best of me, taking what you want, forget the rest of me, and I was too blind to see.
You can see how these frequency markers are moving, like little rubber bands, pulling it down when necessary. This also allows for that transparency we were talking about. And finally, we've got the maximizer here. And we've got our ceiling level to avoid clipping and our threshold level. And you could choose the different modes. Now, of course, Ozone 9 is a super powerful, but still easy to use application. And the more time you spend with it, the more I think you're really going to get a lot out of it. You've got your bypass functions down here in the lower right. You could even do gain matching with other reference materials to help you all get started that way. Now, keep in mind that this is the kind of mastering suite that is going to provide you professional quality results. It's going to teach you also how to use it, and it's going to be fun to use. And when you use applications like this in conjunction with other iZotope products like RX, you see how easy it is to really get the most out of your music, stay in that creative headspace so you can enjoy the process, and I believe that always translates to better results in the end. And there you have it. Now, for more information, obviously, please visit iZotope.com at any time, but especially starting on November 10th for their holiday offers. Their individual Elements products are only going to be $29, and their Elements Suite Bundle will be $49. So visit iZotope.com today for more information. Download a demo, have fun, stay busy, and stay creative. My name's Carlo Libertini, and thank you for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, Music Supervisor Mason Cooper. Hello, Mason. How are you?
Michael, good.
Good to see you again.
I love the applause. Good track.
iCarly, baby.
Oh, nice.
Oh, are you on headphones?
I am.
Are you watching the video or something? I'm hearing some bounce back.
There we go.
Yes, way better. Infinitely better. All right, so
Nice.
I'm excited. First of all, I want Mason and you guys in the audience to know that I'm working without a net, which for me means I've written no questions for this at all. I'm going to ad-lib the entire thing. I know Mason so well, and we've done so much together, and he's such a great guest that I'm feeling very confident that this is going to be absolutely wonderful. And the title of what we're doing... What?
I have no answers. So it's perfect if you have no questions.
No, you've got an answer for pretty much everything, and your depth of knowledge is spectacular. So I have no doubt this is going to be killer. This is called How Music Makes It into Film and TV, the process from A to Z with Music Supervisor Mason Cooper. So we're going to have to bounce around a little bit between film and TV because they are different disciplines. Let's start with a basic premise right off the bat, which is that a lot of people work under the misconception, a lot of musicians, I should say, songwriters, artists, composers, work under the it's a misconception that that you guys as music supervisors are like A&R people. And I mean, yes, you listen to music and you choose music, but sometimes you make the ultimate decision as to what goes in. Oftentimes you are the person who gathers it all up and makes sure that it will clear, meaning that it's available to license and all that stuff. But then ultimately, you have to present it to your boss, which in the case of television would be the executive producer. In the case of a movie would most likely be the director and maybe to some extent a producer. Is that all a fair statement?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So let's start with television. Let's say you're working on episodic television. What was the name of the show you did? He or me?
You, me, her.
You, Me, Her, yes. I actually watched that show. I'm just terrible with titles. I wear my kids, make my kids wear name tags to the dinner table. Yeah. Oh, they only have to remember Dad. I have to remember 4 daughters' names, you know. Okay, so TV, you're working on an episodic thing. Where does it start? They hire you. Let's assume that you've gotten the call and you've auditioned, as it were, for the part, and you're now hired as the music supervisor. What's the first thing that happens in the entire chain?
Well, part of the assessment, if I can learn from that, you mentioned about getting hired in the chain.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, sometimes the picture freezes. I'm not sure if you can hear me. So, to get hired is an assessment both ways. Music supervisors, we all approach things a little bit differently, where some of us have music backgrounds, legal backgrounds, A&R backgrounds, business backgrounds. So we bring what we have in our background to our job, just like anybody else would. So there are some projects that are very creative, where they're going to need somebody, a director, a producer. They may love music, because everyone loves music, but they may not know how the music works, where to find music. They don't even have an idea of what music they want, so they want a creative partner. There's other times where there are certain directors or producers that have a very definitive opinion, idea, concept of what they want, and therefore my job might be a little more business. So I'll assess what their needs are. They'll assess maybe what I bring to the table. There are other music supervisors. We all deal with it differently. So I kind of want to go back to what you were talking about and answer what you might have posed as a question, which is define a music supervisor generally.
Okay.
We've spoken about this. There are some music supervisors that are what I would call almost musicologists. They know music. They know a Cambodian Bodhi tree song and a punk this and a East Coast rap versus a Chicago rap. They know all styles from 1920 to etc. They're not quite sure where to find it or how to license. Maybe they do, but their specialty is their music. They really know their music. Other people are pure business people. They're just paper pushers. They make sure from the legal standpoint everything is cut and dry. They really don't get involved creatively. Some music supervisors, they will compile songs, say for a TV show. Oh, I read the script. So now getting into your question.
Okay.
They'll read a script and they'll say, oh, there looks like there should be music in this scene and that scene because the script says so. Oh, it says it wants a country song. I'm going to put 10 country songs together and send them to the director or the executive producer. And when they tell me what they want, I'll go see if I can clear that song. So they're really just passing things through. I tend to work a little more hands-on, which is I love communication with the director or the showrunner. The showrunner, for those who know more about television, the directors in television usually are hired to facilitate capturing on camera what was scripted. They capture it, lights, camera, action, boom, cut, we got it, good. The director goes away.
Okay.
They don't oversee anything. The showrunner of a television show, the executive producer, they're the creator, they're the writer. They're overseeing all the physical production. Very often,
You're freezing a little bit.
His connection is going in and out.
Whose is? Mine or his?
His. I think
Your
we should
connection.
have- Yeah, I think we should have him reconnect, reboot, and reconnect. That might fix the issue. I'll put you
All
in
right.
the frame.
Hey, Mason. I hope you can hear me. We're going to have you reconnect because your connection is just weak. Bria, can you text him? Okay, hang in, everybody. The vagaries of live television. And now I get to really ad-lib. So, you guys having a good time so far? I know I am, and I'm very much looking forward to, well, I was going to take the day off tomorrow, but as it turns out, Tom, who heads up our A&R department, is going to be out for half the week, so it looks like I'm going to have to work tomorrow. Bummer. You know what? We can give something away while we're sitting here. How's that? Let's give away a little prize. How about a taxi t-shirt? Let's do that. So everybody who'd like a taxi t-shirt, type a +1 in the chat room starting now. And boom, whoa. Yeah, you're.
He's in the green room right now.
Oh, okay. Hey. Yeah, we're about.
All right. The winner is Mike S. So, Mike S., I need you to send an email that says Taxi T-shirt winner to taxitv@taxi.com. And in the subject line, put Taxi T-shirt winner in all caps. And tell us if you would like a white one or a gray one. And put in your size. And we will, oh, and your address, like your mailing address, and your phone number, and your email address, and we will send you your very own brand new, never worn taxi t-shirt. Congratulations. Woohoo. Here, woohoo. If I have to kill any more time, I'm going to go out and start picking tomatoes to show you guys my tomato crop. I was padding for time there, Mason. I was threatening to bring in tomatoes or zucchinis that I've been growing in the backyard. Is the plural of zucchini zucchini or is it zucchinis?
zucchini.
Zucchini, there you go. I've got to say, I've been growing some zucchini. Some of them have been like 16 and 18 inches long that weigh like 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds. My house must be sitting on a nuclear waste site or something. I mean, just giant zucchini.
Well, then you could feed everybody that's basically watching right now. Everybody's invited to
That's
Mike's
right.
house.
Everybody gets one slice of tomato or zucchini. All right, so Beck, we were
Okay.
talking about the executive producer, showrunner. Yep.
Right. So in television, a showrunner runs the show. They're the creator, the head writer. That's who runs the show. The director captures it and goes away. Usually, there's always exceptions to everything I say. So you asked. So when I get hired, I will look and have a conversation with the showrunner. Frozen up again. There we go. And find out what they're wanting to do. Is this a music show? Do they have what I call a voice of the show? So for You Meet Her, I looked and said, the setting is in Portland. Are we wanting a Portland-style soundtrack and voicing of the film, of the TV show? And this correlates to film also. We have these broad conversations to say, what is the overall style that we're aiming for? And are we using music to drive the story or to just sit in the background and be supportive of the ambiance and the setting of the story? So that's really about how music is going to be used. That's the first conversation. Later on, we get into the very specifics. Oh, we need this for this scene. Or we need score or song for that scene. But we start out with this broad conversation of how are we using music to affect the show, the TV series, or the film. So that would be the first. You asked what's the first thing. That's the conversation that I would have.
Might you also consider the age of the characters? You, me, her, the people were like in their late 20s to early 30s, if I remember correctly. And they're kind of youngish and hip. So do you take that into consideration for music choices as well?
Yes and no. Yes, because every scene, they might be what their character would listen to. It might be, they may be walking into a store that is a juxtaposition. You Meet Her was a great example where there were times where we got very demographic specific. Because the couple in their 30s were now going to go hang out with the single girl in their 20s, and they had to be fish out of water. So I was very much then targeted on the younger character in her environment. So even that 10-year difference, wow, we feel old. So the answer to your question is yes, when it's applicable to the story. Sometimes it's more of a setting. You know, if there's a diner, age and that doesn't matter. It's more of a setting. What is the diner? Is it a country diner? Is it folk music? Is it just a little classical music kind of music? So that's more about the setting and not about the characters, very on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now you've got your marching orders. You've been hired, you've met with the EP or the showrunner, same person, and you know what the general lay of the land is. And is it a true statement to say that you're hustling every week to turn stuff in and get it approved and get it slotted in and tested against picture, all this stuff? You're not doing it all in advance of the series being shot, but you may do some of it. I'm going to let you tell the story, but you gather. You start gathering stuff knowing that you need a big basket of eggs as choices.
Yes.
So you know that, okay, this is the type of music my characters would listen to based on their demographic, maybe based on their locale, based on where they're going to be, whether it's a bar or breakfast place or whatever. And you generally gather. Now what's the process for this coming week's episode?
Okay. That gets into a broader scheduling element. The very first season of a show, it's a little bit different. Until I can guess what's going on with, it's all conceptual. Here's the script. Even the showrunner, we don't know script to screen. what changes. The actors and the way it's directed might have a lot more energy than it's scripted, or vice versa. It might be shot in a brighter location than it was scripted, so that changes. So with film, we have a longer time to develop because they're shooting for a longer time. I tend to get involved in pre-production. So I could see in the script if there's anything that, hey, there's a restaurant, are you going to want music? So I could start to prepare early.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we may not know what style, and everything I prepare, very often I'll prepare ahead of time and then chuck it all because it's not applicable anymore. So if I send a brief out that says I need this style of music ahead of time, by the time we're in post-production, that just may not be out. I collected all those songs, has nothing to do now with what I need. So part of it is just being prepared just in case anything could still stick. I'm a little bit ahead of the curve. Normally, so as a season goes on, by the time I was in the second, third, fourth, especially the fifth season, I basically had a library of music already prepared. And I knew the styles that I needed. Other than very unique scenes, I knew the settings. I knew overall what the characters would listen to, what they would want. So yes, I was able to prepare better later in the seasons. When you're first starting a project, it really is just testing and figuring out what it is. So what I'll do is I will work with the editors once we get into post-production, and I tend to get involved as a music editor, where I also do music editing. I would help them with temp tracks. And I saw on one of your scrolls on the chats, someone asked, Jim, I think, asked, do producers pay for temp tracks?
Right.
And the answer is no. A temp is it's a temporary template where the word temp comes from. And that's just to help us edit. Now, if we're going to use that song, yes, now it's no longer going to be a temp. We would have to go license it, pay for it, do our normal process. So what I'll do is I will help with the editors, and the editors tend to talk to me and a music supervisor and say, hey, working on the scene, and editors get creative. So they'll have an idea that sometimes means nothing, but sometimes they hit up on a good idea. Say, hey, we're thinking in this car scene that we need this big driving kind of rock element. Do you have anything? And they'll describe it a little bit more for me, and I will help them find some music, even if it's just for temp. Oh, do you mean AC/DC rock, or do you mean Maroon 5 rock, or do you mean Miley Cyrus rock? Because rock means different things to different people, as crazy as that is.
I'm so glad you're addressing this, because one of the hardest things that all of us in the chain have to do is communicate what's needed. And if the first person who communicates that goes, I just need something with energy, well, that could be EDM, it could be rock, it could be punk, it could be a lot of things. So your job as the supervisor is to narrow the funnel, or the filter, as it were, and then you need to let us know and let publishers that you might reach out know. So anyway, sorry, I didn't want to take you off your path there, but...
No, it's exactly right. That is one of the hardest things that I do, and one of the most interesting things, because how do you describe music in words?
Right.
Right? The old joke is a record producer, and you tell the singer, it's like, that was perfect, now give it to me a little bit more, I need a little more purple.
Yeah.
Sing, give me a little more fuchsia in your voice. It's like, what, we're crazy. What does that mean? So that communication is really what I have to do is burrow down, try to use the right words and descriptive in order to, because I want all of the taxi members to be able to pitch to me. Sorry, I'm petting the cat. My neighbor cat's back today. There's the cat.
Well, hello.
So, what I need to do is communicate to you, Michael, to be able to put a taxi listing together that enables them to target exactly what I need, because that makes my life easier. So my work is to find the descriptive need so that people can target better. And that is the hard part. And I'll have these discussions, and some directors and producers hate having those discussions. Just give me music. I just, you know what I want. And I'm like, no, I don't.
Yeah, read my mind.
And they'll say, like, I want more, we need energy here. And then I do the old Wheel of Fortune thing and say, can I buy a vowel? Give me something more. So I tend to try to give even examples of artists. And this is something for your listeners out there. When any supervisor, producer, taxi says, I want a song like, whatever, name a song, or I want a song like Beyonce or Adam Levine, we don't mean we need it to sound like that artist or be a copy of that song. I'll try to give more than one example. So I'll try to say I need songs like, I'll list 3 types of artists that are in the same genre. And I'd say, imagine if that's a playlist on your Spotify playlist. What song of yours fits in with those artists? Doesn't need to sound like any of them. But what would be in that world, that playlist right there? Better than Spotify, let's say a Pandora list, because with their algorithm, they're trying to get things that fit within this style. So that's what music supervisors have to do when we communicate with Taxi and with anybody else, with creators, is what we need. That's the hard part of the job. It's the interesting part. It's finding, and sometimes we change it. Someone will say, I thought you needed X. I'm like, yeah, but I ended up with G.
Right. No, we're always appreciative that when you run listings with us that you will give us 2 or 3 references. Sometimes we get people that give us no references and they just expect us to figure it out because they're too busy. There are other people that will give us 1 reference because there's something in that reference that they like, but they don't tell us that. They just say, yeah, find me something like this. Well, it might be the vocal, the stylized vocal that's in it, but maybe they don't really like the backing track. But they don't tell us that, find me something with a vocal that's got a similar vibe. So then we have to go find a couple more things that we think match their reference. We could be going down a wrong path. So we have to work really hard to dig out of them the reference and what it is about the reference before we go looking for other references.
Right. And that is hard. I will say for your listeners out there, that's going to be part of the frustration. Because you're creating a piece of music, and I would tell everybody, I always say this, create the piece of music for yourself. Don't create it for me or for anybody else. If you're writing for a specific project, that's different. But if you're creating music for yourself, create the music. Then the work starts, which is same as casting an actor. You've all heard about those stories where you cast actors. We're casting music. So your job on that side is to have your song and say, does that fit? Does that match what the character is? The character being the description of what the song need is. And you have to be honest. Okay?
That's hard.
You've heard me say this. And you've heard me say this. I'm not into the, I think I have a new term for it. I'm not into the big butt. I don't like big butts. What I mean by that is, everybody says, I know you don't want a country song, but I have this great country song. Don't give me the butt. Okay? I may end up with a country song, let me get there. But for right now, when I need something, your job is to cast accordingly. Now, for any of your taxi writers, that some of them have written 5 songs or 10 songs or 20, some have written 1,000 songs. So the pool that they're combing through is however big their pool is. But target that 1 or 2 that match the casting. So that's the key. That's the partnership that we all have.
Boy, I agree with you about the butt. So many people that don't really have an in-depth knowledge of how this all works, and that's exactly why I wanted you on the show to talk about this today, is that they think it's the best song wins, and they think they've got a great new song that's just so amazing, but it's unrealistic to think that, well, the song doesn't fit in the scene. But you know what? Let me talk to the writer to see if they can rewrite the scene so your song works better. Let me talk to the director. Right?
Yes. Well, you've heard me do this, and for anybody out there that's been on one of these, has seen me the last couple of years, I always do that. Raise your hand if you agree. If 5 songs are pitched to me on obviously pick the best song, right? So I ask the leading question, and everybody says, of course you pick the best song. I do not pick the best song. I pick the right song.
Yep.
There are some times where there's a song that I want that on my playlist. I love that song. I want to go work out or hike or hang out in my backyard with that song. But it's distracting when I put it up against picture.
Yeah.
I have to pick the right song because we're not making a music video. I'm not, if people have read my bio and know anything about me, they know that I come from the music business. I've written TV themes, I've produced artists and actors and produced music. I'm a music publisher by trade. I work with brand new writers and big writers. I'm no longer in the music business. Anyone in my position is no longer in the music business.
And what business are you in, Mason?
I'm in the film business and the TV business because we are effectuating the most. We're telling a story via visual, via that film or via TV. Other supervisors are doing it in a video game or a commercial. If you're in a commercial, you're selling proverbial soap. It's not about the song; it's about what you're selling. In film and TV, it's about the story you're telling. Now, your song is supposed to help propel that scene or support the story or the emotion. A lot of it is about the emotion. That is where your song fits in as part of the storytelling. It's not about your song. That's the other thing that I love to do. It's easier in person, so I'll say this. This is meant to be with a sense of humor. I will sit in front of a room full, and I've done this at Taxi, and said, I don't care about your music. And everybody gets, and then for those that haven't walked out, what I mean by that is, I love your music, and your music should be of utmost importance to yourself, but I'm about telling the story. So, just like I'm not, we don't cast an actor because we love that person. They have to be right for the character, or else it's distracting. You're going to watch. Have you ever watched a movie or TV show and you're like, I just don't believe the relationship.
Yeah.
There's no chemistry there. Sometimes the actors were hired for the wrong reason. Maybe it's because of budget they were hired. But we need to find that chemistry, and the chemistry between music and the scene is what matters.
If you asked a room full of 1,000 musicians, which is typically what we have sitting in the ballroom at the Taxi Road Rally when it's live, imagine you're a casting director, and the director gives you the mandate of finding a burly lumberjack-looking guy for the lead in this movie. But an actor who's amazing. What, you're pointing at me?
Yeah, lumberjack guy.
Yeah, that's me. Absolutely. And but an actor who is just an amazing actor. We're talking, like Joaquin Phoenix level acting, who I think is probably the best actor of his generation out there right now. But the guy is 5'5", weighs about 125 pounds, looks like he hasn't seen a ray of sunlight in about 10 years, has big old nerdy glasses on, and that's what you bring to the director and say, I found you the perfect guy. The same thing is absolutely applicable to music, and I don't know why it's so hard for musicians to understand it's not about the best actor, it's about the right actor.
I do understand why, and it's desperation. And this year it might be even harder on people because of the craziness of this year. We're all feeling a little bit desperate and with unknown. But that goes for any year. You have to believe that what you have is great. If we don't believe that what we do, I don't care if you're the best accountant, you're the best lawyer, you're the best football player, you have the best song. You have to believe that, or you have to be striving for it. Believe that you can always strive for that. So I understand it. I do take the weight of what I do, also knowing that I can affect someone's life by saying yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand
you can crush them by saying no.
Well, what I would hope that people would know is if you're in this for the long game, not for the quick hit, okay, don't be crushed by no. yes is going to change your life. No doesn't, because you're in the same place that you were the day before.
Great perspective.
Right?
Yeah.
We've all heard the cliches of if you don't get up to bat, you can't get a hit. You might strike out, but if you don't get up to bat, you're guaranteed not to get the hit. So take your time. Don't get frustrated. It is build relationships, build an understanding and a knowledge base. Everybody that's watching this right now is one tiny step or a big step ahead of the people who aren't watching this.
Absolutely.
Because I might say one thing that just makes them have insight, or just makes them go, okay, it's okay that I'm doing this. Okay, not just me, but anybody in this kind of thing that you're putting together so graciously. So the yes can change your mind, can change your life. It may not be a big change, it might just be a tiny change, but it's a step. But don't let a no change your life, because you're in the same place as you were the day before. Okay?
Right.
Keep writing another song. Always write another song. I've heard this about screenwriters and all of that. If you write a song, you're not a songwriter. You wrote a song. If you write 2 songs, you're becoming a songwriter. As you start to write more songs, because if you write 1, you wrote a song. You're not a songwriter. The more you do it, now you can say, I'm a songwriter. I do this. This is what I do. You're also adding numbers in your favor. If you have 1,000 songs, Ralph Murphy used to say this, 110, 1. I got to write 100 songs to make sure I have 10 good ones, so hopefully one's a hit.
Yeah.
Next question that you had not prepared.
Right. Let's go back to the process. So now you've got your basket of music. You've gotten the mandate from the EP. You've selected stuff that you think is going to work based on what you know about the upcoming episode for next week. What day of the week is it when you turn in? Let's say the show airs on every Monday. So now you're working late into the night on this Sunday night preparing music for the following Monday, not the one that's the day after today, but like a week down the road or 2 weeks down the road. What's the timeline on your prep window?
Okay. This is a little bit different than it used to be. Okay? If you talk to people like Kevin Edelman or some others that do more network traditional television, right now with all the binge watching, we're doing 10-episode arcs very often, almost like a film.
Yeah.
They'll shoot all 10 episodes, then they'll have 1 or 2 editors or editing teams do every other episode. And I work with them, but we're not broadcasting any of them until they're going to post at some point later. So It's a little bit different than traditional.
And it could be that all 10 go up at the same time and they don't drip feed them, right?
Correct. So we have time to just go through them. Now, on my side, they will lock, because the process with television is you have a studio involved, more so even than on film, where you have the studio brass and the suits that want to judge. So you have an editor's cut, a director's cut, and then the director goes away. Then the showrunner comes in and says, whatever the director I want, this is what the story is, and they'll correct it. Then that cut goes to the studio. The studio gets notes, and then they argue back and forth, but it's my show, I'm the showrunner. Yes, but we're not going to broadcast it unless you listen to our notes, and that goes on. And what I try to do is avoid putting too much music in beyond 10. I won't clear songs and go fully on until I know it's gotten at least to the broadcast studio side for notes, just in case they say we want to cut that scene, or we want a diametrically different sound, or else we're just wasting time. But once it gets pretty close, then we have about a week or 2 that we'll work in to just find it and block it. I tend to be a music supervisor that also oversees composers, and I'll work with a composer, and because I love when score and songs can work seamlessly together.
Right.
And I don't mean that musically, I mean it story-wise, the story arc that they work accomplishing the same. So the schedule isn't as hectic as you were posing it, because that is more traditional TV. That does happen when you're on an episodic for ABC, CBS, NBC, the networks. There was, however, a series I did for AT&T, and they moved up the broadcast, and it was the first season of the show, and it just, all of a sudden, we were chasing our tail because we're broadcasting Monday whether it's finished or not. And so, yes, I would have that week. I'd get it on a Monday or Tuesday. And now with television, again, other than unique scene, if you're just putting source music in, for those that don't know what source is, just music that comes from a source. From a stereo, from a car radio, you're at a nightclub, at a diner, there's a little overhead speaker, whatever the source is. I'll know those pretty much ahead of time, so that's what I'll work on first, and just put the settings in, the car, the house, whatever that is. So through the week, then I have to find that unique other song. When I did the series Road, which lasted about 5 seasons, it's on DirecTV's Audience Network. It's now, I don't know where it's going up now, it's on Netflix a lot around the world. Great series, big drama series. We also had a different end credit song every single week. There were times where we were running up against broadcast with that. Wow. And because, especially the later seasons, it was a hit show for them. So they would just have the broadcast, they would do it, and they just knew they could just turn it out. But I came up against a studio executive that just knew exactly what he wanted. Better for less.
Of course.
That was the direction.
Yeah.
So it was me working with a showrunner, and we decided on the method was whatever the last scene is, we don't want to break the mood for the end credit. So basically, in the end credits, you just want to be able to keep it. You don't want to break the mood with a standard, end credit song that's the same every week, because basically it was a cliffhanger every episode that you wanted to leave, whether it was, love or a thriller or a killing or suspense. You just wanted to leave it there. But that would run up against deadline sometimes. People are going to want to know how they...
How often do they change? Going back to source music, which again comes out of the ceiling speaker in a diner, a jukebox in a bar, the dashboard speaker of your car, elevator, cars, bars, and restaurants, I always say. So when you turn in your initial selections of music for source, do they ever bounce any of that stuff out, or is that pretty much, because it's wallpaper, it's usually down really low in the mix? I'm assuming that they're less likely to bounce one of those pieces out than they would be something that's more featured or works better or is intended to work with the script?
Correct. Those are going to be less important for them to bother their time with, as long as it's within the realm. I've had, like on You Me Her, we had a college pub and a couple settings that were very consistent. What I had to do is, once we set up the style and the tone and the voicing of that setting, they left me alone. One thing I had to be I had to keep in mind was the sonics of a song, even if it was sitting in the background in a nightclub, to make sure that there wasn't some sonic element, whether it's a guitar solo or a vocal that was just too high frequency, and maybe the singer was singing really fast lyric, where it was going to distract from the scene. But I at least I knew the style that I could go with, and as long as it wasn't distracting. So once in a while, out of 5 seasons, I probably had about 2 or 3 of songs in that setting out of all 5 seasons, where the network would have said, something's bumping me there. They're not going to say what, they're just something's bumping. So we'd have to listen and go, oh, I need to, first thing I would do is strip out the music to make sure it wasn't sound effects or just bad dialogue. It wasn't, because sometimes I'd say it wasn't me.
Yeah.
But more often than not,
But you're a full stack music supervisor. This is one of the things, one of the reasons that you and I became friends. I have so much respect for you because you get the whole thing from one end to the other. And you once said on a panel at the Road Rally when we were at the Westin, you said there are music supervisors who are music pickers, and then there are music supervisors who are, the full stack. You're the full stack. Everything from the legal to the publishing to the editing, all of it. So I would imagine that you may have a better average of things that land and stick than somebody who's just a picker, who's maybe newer at music supervision, who's still kind of into, hey, I'm a trendsetter. You know, I hang out on the coolest playlists on Spotify. All of us in the music business love being early on something, so we could say, oh yeah, I knew those guys 4 years ago. It's like, wow, you're a stud.
Well, that is, I mean, look, the truth is, independent films, TV, budgets in every industry, the economy, everything, budgets come down in everything. There's so much content now that investors are spread thin, studios are spread thin. So other than certain projects, assume budgets have come down. For your taxi members, if you don't have a big track record and a quote name, and again I use that just in the sense of name to the people that are using your music, odds are you're going to be aiming for source music that you're going to be licensing for, cue sheet time for performance royalties. Maybe there's no fee. Maybe there's $250 or $500 or $1,000. $1,000 is a sweet spot. The job is to get a use, because when I use music from somebody, they are now on my radar forever.
Right.
So if somebody says, I own all the rights, if this music works for you, I'll work within your budget, whether you have 0 or 1,000. Naturally, I'd like 10,000, but I'll work within your budget. What I try to do is make up for it by quantity of uses. I'll always go back to the source if you're that easy to work with. Now, we'll get into pricing and stuff maybe in a little bit. Source music is a way in. I saw a question, because I'm kind of cheating in some of the notes that people are typing.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm offline, so I'm not messing with my wireless. But somebody asked, source music ever become more featured? Everyone uses source music differently. Sometimes, you head into a scene, you cut into the bar. You leave the scene, you cut out, and it's just background the whole time. I tend to, depending on the project, I like to bookend scenes. So I might use the transition where you actually hear the vocal, it's full, it's not filtered, and I come in the scene, and I'll either hard cut or dip it down, and then it's source. And then emotionally, if it works right, I do this on You, Me, Her a lot. I would then lift it up at the end, so it kind of becomes featured on the two sides.
Right.
In the scene, it's just source music. So it just depends on what the scene is, and every project is different. Every director or showrunner has a different aesthetic for that. It doesn't pay more or less. The budget is what the budget is. And yes, if you can become a montage song, it is that thing of, I warn people, if I'm going to use your song, don't go tell all your friends and your mother and father, go watch me on this show, listen to my song. And they're like, I didn't hear it.
Oh, it's painful. I get those emails and phone calls from members. They're so psyched. They find out they're going to be on something, and they do exactly that. They invite their mom, their dad, their wife, their kids, the next door neighbor over. They order up a bunch of pizza or wings. They're sitting in the living room, and when the song comes on, basically you hear the hi-hat and maybe a little bit of the vocal, because it's down so low in the mix.
But I will tell you this. I will tell you this, though. As low as your song is, and nobody can, quote, hear your song, if we had it and we hit and did not, and then just took the song out, the scene is empty.
Yeah.
So just know that your song still helped that scene become what it was. Even if it's not audible, it still fit and helped that scene become full and more effective than if your song wasn't in there. It doesn't help. It doesn't help the ego, but it is a valid part. I always say I'm the music supervisor. I'm the anti-music supervisor, which is again one of those wrong way of putting things. I don't want to notice music. With exceptions, of course, but for the most part, I don't want to notice wardrobe. I don't want to notice makeup. I don't want to notice the setting. I want to just believe that it's all there. I'm in that world. Right. So I don't want to notice music. The minute someone says, hey, honey, remember this song? We danced to this at our wedding. I love this song. They've been pulled out of the story.
Yeah.
So we really don't want to notice your song. You know, when I did Jobs, okay, the Steve Jobs movie, that was one where we featured a lot of songs because there were montages there, or there were time jumps, there were time periods. But I still, even though they were more featured, I still had to make sure that it was about the scene, not about the song. And that was hard. There were some songs in that same time period that were just distracted. Somehow you were focused on the song. It had to be the right energy, the right sonics, the right frequencies, the right rhythm that just felt you pulsing through the scene, as opposed to, it's a music montage. So even when it's featured, we have to be careful about that.
You know, I used to do audio post. I did like 15 years of working on mostly records, and then moved to New York and transitioned from records to doing audio post at a pretty high level. And until I started doing audio post, I didn't know there was such a thing as room tone. And just for the benefit of, I'm guessing most people watching this don't know what room tone is, but it goes to exactly what you were saying about music. You may not even really hear it, but you'll feel it. And if you've got a Barbra Streisand song in a biker bar, it's not going to feel the same as, you know, a blues rock song in the background of the biker bar, even though both of them could be down almost to the point of being inaudible. So room tone, for those of you who've never mixed any audio post stuff, is literally a microphone in a room recording. Like right now, I'm sitting between my family room and my kitchen, and the refrigerator is about 14 feet away. And the heater is over there. So at different moments in time, the room tone is different, but we had libraries of room tone. We had like a warehouse room tone. We would have a pizza shop room tone. We would have room tone from a house, from an office, from all these different settings, hotel lobbies. And if you watch a scene with nothing but the actor's dialogue, without even room tone, which is always just like, it's inaudible, it's so low. The frequency is frequently low because it's an air conditioner or something. The minute you take it out, it's not a believable scene. The minute you put it back, totally believable. So I completely get what you...
Well, if you put, when you do ADR, which is basically post-production, actor comes in and says the line in the recording studio, mimicking their mouth, because for some reason, while they were shooting the film or the scene, plane was overhead, or somebody's car alarm went off, but the performance was great, so they want to use that take, but there was noise in the background, so they'll come in later. Well, when you put an ADR, there's no room, there's nothing, it's clean dialogue. Well, you can't just put clean dialogue in, you now have to have clean dialogue and then layer room tone under it to match what was around it. So it's exactly what you're talking about. And music is the same thing. I've had songs fall out. And this is so, people ask me a lot on these type of panels, how finished does a song need to be? Unless you have the relationship with the producer, the director, the creator, and you're in early on a project, and you've worked with them before, where you are actually writing a song for that scene, which we don't often have budgets for, so this is very seldom now. We need a finished production. And a finished production can mean anything. It could mean guitar vocal. It could be a rough mix because that scene has a bar band in the corner. If it's too polished and it sounds like a radio song, it's not believable that it's a bar band in the corner. So what is a finished song? That's subjective. But finished for that scene's purpose and what I need in that scene, you really have to be honest with yourself. I go back to the Spotify playlist. If I need a song like a Barbra Streisand song or a Celine Dion song, and I give you those two examples, you better sonically, your production, your performance, and your mix better match that. If your vocal's too loud, if the strings are synthesizer strings, but they sound like really bad because, well, if I had a big budget, I'd put real strings on them. Anything that's distracting, the sonics can blow out your song, even if it's a brilliant melody and a brilliant lyric. The presentation of your song matters, unfortunately. But I've used iPhone guitar vocals from people because for some reason they nailed the performance and they got lucky with the balance of the guitar and the vocal while they were doing the work tape. And it sounds, you put it back and it sounds like a little Colby Calais song. And I've used one of those songs in about 8 different projects.
Yeah.
They did that Colby Calais-ish type of guitar vocal thing way in the background. They got lucky that the balance worked. Okay? So don't ever say, well, I could change this or I could change that. We don't have time for that, and you don't have the budget for that. Know what you're presenting. I also say, here's a tip for you when you're doing your mixes. For anybody that has their own studio, or access to their own studio, because
which is most of our members, probably 80% or greater.
Right. When you do your production and your mixes, always do a track mix. I'm sure you've heard that on all these panels.
Yep.
You mix your song, you put your mix down. Here's your master mix. I always say I respect the artists. So before when I said I don't care about your music, I actually do. I care about you guys. Always make your music for yourself first. You're the creator, you're the artist. You have the right to do that. Make the mix for yourself. Okay, now that's your master mix. Mute the vocals, including the background vocals, by the way. Some people think that it's just the lead vocal, all
Right.
that. Don't change. Now it's going to sound empty. I don't care if it's a hip-hop rap song and the only thing without the rap is just a drum or a bass. Don't do anything. Just do a track mix. Okay? Didn't cost you another dime.
And keep all your faders exactly where they were, including your master fader.
Do not change anything. Keep it all there. Okay?
Even if your meters look low. Even if your meters look low,
change it.
because the vocals, don't resist the
change it.
temptation.
Because if here was your vocal and here was your track mix, all we want you to do is take this away.
Yeah.
Don't do anything. But then, now that you have that, now start doing some alternate mixes, depending on your song. If you have an EDM song, and there's just some high percussive part just clicking through there, either take it out or take it way down. High frequencies are the biggest problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've had songs in, it was the TV series Full Circle that I did 3 seasons of. And it was the first season, every episode was set in a restaurant. And that was the only setting for this whole series, was in the restaurant. And it was 2 characters that kept joining up through and it became full circle at the end of the season. I would put certain songs in there, and the network guy would come into the mix and go, he would start yelling at the sound effects people. He liked yelling. He would yell at the sound effects people because it's like, what? Just because it's a restaurant, you don't need to have everybody back in the kitchen dropping silverware. And they were very confused until we realized, no, Mason put a song in that basically had a tambourine and a hi-hat going. No luck.
Oh,
so
man,
we had
you
to
really can't make that stuff up.
And I didn't have time to chase down. I was hoping they could notch that in the master EQ, but it was so present. And the song was great, but I didn't have time to go to the writer and say, can you mix it, or do you have an alternate mix? So what you do is, I think, Michael, you've seen me do this in some of my panels. I want the volume way down. So when you're in mixing, when you want to do your sync mix, let's call it.
Yeah.
Again, I don't believe in writing for sync, but this is about presentation. Bring the fader way down, so it's way back and you're hard to hear it, and start talking. Talk to your friends, or turn on a baseball game, or get on your phone and start typing, and see if something's popping out. Usually the high frequencies are going to pop out. So just be wary of that, and that's how you can do an alternate mix to then say, at least now it's there's nothing distracting in there that's going to distract from the song. So now you have your full mix. If I'm like, I want it for a featured song, I don't mind the hi-hat going. I don't mind the screaming guitar solo that's way up here on the guitar now.
Yeah.
That's the featured song. But if it's going to be background, that stuff's going to pop through. That's all we're going to hear. So,
I have a question. You said don't write for sync, and I've heard that plenty of times in my career. I think I was moderating a panel at the Hawaii Songwriters Festival, and something incredibly good got played. And as I was moderating that panel, I was looking at the panelists that I was moderating, and I could see they all had a question mark on their face. And the question was this written for sync? It was right on the edge of sounding like it was written because somebody knew enough about the sync side of the advertising business that they wrote something that was just so friggin' perfect that it almost felt pretentious, but it was just so perfect. And it turns out that the writer said, no, I didn't write it for sync. So writing for sync in the context of television and film, not so much commercials, I would like to give a counter argument to that, but only a slight counter argument, in that there are topics that I see that get used over and over and over and over again. So I would like to give people a list of topics, like things like home. Never hurts to have some songs about home. I want to go home. I'm leaving home. Home is where the heart is. Songs about non-romantic love relationships that could be used, somebody saying goodbye to a parent who's dying. There's some things that just are more usable than others, and they come up all the time. You didn't like that, huh? I said it was a counter-argument.
No, I like it. Point, counterpoint. Remember the old TV shows?
Right. Oh, man, that was like a million years ago.
There is validity to that. For those that choose to round out their catalogs with that. I guess what I would want to balance that with is if somebody who's never ever been in a relationship wants to write a love song, if somebody who's never lived ever in a city wants to write a song about the city streets, it's going to be fake.
Right.
Okay?
It's got to be authentic.
It has to be authentic. Sometimes you have the sun just came out.
I saw that.
Outside, by the way.
I saw that.
Sometimes you might hear about a project or have somebody say, "Hey, we need songs about home." Okay, there are some things. I am very much, there's a lot of women empowerment songs. There's a lot of social justice songs now. There's songs about life and hope, very general, that don't mean anything other than just, you might use metaphors, you might use imagery. The sun is shining, the grass is greener, and when we all come together with family, life is wonderful. Those are great, but they can also be just cheap and generic.
Right.
Okay? Now, sometimes that is really good for my need because it's so generic that it will never call attention to it.
Right.
So I can agree with you with that. What I like doing, though, is supporting the artist and saying, write what you want to write and write it great. And write a lot of it. But also, you don't only have to write about your life. You might be inspired by a friend's life or family or history that you read or a novel or anything that inspires you about a topic. You might not be a hiker at all, but for some reason you go visit a family member, they say, let's go hiking, and it just inspires you for some reason. A song you never would have written about, you know nothing about hiking. You might read a few blogs about hiking and go, I'm going to write a song about that experience of how it basically, I'm a city boy that just discovered something about myself. Okay? Write a song that you want to write it great. What I mean by not writing for sync, Michael, so I can agree with you and allow that. Topics are a good place to stop because they inspire us. If you're writing your own album, you're looking for topics that are either universal to somebody else or personal to yourself. You don't want to write a song that means nothing to either you or the other person.
Right, but finding that intersection is like,
Pretty
wow.
magic.
Yeah.
Right. So what I mean by not writing for sync is dumbing down a song.
Right.
And I'm glad you said topics because I had another writer, I'm not going to use the word, but has totally, I've known a couple co-writers of this person that have been uninspired about writing because this person held themselves out as a specialist in sync writing. And they wrote for sync. And I had a meeting with this person once, and they were telling me, there's certain rules. I forget all the rules. I lost it after the first two. It's like there's certain words you need. You need to use the word night or nighttime, or it was going down this list, and it was the biggest piece of. Let's say, I guess the new word will be. It was the biggest piece of malarkey that I've ever heard. Okay,
Yeah.
And that's what I mean about don't write for sync. Don't dumb yourself down. Don't sacrifice something that you want to say, play, sing, be true to yourself, respect yourself. Where you then do for sync might be the production, might be your performance, and will be about how you cast it and how you pitch it, when you pitch it, and matching up the business side of everything. That's for sync should be the process of getting it from what you created to being used, and that's business. Okay?
If I were a songwriter,
but don't dumb yourself down.
Yeah,
write what you want to write.
you can feel it. It's inauthentic, and you can feel it in 30 seconds or less. If I were a songwriter, I have discovered in the last couple of years that I would be borrowing ideas from dialogue in television shows or films. Really good. You have the best writers in the business. Deb and I watched Outlander. We binged all 5 seasons of Outlander in a month maybe. A lot of 3 a.m. mornings on that show. There were so many lines that were just beautifully written that it would inspire me. And sometimes I would sit there with a Post-it note and just write down what the actor just said, thinking, this would be such a great title for a song. Obviously, you're not going to plagiarize or steal the whole dialogue, but if somebody says, I don't have a good example, but home is where the heart is, and you go, wow, that's kind of deep. Home is where the heart is. Someday, when you wake up and it's writing day and you pull out your Post-it notes, home is where the heart is. Anyway, these are the highest paid actors or writers in the business. If you're going to steal from the best.
Right. Well, there is that turn of phrase. The old cliche is that there's only X amount of topics, right?
Right.
Love, hurt, blah blah blah. Your job is to find a unique way of telling your story.
Yep.
Okay.
Always goes back to authenticity.
When I lived in Nashville years ago, close quarters, we used to hang out there. It's no longer. It's now something else. The old joke used to be, if somebody behind you is sitting back in their chair at their restaurant table, they're listening to what you're saying, because it's where all the songwriters hung out.
Mm.
So when you're talking to somebody and someone's leaning back, they're trying to hear what you're saying to get the idea of oh yeah, home is where the heart is. What he said, I'm going to go write that song. Somebody's stealing your word and using it. So that was the old thing of don't let anyone listen in on your conversation, because they're going to take your conversation. And so, but that is important. You don't let anyone do it to you, but you should do it to others. Find a phrase or some comment or in a book, or passing someone on the street and someone says, "Hey, Joe, remember me?" It might trigger, I'm going to write a song about, remembering my college days. Whatever it is, whatever triggers you as an idea, absolutely keep your ears open.
Right. And
observe.
Write it down or put it in your phone.
Right.
A really short story about something related. I had just found out that I was getting involved in a lawsuit, and we were leaving for a ski trip. We were in, I think, Colorado. We're on the ski lift the first day, and I'm talking to one of my adult daughters saying, yeah, it's a bummer. This lawsuit's going to suck a lot of time and money. I hate lawsuits, blah, blah, blah. I get off the ski lift. The guy gets off the next chair, skis up to me, and he goes, hands me his business card. Here, I'm an attorney. I'm a litigator. Do you want me to handle your lawsuit? The guy overheard us talking on a friggin' ski lift.
Right. Well, that's because your voice came out and it froze.
Right.
By the time it got to him, it thought. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to go back to process. We've only got about 10 minutes left. And so now I think we've covered the whole process on TV, other than the actual licensing, which is basically you reaching out to people, making sure that it will clear, meaning that there are no encumbrances, like it doesn't have somebody who's
Samples.
samples on it, a lead vocalist who's deceased and never signed off on a work for hire or something. All those little legal bugaboos that could take something out, and they can. And you could be right up against the deadline. You know, you're going to that thing is going to lock picture tomorrow morning, and you haven't heard back from this writer. So I'm saying all this, or this artist. I'm saying all this to let people know, because I experience it in my job all the time. If you see a phone call and you don't know the number, and it's 818-310-213-212, any of the commonly used exchanges from the big production centers, and you don't see that, if you see it once, you should answer. If you see it a second time, answer that call, because it could be Mason Cooper calling you, trying to get clearance on something. He's got to lock it to picture the next day, final lock, and if he doesn't get you, you're toast.
Right.
Is that a true statement?
And the rights will be know who your co-writers are, know who your co-publishers are, who owns and controls the licensing on both the song and the recording. And if there's work for hire artists, you better have signed off, because when I'm going to do a license with you, there's an indemnification in there. You're liable, not me. I'm going to protect myself and my project. Okay, so knowing the rights are really important. If you own both sides, the publishing and the master recording side, 100%, great. If you don't, that's okay also, as long as we know who they are. Don't use samples. Don't send me anything with samples. Oh, well, I use this other sample from the recording. You know, hip-hop songs where there's 47 writers and 32 of those are on old songs that were sampled, and therefore there's 14 different publishers. I'm going to avoid. We don't have the time for that. It's just too complicated. Avoid samples. If you can't create it, don't use it. Don't pitch it. To me, at least. Okay. What else? You brought something else. Oh, I'd like to say this. Here's the deal. If somebody says, I'd like to use your song, but I only have X dollars, don't get upset at that. Just say no. Okay? Or say yes. Better to say yes. But don't get upset. You have the right. You own the song. When we use a song, I've been dealing with this on a film I just finished called The Royal, and there was a major producer co-wrote it with an independent writer, the song that I am using, but they both had questions on the clearance sheet. They wanted to make sure that it was non-exclusive. They're always non-exclusive. If I use your song, you can use it in 100 different projects.
Right.
If I want exclusive use where nobody else can use it but me, I better be paying you a whole lot of money. Okay?
Which they will do on some of
99.9.
those shows that are very music driven, where they're going to put out potentially like a cast album or something like that. They will lock it.
If it's a main theme to a network show, they're going to want to lock it. But let's say just 99.9999, etc. % non-exclusive. You're also, unless they specifically ask and have a transfer of copyright, they're not going to own your song. You own your song.
Right. They're just renting it.
We're just renting it. So the clearance is a short form, 1 to 1.5 page. It says, if we use your song, we're not guaranteeing we're using it, but if we want to use your song, you will allow us to use it under these terms. So you're giving us a permission form.
Yeah.
You're telling us, yes, you may use my song under those conditions and those terms. Please keep me posted. If you do end up using it in the final mix, now, before it's released, you have to do a formal license, which is taking the 1 page into 3 or 4 pages. Doesn't say anything different, just more legalese. And then finish all whatever the terms are, if there's a payment, whatever. So the clearance is the first step in the process, where if I like your song and I think I want to use it, I'm going to ask you permission to make sure I have 100% of the rights covered. But if I use it, I'm allowed to use it. You're not going to say no. Okay?
Yeah.
But if you want to get offended that somebody says, I want to use your song and pay you 14 cents, don't get offended, just say no. No, thank you. I'm glad you like my song, but no.
But they should understand from where you're coming from. Music supervisors don't get to pocket leftover money that they've got in the budget. So if they've got $5,000 an episode for using music and they offer you $1,000, that means they are probably going to license 5 songs at $1,000 a pop. That's just the going rate for that budget for that show. And you can always say, can we do 1,500? But yeah.
No problem to ask, because here's what can happen. If you ask reasonably, if I said I have $1,000 for this song use in this episode, you're right. If I'm given 5,000, it's a puzzle. I'd have to have 5 songs at 1,000, or I might say, well, this is more featured 1,000, but that restaurant's going to have 2 songs that could be anything. I'm going to pay those $500 each. Whatever it is, I can make my puzzle fit. If you say, I really need 2,000 because there's 4 writers, and by the time we split it up, a legitimate question, I'm either going to say, I don't have it. So I would say,
right, you're not playing.
Feel free to ask.
But you're not playing hardball and saying, I don't have it. You just don't have it.
Right. But if my director or showrunner at that point just says, I love this song, this is just like, I love this song, then I might just go, okay, you want 2,000? Will you take 1,500 to do whatever? Because I'm going to now have to cut this song out and maybe find a library song or a score piece or do something in there. So I have to fit the budget. It's okay to ask a question. You know, I've told my daughter this. Everyone should be free to ask questions as long as you accept the answer. You may not like the answer, but you accept the answer. But if you don't ask, you don't get it. Right. But know that music supervisors, for the most part, there's always somebody you can tell who they are. We don't have time to play games. We're not pocketing the money. We don't need to win. We're given a pie, and we have to split the pie up amongst what's needed. That's it. I mean, it's kind of that simple.
All great stuff. People in the chat have said, this is gold, and they're absolutely right. This is, and for you and I, we go out to dinner or something, this is the conversation we have, the two of us. I mean, we can talk endlessly. Hopefully there's benefit in what, comes out in these conversations.
Just know, you said something early on about that I have to present. Music supervisors usually do not make the final decision.
Right.
When we develop relationships with a director or showrunner over time, they do rely on us, and sometimes they'll give me a gimme. Trust me on this. Right? Maybe for one of those scenes where they don't care too much, it's one of those background. But yes, you're presenting, your members will present things through Taxi, who knows us well enough to winnow things down. When I get a playlist from Taxi, it's winnowed down. We're usually close to 100% of those songs that I get pitched from Taxi are right within that target. Awesome. I've used some. I haven't used some, but none of them are a waste of time to listen to because they've been targeted.
Yeah.
Okay? I may like these. I now have to go to my director. On a TV show, I can go to the showrunner, but then the network's going to have something to say. So there's a lot of decisions that go along the way. That's why patience. Even if we like your song, let it go through, and you hope that it sticks at the end.
We have
I've had songs come in. Go ahead.
We've only got 2.5 minutes left, and we haven't talked about filming. We've literally got a real 2.5 minutes.
Let's start from the beginning.
Let's
almost everything we said is true for film as well as TV.
Except for the timeline.
The timeline is broader.
Right.
Okay, the timeline is much broader, but most of the music, unless it's performed on camera, okay, it's still post-production. So still at the end. If they're going to shoot in 20 days or 3 months or 6 months, and then pre-production was months before then, for the most part, it's still post-production. Once they film and I see footage, I now can take songs and start to music edit songs in and go, oh, this type of song with a temp track will start working. We now have about 8 weeks of that, then pictures locked. Then I probably have about 6 to 8 weeks to work with the composer and songs until we go to final mix.
Who's harder to work? Who's harder to have as your boss as music supervisor, a director on a film or a showrunner on a TV show?
A producer on a film, because they have very little knowledge, experience, and sometimes say, unless they invest on a film, but they will have opinions, and they will come in.
And they have the money.
Yeah, the investors aren't so hard to deal with. It's usually the other producers that just think that I helped shepherd this through. Not the line producer, some other producer, a supervisor producer that says I shepherded this through, and I put this together, and I had this vision, and what I have to do is navigate. Is the director a hired gun on a film? They usually aren't, but they can be treated that way.
Yeah.
Is their contract a DGA contract where they have final say and final cut? Or are they not, where the producer has the final say? And I just recently on a project had to navigate that and say, who's the boss? Because it's what I call a camel. You know what a camel is, Michael? It's a horse made by committee. Okay? And I had to navigate who's the final boss.
Right.
Because I can't make everybody happy. So that is a difficult process. It's usually the director of the film.
I've got to jump. Remind me the next time we talk outside of this context. We've been working with a young film producer, independent film producer named Bernie, and the two of you guys will love each other. He does smallish films. They're getting bigger, and he's getting more and more traction. You should just know each other. You guys would work so well.
Indie films, and your people should be hitting indie films. Don't spend too much of your time trying to hit the studios with major films.
Yeah.
Because they already have their relationships. Go to indie films. We like discovering. Our budgets are lower, but we have more access, and they allow us to discover unknown songs, unknown artists, unknown producers. We don't care who the name is on it. It's about, does it sonically work? So you have better access to independent films and indie TV productions.
Yeah, it's we hit it out of the ballpark. Every time we work on an indie film, we usually are now getting 7, 8, 9 songs in every indie film through running taxi listings, which is, most publishers can't pull that off. Anyway, Mason, you're the best. I mean, not only have you become a dear friend over the last few years, a lot of that friendship is built on that I have tremendous respect for your knowledge of how the industry works, and we just get along on a personal level. But I love sharing you with my people. You know, it's
I appreciate it, and I appreciate what you do for all of your people. So
thank
you do a good turn for them. So,
well, I can't wait to see you in person. Hey, is the breakfast place open up by you? Can we go eat outside there yet?
Yes.
All right.
Yep, they actually expanded into the garden. Let's do it.
Some Sunday I'll bring Deb up. The 4 of us go out, and I need to get a life. All right.
Love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mason Cooper. Yeah, baby.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rob Chiarelli and Ron Harris.
How's it going?
Good, man. Hey, Ron, move to your left, your real left. There you go.
That left? Does that
that left. Come back a little.
Okay.
A little bit more.
And then back
right there. Freeze.
Oh, right there. I'm center. Well, I'm dead on. Right. Well, yeah.
Well, see, we're seeing something different than you are. We got a three-way screen going here, so you're not exactly within the center of your frame. But if you move literally 2 inches to your left, right there. Okay, don't move.
Okay, don't move. I'm frozen. That's it.
Welcome, guys. Look at Chiarelli. He looks so serious.
I'm here. I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. Wow, you're in the studio. Anyway, here I was just looking. I think I've got last year's bios, but Rob Chiarelli is a multiple Grammy Award-winning mix engineer and producer with dozens of gold and platinum albums. His credits include Will Smith, Pink, Pitbull, Kirk Franklin, Madonna, Christina Aguilera, Ice Cube, Charlie Wilson, and Stevie Wonder, as well as numerous motion picture soundtracks, including Men in Black 1 and 2. Since last year's Road Rally, this is probably 2 years ago, Rob has mixed 8 number. How many now?
I have no idea. Move on.
All right.
Are my hands still going?
Yeah, he acts all humble, but like every time we hang out, he says, "You know how many number ones I've mixed?"
No, for God's sakes! Wait a second. My head is getting bigger. My head is getting bigger.
Oh man, where'd you get the Gato Blanco shirt? I need one of those.
Hey baby, look at that, and we got the cat going too. See,
nice.
Yeah, gotta represent.
I will trade you a taxi hoodie for a Gato hoodie right after the rally. All right, and right next to Rob in frame number 3, and perfectly.
Hold on, wait a second. I want you to notice that it's taxi colors.
Nice. Those are the best.
Black.
Yep, best marketing colors ever. Ron Harris is a former A&R executive for Epic and Sony Records and a record producer whose credits include artists like Christina Aguilera, Hoku, Christopher Williams, Adina Howard, and Orianthi, and Allison. I can never say her last name. Irihata.
Fergie,
okay.
Gwen, some other stuff. We got to update that a little bit, just a little bit. But that's all right.
Well, go ahead. Give it anybody else you want to add to that list.
Well, no. It's all cool. Yeah.
All right.
Rob, we just want to get to it because I know people want to hear what we got to say. So let's get to it and help them out.
All right. Well, that's the reason that I picked the two of you guys to do this. I didn't prepare any questions for this one because I want a lot of it to come from the chat. So I will be kind of filtering what I see in the chat. But the concept of what we're doing here today is helping people figure out, are they ready for the big time? Because I think that most musicians think, hey, man, I've been doing this for 10 years. I'm ready for the big time. They put a clock on it or a calendar on it. I've been doing it for 20 years. I spoke to a woman the other day that was upset with some taxi critiques. And she said, I don't need critiques from you guys. I've been doing this for 20 or 30 years or whatever. I've been playing golf for 40 years and I still suck. Not to say that she sucked. I'm just saying the length of time, unless you're working 12 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week at it, then I respect the fact that you worked 20 years. But maybe you're making the same mistakes over and over for 20 years. So,
but you know what? I got to tell you, Michael, I have gotten some of the harshest criticism from Taxi that I've ever gotten. I mean, those guys are tough. I mean, they are tough. So, hey, join them. We all getting tough criticism.
Yeah.
Are you submitting your material to a Taxi, Rob?
No, I gave up because you guys wouldn't forward anything. No, I'm just kidding. I
want Rob to know, or everybody to know, that first of all, Rob and I have been friends for decades, but he was one of the very first people that ever heard about the idea for Taxi. I think I took you and Robert Cordy out to dinner at McDonald's or something, right? And told you guys about it.
Yeah.
So he's been, on board and so supportive all these years. And Ronnie's been on dozens of panels now at the Road Rally. The two of these guys, it's funny. As goofy as they act, they're incredibly deep wells of information. These guys really, really, really care about people
Yeah, we do,
succeeding.
yeah.
They do. Their level of generosity, because they've experienced success, they want everybody else to see what that feels like. So that's why I picked you two guys to be on this together. And it's so funny. We were just dealing, right before we went live, we were noticing some oscillation in Rob's internet signal, whatever you call it. I can't even think straight. I'm so sleep deprived. And I pointed to Greg, our tech guy, out our back window, and I said, "See that chimney down there? That's Rob's house." He said, "Oh, we could just run an Ethernet cable."
Let's do it. Run it
Yeah,
over.
Rob and I live like 4 houses away from each other. Anyway, okay, so this is about
Before we
our...
start,
Yeah.
Before we start, though, I want to tell you and everybody that I really can't wait till next year, because I am sad that I can't see all of my taxi friends. I look forward to this year after year, and God bless everybody. I hope everybody's staying safe, but let's hang together, and next year we'll hopefully see one another. And anyway, shout out to everybody, because I've become so friendly with the taxi team and the members and everything. It's really a special thing. So let's keep it going and get back to it next year, in the live venue.
Yeah.
Amen. I feel that way. I've been doing, while we've been under lockdown, which is quite a lot here in California. I've been doing a thing called the Quarantini Happy Hour, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We do an hour-long one of these. And my normal Monday taxi TV show. And I've become so close to these guys that when I started taking days off from the Quarantinis to do the road rallies run up, I would literally feel guilty that I wasn't hanging out with this group of like 50 or 60 people every day. So I get it, man. It's
Well, Michael, I'm glad you said that. Not to distract from our time. I know we're short on time, but I do have a message that I was asked to pass on to you.
Okay.
And it's from the Quarantini Happy Hour crew, Michael and team. I guess they know that I'll be the guy to get it to you.
Ah, okay.
So they actually had plans to do something special, but we couldn't pull it off. They couldn't pull it off because of the what's going on.
Right.
They want to thank you for the virtual road rally and all the preparations for the event that you've done. It's kept everybody sane. I'm kind of reading pieces, including having laughs along the journey, and they wanted me to mention Gopher Watch and Squirrel Watch. And they want to thank you for being a spectacular leader. And they all look forward to seeing you, and wanted to pass along their thanks. So there it is.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. When they refer to the gophers and squirrels, it's like the Quarantinis are very loose. I mean, about 50% of the time I at least have a topic for the day or something to, some emails to answer or something. But there are days I go on camera and go, I got nothing, guys. And while I'm sitting here talking to them and they're telling me about what's going on in their worlds, I'll see this squirrel that comes in the backyard, sits up on his haunches and just looks through the window at me, because we have a big picture window looking right out the backyard. And the squirrel just sits there like taunting me, because he knows I hate squirrels. I just I know they're cute and fuzzy, but they eat the pillows on our lawn furniture. So squirrels are not welcome. Gophers have destroyed our backyard, and I'm growing zucchinis and tomatoes, so the Quarantini people get to see my prize zucchinis on camera. Anyway,
all right.
Thank you for passing that along, and thank you to the Quarantini kids for saying that. I really do appreciate it, man. I've spent a lot of time and effort on the rally, and we're just a couple hours away from me going on vacation.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm so looking forward to it. So I'm not truly going on vacation, but just not working on this will be great. So I'm going to start adding questions to the chat in about a minute. But for right now, I want to lead off with saying the number one most frequently asked question I've gotten since the day I started taxi nearly 29 years ago is, why can't you guys forward something? Your screener said it was pretty good, and he or she liked it. Why can't you forward it to them if it's almost there, and let them, figure it out? So can you guys each respond to why you can't send something to anybody in the industry? Like, I can get away with it with you guys. I could send something and say, this isn't ready yet, but I want you to hear it. And because it's me and you'd be cool with it. But for the most part, I can't do that. Nobody can do that in the industry, and tell them why.
This is really competitive, isn't it now? And there are many reasons. One is timing. Sometimes people need it to be finished, and there's a deadline, they got to have it. Number two is if you can get it to 10, then get it to 10. I think it's important that everybody realizes how competitive it is. It really does have to be. It has to be on a very high level now. It's kind of, it's obvious in a certain sense, but things have gotten so competitive and people have gotten so good, and we all want to hear finished masters. We're accustomed to it, and there's this time element. I mean, I could get into a lot of things, and I know Ron will add to this, but I'll say that timing is a lot to do with it, and deadlines, and it's tough to send stuff that is almost done. I mean, that's you wouldn't leave heart surgery when it's almost done, so don't leave your record almost done.
That was one of your best one-liners ever, Rob.
That didn't mean that. But I mean, you see the point, I suppose. Ron, take it from here, man.
Well, the thing is, you got to think about it like this here, right? You have one shot, and you got one shot for people to hear what you do. So you're going to pull the curtain back on whatever your art, your craft is in that one shot. So they're not going to be forgiving based on who you send it to, who you send your project to, and what do you want from it, right? And you want to put your best foot forward. Now, me, Mike, and Rob, we have relationships, so we can send stuff to each other and say, hey, what do you think? And you have to work on building those relationships too. But if you're sending it to someone that's an A&R person, a producer, or whatever, you've got to put your best foot forward. And here's the biggest and most important thing. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you take the extra time to make it the best that it can be? And, a lot of times, and I understand when you're coming up in the business, everybody has this notion that, well, the record company is going to change it anyway. They're going to change it once they get it. And that is just not true, because from a record exec perspective, we want the DNA. Whatever you got, whatever magic, whatever lightning in the bottle you captured, it could be in your home studio, in the garage, no matter what it is, that's the thing that we want to stay with. So I try and tell writers and producers that I work with, it's like, just get the word demo out of your mind. And just think that every time you do a project, that it's a record. And I'll elaborate on that a little bit more as we go on, because there's so much I can add to it, but I'm sure some of the questions are going to lead to that, and I'll kind of just go deeper into why and where did that come from. So later.
When you said elaborate, and you stumbled on the word, it reminded me of our daughter Gabriella. When she was about 3 years old, one time she tried to say elaborate, and she called it blabberate.
Well, it's funny, as Ron was, speaking, it occurred to me that when he did a Christina Aguilera, I think he did it at his home. That record sold about 20 million. And the Men in Black stuff I did at Will's house, and it was never about, it's close enough, and you can't rely on folks to have imagination. And you know what? This is about excellence and pursuing excellence and doing everything you possibly can to get to, as Ron said, the very highest level you can get it to. And sometimes time factors in, and it generally does. It generally time, money, and experience, and all of these things come together, but the goal is to pursue excellence, and if you can get it better, you got to get it better, and that's
right
every day, 24/7, 365.
Let's talk about authenticity, because I'm not seeing any questions. By the way, for those of you in the chat room, if you have a question, type the word question in all caps so I can see it easier, because they scroll by kind of quickly. Talk about authenticity. It's something that comes up all the time, whether it's people pitching for film and TV, whether they're pitching for records, whether they're pitching for commercials. Authenticity plays into it all the time. Can each of you guys address what that means to you?
Sure, I'll go ahead. Well, here's the thing. I'm trying to just make it as clear as I possibly can. it has to be real. And you can't fake it no matter what it is. It has to be authentic. And I mean, a lot of times people make the assumption that authenticity only comes from these serious records, right? From these serious artists. But that's just not true, because even when you think of like Who Let the Dogs Out, right? They were authentic. They believed in it so much. And there's a great story with that one song, right? Because you think about it. The guy who wrote it had to convince the band. The band had to convince the manager. The manager had to convince the label. The label had to convince radio. So if it wasn't authentic, it wouldn't have done what it did, as it's still doing now. You're going to hear it in movies forever, forever, forever. And by the same token, you have someone like a James Taylor who can write these amazing, just these amazing songs, and they're so authentic. So it's really important that as you're creating with your craft, just to stay true. And sometimes you've got to put the noise out, right? Because everybody has an opinion. And before you know it, it won't be authentic. It may have a little piece of Rob, a little piece of Ron, a little piece of Mike, a little piece of Daryl, a little piece of the squirrel, right? So you really have to, you got to understand what's authentic for you, right? What is your story? Because no one could tell your story. I mean, if Rob's doing a record, only Rob can tell Rob's story, period. You know, I can tell my story. And like I said, when you're creative, you just got to make sure that that's in there, and you got to build up a team of people that you trust that have been there that can say, hey, I think you're on to something, or then you may want to go back and look at doing some other things.
Rob?
So 2 little things I can add. That's perfect. And I think that number 1, I would add that everybody, people want a piece of you. They want a piece of you in every record. They want a piece of you. They want to feel like you've actually given a physical piece of yourself in each song or every production or every vocal performance, every mix. They want to feel that, and they can feel that. And number 2, because this world, especially maybe Taxi, is doing so much sync-heavy stuff, and the world is becoming a little more focused in that area. I think not more focused, but people become more aware of it. One thing I've encountered, in the sync world now is that I hear this ugly thing, which comes up too often, and people say, well, they have songs that failed. They couldn't get Pink to cut it, or they couldn't get some other artist to cut it, like Bruno Mars. But they say, but it's okay. It's good enough for sync.
Right.
And I think that is just the silliest thing. Like, so let me see if I got this right. So nobody else liked the song, but you think for some reason sync.
Right, like it's a lower form of life.
Less fan.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Michael told me about sync, 20 years ago, and it took me way too long to listen to him, which is the story of my life. But I did listen. And what I've learned is that, people, it's funny, people in the record business can kind of be foo-foo have this attitude of being a little foo-foo. And they think that sync is a lower art form. But let me tell you something. I have met as equally talented people in the sync world as anywhere else, be it the film world, actors, record world. I mean, it is just amazing how talented and competitive it is. So to think the button on the end is, whenever you think something is good enough, it is not. It has to be, when you say it's good enough, or it's just good enough, like that's just the wrong mentality. It has to be amazing. Good enough is like a weird term. I think that Ron and I have talked about this a million times. Like, good enough just isn't. Like, it has to be stunning. This stuff has to be really spectacular, I think, to work today. Every time I turn on the TV, there's a great song. Every time I turn on the radio, I mean, I love the stuff on the radio. And by the way, I'm going to get off, but I am so sick of hearing people say, well, don't you think the music of the 80s was better? No. Music moves, it grows.
Yeah.
Things are evolving.
That's
Kids
right.
are coming with fresh ideas. You gotta be open-minded to this stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna go off on a tangent here, but
That's okay. I like tangerines. Let's see. Here we go. Honestly, I keep seeing this term come up because I've never made a record in the digital domain. I think I told you, Rob, I just recently got Logic, and I'm going to start using it after the rally. I'm going to finally learn how to use the DAW. But people are always asking about, is it pronounced LUFS or LUFS? It's a level thing. What LUFS level should be submitted for mastering?
Okay, so they're talking about full-scale metering. So we're talking about levels and metering and stuff like that. I'm going to put, can we come back to that? Because I'm going to pull up an email from Herb Powers, who's one of my favorite mastering engineers.
Okay.
And I have been having conversations with Herb and others in the industry, and it might be helpful if I could reach in and give a couple of quotes and ideas from them, because this is a widely discussed topic and a very important one. But let me grab some additional information as we chit-chat, and we'll just come right back to it. In the meantime, James Koshin just texted me, and he said, you and Ron are doing fantastic. Mike so far is kind of so-so.
I'm just good, not good enough. Thanks, James. I appreciate that a bunch.
I'm just a joke.
I know. Okay, something else flew by. I only caught half of it, but I saw the phrase current sounding. This, Ron was talking about this a little bit before. It's really hard for people to nail what sounds current, and I've always contended, at least since I've come to this realization, which has been, 20 years ago, sounding like yesterday, unless somebody's looking for yesterday, not a good thing. Sounding like today is still going to be yesterday, because by the time it gets used pretty often, especially in the record industry, it's yesterday. So I've always said to people, if you want to sound current, you've got to take what's happening today, stylistically, production-wise, writing-wise, all those things that go into that stew of making a song. And you've got to think, now, where could this go a year from now, or a year and a half, or 2 years from now? Because by the time it gets out to the public, it could be that long, especially in the world of records. So, Ron, do you have any good advice on how people can stay current and learn how to write what sounds current, not James Taylor? Singer-songwriter today is a different definition than what James Taylor or Carole King were. So lay into that one.
Absolutely. All right. So a couple of things. First of all, just like Rob said, you got to listen to everything that's going on out there, right? You have to listen so your ears know what's happening, in the times. Now, it all depends on if you're trying to be an artist or a producer or where you're trying to land. If you want to think about how to move forward, one of the things is go back 20 years. See what was happening 20 years ago, right? Take 20 years ago, bring it to the blender, and then take what's going on now, and then what could you do to push it forward? Because then if you start to look at 20 years, 15, 10, 5, you'll kind of learn how to anticipate what's moving towards the future. And you got to try things on, right? One of the things that I try and teach artists to do, if they get opportunities to go work with producers, just to go in there with okay, I hear all of your tracks. Give me something that you wouldn't play for somebody else, that's your experimental thing, right? Give me the thing that you wouldn't play. I just want to hear where you're reaching for. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to get producers to go, oh, okay, well, you want to do something like that? Oh, let me just go grab this thing that was like my thing, right? And that's where you're going to find this thing at that might propel you into the future with a sound. It can work and it cannot work, but you can't be afraid to go to what I like to call creative, fairyland and try things on. And that's how you're going to come away with something that's not necessarily, I don't like to use necessarily the word current, because current, that means it's been put together a year ago, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or 2 years ago. So I like to say, well, you may be able to find something that will be the new future that everybody will, the groundbreaking thing, right? And just to end that up is to give a great example of that, and that's Lizzo. When Lizzo was working with Rick Reed, and he was talking about this, and he said that she came in the room and she's like, I just feel like doing something crazy. And he had all these tracks that he had worked with 21 Pilots, and that's where Juice came from. He had the whole track done, and he played what he had, and she wrote it, and then that just turned into the thing. But you want to inspire producers to give their best. Producers want to inspire artists to give their best. And then you want to try and push the envelope. Just don't worry about staying safe, because safe is, you know what I mean? Everybody can say safe. And I don't mean that you have to have some electronic thing, right? Because they'll push the envelope too, right? So don't, just figure out the thing for you that keeps your integrity as an artist, your authenticity. But experiment, and don't be afraid to experiment, and like I said, the last thing I'll say, Fleetwood Mac had existed already, but then they brought in Stevie Nicks and, Lindsey Buckingham, and look at what happened. So don't be afraid to try things out there.
It's great advice. As we were talking about this, somebody put in the chat room, yeah, but listening doesn't really tell you how to. Because we've been saying this all week long. I did the Road Rally prequels, and then for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the regular part of the Road Rally for members only. And we've given that advice on many of the panels, which is just go out there and let it absorb into you. You can't create something that's, of today or tomorrow if you're listening to yesterday. There may be aspects of yesterday that you pull in for a retro sound, like a surf guitar or something like that, but... So we're always saying you just have to listen and absorb, listen and absorb. This person's saying, yeah, but listening doesn't tell you how. They want to know, which knob do I turn, which frequency on the equalizer, which reverb. I think that's this person's question. So Rob, I'm going to go to you on this because it's engineering based.
Well, the knob is not going to do it. There isn't a knob that says modern, more, less.
I'd like to have the I'd love to have the patent on that, though, when it comes out.
Exactly, and there's a knob that's like more 3K. There's no simple answer to that kind of stuff, and I think Ron kind of nailed it. But the idea is that I would answer it this way. For me, I get excited when new music comes out, and every week my assistant sends me, the top 5 or 10 from every chart. And I listen to them every weekend. Today's my listening day. And, we are influenced by the things that we hear. And every now and then I hear something that's really cool and interesting. So I try to, I just keep that in mind. It's kind of in my subconscious, And it's like a musician. If you're a trumpet player and you read the notes on the page, you can probably play them just fine, and a guitar player, whatever. But when it comes down to really doing something fresh with it, then in the hands of a jazz musician, those notes might be subject to a different interpretation. So each person has to bring sort of the sum of their whole life experience into the music, and try to forge forward every day, and try to do things that are beyond your comfort zone. And that's the only way you kind of break new ground. It's not a knob that you can turn. I don't feel it is, and I've never found it in 31 years of doing it. I could say something like, right now there's this, really long reverb kind of thing happening in mixes, but not every mix, And I could say there's reverse reverbs that are kind of happening as a layer underneath stuff, and that's true too, but not in every mix. I can say that, I listen to the new Machine Gun Kelly records, which I love, and and those have a cool new approach to rock, which are worth checking out. I could talk about, my buddy sent me a Busta Rhymes record that came out recently, which I thought was very interesting. You know, and on and on and on and on. You know, Taylor Swift. There's all kinds of people that we could listen to. And modern is fresh ideas. It's just fresh ideas, isn't it? When you think
That's
about
all
it,
it is.
and that's all. That's all we're talking about. You won't find it, I don't think, in any knob. And if somebody can invent that knob, I'm going to be the first in line to buy it. You know, it's not a knob. It's just fresh ideas.
Yeah, and to just add, just one more thing I want to add in about listening and why listening is so important. 2 hip hop artists, Jay-Z, P. Diddy, neither one of them play an instrument, but they absorbed music at such a level, they knew what it should feel like, right? They
were both on the Hall of Fame last night.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just saying, you know what I mean? But think about it. So they absorbed it at such a level. It's like, oh my gosh, that feels good. So when they had the opportunity to do their own music, they were like, oh man, well, it needs to feel like this at this part or at this juncture, because it was in them already. They had absorbed it on all different types of music. So I will tell you, listening, believe it or not, is one of the best things you can do. But I mean listening where you can just absorb it, not going, oh, they've got the hi-hat pan to the left, oh, and there's 2K on the vocal. Not like that. I mean, just listening to the vibe of it and everything.
And practice and practice and practice and repeat it and do it and do it. Something happens in a lot of people. This gets missed because as I talk to my own kids who are musical and young people, you know, it's one thing to listen, which is super important. It's another thing to study, and that's important. Have good teachers and all that. But you know, there is also no substitute from grinding it out day after day after day after day after day after year after decade. You know, you got to grind it out, and your brain, I guess, in my case, just makes connections, and I'm fortunate that they make enough to keep me, you know, alive in the business, to be honest. But it's one of those things where you cannot. I mean, you know, the sum is not equal. It's not some about this. The sum is greater than the parts. Yeah.
Right.
So 1 + 1 + 1 over time equals 1,000,000. You know, because you're you know, art is that kind of creative thing which is divinely inspired, and you have to let that take place. You can't intellectualize every piece of it. You just can't. It's just never seen it work. You know, I've had people come to me and said, you know, Rob, when you do this record, you know, I want to do this, 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 and this, because Hugh Padgham did it with the Police, and Genesis did this, or, you know, I read that, you know, some mixer or some producer used this technique, and, you know, it's not paint by numbers. You know, it's not paid by numbers. This is one of those things where you just got to do it and do it and do it, and I believe it. You know, speaking from my own experience, it will come. You know, and stay current. If you're one of the folks that said the music of the '80s was great, and you know, music today sucks, well, you're not open-minded enough. Sure, if you love the music of the '80s, he just used a great example, Lizzo. But that's a fresh approach to those sensibilities. And it came with a hugely innovative approach. And people really loved it. And there's the marriage of the new and the old, which became fresh and exciting. And I love that stuff. You know, I think they did a tremendous job on it.
Yeah, some people would take your cue, what you guys are saying cumulatively, and go, oh, experiment. You know, it'd be like me trying to play jazz. I can't play jazz to save my life, you know, and I could just sit there and, you know, pick up a bass and go, you know, and I'm not Jaco Pastorius by doing that. So I could say, well, you told me to experiment, and that was an experiment. It was a bad experiment, but it was an experiment. So it takes craft, it takes skill building, and it takes 10,000 hours When they're talking about experimentation and innovation, they're not talking about just being a whack brain. They're talking about building on a foundation of skills and experimenting on top of that foundation. Is that a
perfect?
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah,
One
that's
more
it.
little
Exactly.
thing, and that is that understand, not everything you do is gonna be good. You know, we've all done things that in the moment might have seemed cool. We wake up in the morning and like, you know, what
Oh
was
my
that?
God!
You know, and that's not every lyric you write is great. You know, and you know, what we try to do is improve every day, and improve our craft and our dedication and our commitment every day is to be excellent. And it's not 100%. You know, it's not. I wish I could say it was, but you know, understand that not everything that you create is the Mona Lisa. You know.
I interviewed Stephen Pressfield, who wrote the book The War of Art. If you guys haven't read that, both of you would love this book. And I've been after this guy for about 5 years to interview him. And I finally got him this year. He was a terrific interview, a really nice man. He, by the way, wrote Bagger Vance, the book that became the movie that Will was in.
Oh, yeah.
But he also writes these, for lack of a better word, self-help books. And the first one that he wrote was called The War of Art. And he talks about resistance, which is anything that keeps you doing from what you should and want to be doing.
Absolutely.
It could be, I turn on, you know, the Dodger game. Oops, I just wasted 2 hours because I should be working on my music. It could be your own lack of self-confidence. It could be, you know, I'm too busy listening to sounds in my studio instead of writing. All those things are resistance because you know that you should be doing the other thing, but you're letting resistance grab a hold of you and take you off the path. One of the things I brought up to him, which he actually thought was kind of cool, was I said, look, and now we live in this age, and we live in a fast food world, and we expect an answer to anything. I say to my wife 3 times a night, she goes, honey, you know, how do you cook a meatloaf with that crunchy stuff on top? It's like, Google it. Don't ask me. I'm not as smart and fast as Google. We live in a world of instant answers and instant gratification. It does not apply to art because you can't just ask Rob Chiarelli, which knob do you press to sound current? It's everything you guys have just said. So I'm just underlining it there. I want to move on to the next topic, which is 2 women in the chat have both brought this up, very close to each other in the chat. How does somebody, well, not that one. Where did it go? Oh, somebody said, you know, I've had sexual trauma in my life. I'm paraphrasing here. Sexual trauma and harassment, online harassment. So I'm afraid, essentially, to go out in the world. How do I connect with my fans, you know, if I've had these bad experiences? And somebody else said, yeah, me too. Well, there's a movement for you. So, you know, I'm not a woman. I've not been sexually harassed. I don't know that, I mean, I can certainly empathize, but I don't know that I have a good answer for it because that is, you know, it's, man, that could be terrifying, I'm sure. And yet, at the same time, we all know that in order to build a career, you need to put yourself out there. Any advice from you 2 guys?
I mean, that's
a tough
very
one.
That's a tough one because we you know, one, you know, I'm not qualified to tell anyone like how to push themselves forward towards that because that's something, you know, I can't even imagine. The one thing that I can say is that if that part is feeling like, you know, you can't do that, then just make records to the best of what you do. And a lot of you may not know this, but there's a group called Steely Dan, and they never toured. All they did was made records. That's all they did, and put it out. I think that anything that's in that arena, you would have to talk to somebody who's really qualified to really say how to move yourself forward in that situation, because that's at a traumatic level that, you know, like I said, I can't even, you know, imagine, let alone, you know, speak on. So,
or put yourself out there to put yourself out there to women's groups. At least you would eliminate the male. You know, I mean, I hate to say, I don't want to generalize and say all men are horn dogs and capable of, that sort of thing, but you're probably more likely to meet it in the general world than you will if you were pitching to women's groups, which, you see that people who are recovering alcoholics will make music and get it out to, their AA group or a wider thing. People, we had a former taxi screener who made a nice income for years doing music for people in the equestrian field. So there's always a way. But I too don't feel qualified to talk about how to put yourself out there in a world filled with men when you're afraid of sexual harassment or trauma.
Yeah.
That's over my head. Rob, anything from you on that? Nothing. How about from Gato Blanco?
Gato, hey. I think, it's this is that would be something I would love to have a whole hour and a half to sort of talk about and listen to people and learn from. But no, I'm afraid that I'm with Ron. I'm not qualified really to make a comment on that, but I would really embrace the idea to learn more about it and see how we could be helpful to that, sort of thing.
I just had somebody comment, Shelley Thomas, how come no women on panels? Shelley, have you watched every panel that I've done over the last week? I'm betting that you haven't. So please don't make a comment like, how come no women on panels, when we've had a lot of women on panels. Like 2 panels ago, I just had 2 women on that one. I've had women throughout the whole thing. So please, you could say, why no women on this panel? And and I would say because these 2 guys are close friends of mine, and I knew that they'd have great information. I don't pick people because of their identity, their race, their gender. I pick them because I think they're going to give the best information on the panel. So let's just leave it at that. Nancy Kalel asked earlier, how does somebody get an appointment with somebody like you guys? Or I think she might have said Ron, and then followed right up by a young lady named Smudgy saying, how do we get our songs to artists? So, that's maybe the most commonly asked questions, like, how do I get my music to somebody?
Well, I can chime in if you don't mind, Mike. Well, here's the thing that's important. I think that you guys have a great forum, and Mike has provided you guys with a tremendous opportunity. And I made my first big connection with my first A&R guy the same way. But I think that if there's anything, like I said, in terms of just me personally, it should all go to Mike. Just reach out to Mike. Mike can handle that. Mike can, like I said, he's giving you guys a tremendous opportunity, because you may want to send something to me and Mike may hear it and go, wait a minute, it's not ready. And that's what you want to be able to do, because just having an appointment or whatever may not get you where you want to be. So there's so much other stuff that goes into it. But for me, it's about relationships. And when you do get that opportunity for relationships, then you've got to say, hey, listen to my stuff. We do it all the time. I mean, we do it with our friends. A friend of mine produces Lizzo. So I'm like, hey, T, can you give this to Lizzo, or so on and so forth. So it's about relationships. And like I said, hopefully you guys are really taking in the opportunity that you have here at Taxi, because there's more to it than you can possibly imagine. So I would say for me, that's how you would, forward something to me, because Mike can forward it to me.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean everybody watching this should send me an email with a song, an MP3 attached. But that's why we run listings. That's exactly why Taxi has organized it into listings. We're telling you what they're looking for. I will say that for the first time in like 40-some years, I actually co-wrote a song about, several months ago. And the song was written in like Lizzo's throwback style. I don't want to say anything more about it, but I couldn't pitch it through Taxi. In all fairness to my members, I can't compete with Taxi members, so that song will never be heard by a Taxi screener other than possibly informally on a friend basis. So I asked Rob, do you know anybody who knows anybody in the Lizzo camp? And he said, Ron does. So I sent it to Ron. And here's a very important lesson about the industry. I've known Ron for 20 years or better, or maybe 25 or more. And you know, I got his cell number, I can call him at home, whatever. I sent it to him and said, you know, let me know if you think it's good enough or if you want to do anything with it. I didn't hear back from him. Was I offended? No. He probably listened to it, went, you know, either it's not strong enough compared to the other stuff that hits the Lizzo camp, or it's not something she would cut. I figure if he heard it, he would get back to me in 24 hours if he thought it was great for her and say, this is awesome for her, I'm going to send it over. And if I don't, no biggie. We all know that in the industry, that's code for, sorry, man, it doesn't work for whatever reason. So I want everybody watching this today to know that when you get forwarded by taxi and you don't hear back from the company you were forwarded to, these guys don't have the time. Even for me, I'm a close friend. They don't have the time for all the close friends they have in their life to keep saying, sorry, man, it didn't work because of this. Well, Ron, what about if we changed this? What about if we had a different vocalist? What about? Just don't have the time. So please, taxi members and people in the industry, just in general, know that when you are sent to somebody, you are sent to them, and they will only get back to you if they think they hear something that's going to work. Why are you smiling, Rob?
Exactly. Well, I was going to say, just to add to that,
okay.
You just hold on 1 second, Rob.
Yeah.
To add to that, the same identical thing happens to me. So Mike sends it to me. I listen and I go, cool. So I send it to my friend Trevor, and then I go, well, must not nothing be happening. And then Mike is like, well, man. So you've got this whole chain that goes, but none of us take it personally because that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? That's just, you know. Yep.
It's
at least
industry.
we got somebody to send it to.
It's industry shorthand. I loved your song.
So it happens to us, like I said, and we'll just keep on going and send the next one.
Yep. Rob, you were going to chime in there?
Well, no, I think that, yes, I think this is really a great sort of looking glass into you know, the way the business kind of operates. I had a friend of mine send some songs to Ron, and I said, would you please just get back to this guy? You know, 6 weeks later, the guy's still emailing me, hey, I haven't heard back from Ron. You know, and I'm like, would you just please give this guy a response? And then he still didn't. 3 weeks later, I'm like, man, just do me a favor and answer him because of the time. You know, and finally I had to tell the guy, you know, it's clear he doesn't like it. Just, you know, move to the next tune, you know, go to the next song, because the moment you become a pain in the ass, then it's another level of stuff, you know, just like, you know, it's gotta, you know, and I think people don't realize that the only thing I could really add other than what these guys have said, which is dead on the money, is that sometimes it's just a matter of timing. Like, I received a song from, you know, a taxi member, Elizabeth, that I fell in love with. I mean, I fell in love with that song, a song that she wrote, and I am a fan for life. Okay, it doesn't mean every song since is great, but most of them have been. But the moment it hit me was right, because it resonated with me. And some people send great songs that the moment is wrong. It doesn't resonate. It doesn't mean the song is any less. And Ron actually said years ago, you know, he and I will saber rattle every now and then about, you know, different, you know, art, you know, different groups and stuff like that, and different songs and what's hot and what's not. And we have a lot of fun with it. And, you know, one time he said something that was really, really important. I never forgotten. He said, well, sometimes, you know, a group gets signed or a song gets placed with an artist, and it's still a great song, but doesn't work with that artist. And then it gets placed with somebody else, and it does work. Or a group, you know, like Lady Gaga was signed, and then she moved to a new label, or Alicia Keys, it wasn't quite the right fit. So that's often, I think, true. It's not always the right fit, even if it's a great song, and it, you know, there's other things involved. So getting songs to artists, getting it to people, the relationships that people have, you know, those are all part of it. And it's a living, breathing organism, this business of music and pitching and making records. It's interesting.
And I was going to say too, here's the thing about songs is that they always have a life, right? So think about it as a little engine that could, because you could send a song to someone and don't hear anything, right? And you never know what happens, right? So they could listen to it, somebody else could listen to it, or they could get 100,000 more emails of songs in the next day or so. But send it again, right? I do it to Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. If I don't hear anything, I send it the song again, because I may have caught them at the wrong time, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't make it personal. I just go, look, I'm going to send it until they tell me, don't send me that song anymore. I'm going to, keep hitting that send button. And, you just don't know what's going on in somebody's life. And songs are taken, moved on. Like, Hit Me Baby One More Time was actually written for TLC. And they didn't want to cut the song because of what it signified with the hit me. And one of the girls was in this, abusive relationship. So they didn't want to cut the song, right? But look at what happened to it. It launched someone else's career. So, never give up on a song. Never give up on it. And like I said, for me, I never make it personal. If somebody calls me and say, hey, man, I sent you that song 5 months ago, I'd rather them say, hey, here it is again. And that doesn't bother me, because it's a timing thing. Like Rob, you said, it's the way things may be working at that time.
I want to pile on that for a minute, because somebody just asked a related question. Would it be effective for pitching to a specific artist to contact their management agency and submit to them? Timing. Yes, if your timing is good. If Britney Spears comes out with a new record today and I hear it and I go, oh man, I love that single. I got to get my song to Britney Spears. Well, guess what? That record just came out. So she just finished that record, 6 months ago. It's going to be another year or two probably. And you'd be wise to research how often does she come out with new material. But you've got to get them when their cycle is in motion. It's all about timing. And here's a great story to underscore that. Many years ago, one of our earliest Taxi Road rallies, we had a panel with publishers. I think it was a listing panel, and one of the publishers on the panel was a country-specific publisher. And we played a song called Little Things by two guys who, it was the first or second song they'd ever written. It was recorded on like 8 tracks of ADAT in the back bedroom of a farmhouse. The story goes they had to stop tape every time the cow mooed outside. And that song got played on the panel, and the country publisher said that song is going to get cut someday by somebody and it's going to be a hit. And so after the panel, these two guys walked up to the publisher and they said, well, if you feel that strongly about it and you're a publisher, would you sign our song? And he said, yeah, I would. So he signed the song. Nothing happened for a year or more. And eventually we got news that the song was going to be cut by Kenny Rogers. And as the story goes, when Kenny Rogers heard it, he said to the publisher, why haven't you ever played this for me before? And the publisher said, I have. This is the 7th or 8th time I've played it for you.
That's right.
The timing was right. The force was with him. His mind was open to new material. So timing. Anyway, there we go.
Can't add to that. But you know what I can do is I can go back now and tell you about the loudness meter question.
Okay. How do you pronounce this LUFS thing?
I never use the term. It's
okay.
Loudness units full scale. So it refers to the way you're metering the loudness. So I think we can get way down in the weeds, but I'm going to just read a couple of quick little things for those who don't know what it is. It's metering generally, okay? It's the way the meter displays, loudness. So, in terms of Spotify and places like that, they like to see this, from all indications, the LUFS metering at about -14, okay? If it's higher than that, Spotify will adjust it. And if it's, lower, they'll adjust it. It's the same thing with making a record or a CD. Now, the idea, though, I think, when you get into this kind of weedy stuff, is meters, I hate to be, flippant and dismissive, but I don't pay a lot of attention to that kind of thing, and that might be shocking, but years ago, one of my early mentors said, put tape over the meters and just make sure everything sounds good. It's got to sound good, and the metering part, for whatever it's worth, me and all my colleagues, every professional I talk to says the same thing. They cut their records hot. My metering is minus 0.1, and when a mastering engineer wants it lower, I will take care of it, and I'll certainly accommodate them, especially great guys like Herb Powers and those type of guys. Now, these guys at mastering usually like a few dB of headroom. And there's a couple of great articles if anyone wants to read. I will forward them to you, Michael, and you can pass them on to the website. They're two really good articles that I think people would enjoy. One is about the level wars, and one is about what really happens to your music when it gets uploaded and converted onto the streaming services. And people may really, if people are into this type of thing, they're two really good articles, and they're easy to read. Well, they're not so easy to read, but they're short.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try and include them in the Taxi newsletter, which will be much appreciated because, boy, getting that newsletter out every month is a pain in the tush. And coming up with the right content. I don't just put any old content in there. I want to put stuff in there that my members actually can benefit from. So that sounds like something that'd be perfect for that. Question, Rob, how about for us using quick and dirty mastering for Taxi submissions? So I think the question is, should we do down and dirty mastering for Taxi submissions, or is that not necessary?
I think so. I like the idea of maxing that level out. And anyone who's attended our seminars for the last 20 years, I always spend a moment to tell folks, this is an art form, and I'm not proposing. Well, I'm gonna give a suggestion, but I'm not saying this is something that is the end all. And that is, if you're gonna put a limiter on the mix or these mastering tools, keep it simple. Make sure the level is nice and loud, but not overloaded, and don't smash the life out of it, and you'll be fine. I mean, that'll get you closer. Mastering is an art, mixing is an art, but I believe that when you're going to submit songs, that if you're, if you can get it loud, it's going to help. It's going to help. So I think that's the simple answer.
This question's from Darren Moss. I'm not entirely sure I understand, but I'm going to take a shot. Michael's timing story has an element of luck to it. Playing it 7 times in one story makes you a pain in the butt. In the other story, it was the key to success. Thoughts? I'm not sure I understand because I don't remember what the other story.
So on the one hand, on the one hand, I think he's saying, you got to, there's an element of luck because, you keep playing it too much and then you piss someone off. In another case, you pay it so much that Kenny Rogers cuts it and you got a hit. Well, you know what? There's never a good moment. It's never right to be overly aggressive or to be overbearing or too much on somebody. I mean, there is this line, and the line is usually based on your relationship with somebody. And I know if Ron or Michael or many of the my partners, Nate and Kaylee, there's been times I've sent songs to my partners, Nate and Kaylee, songs, or ask them to do something for me, and then I call them up and when the hell are you going to get to this, and they forgot about it. They just forgot about it. So and there is an element of knowing a person and the relationship, and a manager knows his client, and he may have this song in his hand. And I've been in the room with Will Smith and major stars where I want to play him something, but I just heard them on the phone, and I'm not playing it now. I got to wait for the right moment, and I might want to wait for, feeling like, it feels right is a big deal in this business. And, knowing, that I've sent it 5 times, maybe my sense is the 6th or 7th might get it there, but I'm not the person that's going to send it that many times. I'm the person that might send it once, twice, and say, hey, I'm sending this a second time, but I will pick up the phone. I am very different than a lot of people in the business. I hate doing stuff by email. I hate texting. I want to call my friends, not just because, I'm trying to pitch a tune, but I've called many of my friends and talked to them through the pandemic and other times because I genuinely like that relationship with phone calls. And that's a different relationship than sending something to some manager that you don't know. It really is very different. So I prefer to pick up the phone and say, Ron, and we just had a long talk yesterday about a related matter, right? It's about getting songs turned in and what we needed, and he's sending songs to me, and I'm dealing with some of his artists. And this becomes, in my world, I had to explain that it's a pain in the ass sometimes, and I'm overloaded. Thank you for your patience. And he's saying, well, I didn't realize it. So, the timing is a big deal. And having the relationship to be able to speak to someone and work through stuff and pitch songs and communicate, that's the way the business really operates to me. So I don't know if that sheds any light. I hope it does, but...
Well, it's funny. The three of us are old school enough. We came up in the industry probably around the same time. And, look, this thing is wonderful and evil at the same time. And... I've got a text. It's probably from Rob. But yeah,
you know what it is? It's a text because Jill Koshin just texted me and said, "Hey, I love your hoodie." So she's telling you that you're going to get the better part of the deal when you get my Gato hoodie and I get the Taxi hoodie. You're getting the better part of that deal.
Mine's it's a text from you saying done when I asked you to email Bria about the giveaways, which don't go away if you want free stuff. There was a gentleman in the chat room that just recently, like 5 minutes ago, said, I don't know, man, a lot of conflict, and I'm paraphrasing here because it's way scrolled off already, but he said, a lot of, conflicting information at the road rally. Well, people have differing opinions. If we all look at a color chart, and I say, what's your favorite color? Ron and I may like blue, Rob may like red. We're talking about art. And even business, if this person was referring to the fact, do you wait, do you call twice, do you text 7 times, all that stuff, we're giving opinions. There is no rule book, and we don't talk to each other before the panels to say, let's make sure that we all agree on everything. It's just not the way life is.
I asked Ron yesterday, I said, Ron, what the hell are we talking about tomorrow? He said, I don't know, I think it's just Q&A. All right. That's it. And the funny thing is that's exactly, what you just said is right on the nose. I went into many taxi seminars and thought, wow, that is a different experience than I've had, and I'm going to remember that piece. And sometimes people come to our seminars and they leave with, if they leave with 1 or 2 things, that's really good. That's really important. Not everything that we say would apply to everybody, but if you can learn a little bit from every seminar that you see on taxi, and you can pick out a morsel here, a tidbit there, then you know what you're doing, you're way better for it. And then you're going to formulate your own approach to sending songs out and your own production ideas. And that's really, truly what it's supposed to be about, is to forming your own opinions and your own art and your own creativity. And you can only take that, you can only grow by getting input in deciding what resonates with you, I think.
I'm not going to go ahead, Ron.
Well, I'm sorry. I was just going to chime in really quick. I think this is the most important part, is that you have an opportunity to hear from people that have been in that room and been in that room with superstars, right? Superstars. And the room tilts different that way. It feels different because every artist is different, right? And we're talking to a vast number of artists, producers, engineers. But I think, just to echo what Rob said, is like, you've got to find the piece in there that works for you and expound on it, right? Oh my gosh, oh yeah, putting it in the blender, that makes it better for me. Because if you're looking for the magic knob or the magic statement that's going to make you successful as an individual, and this is anyone. That's not what it is. It's a culmination of different opinions, what resonates with you. How do you go back to the grind and make yourself better? I know for a fact that we've given a lot of things that really are still in the basic guidelines. Do your best. Never play stuff that's not ready, right? Build relationships. So there's a lot to unpack in this conversation. So I think it's a matter of what resonates with you, where are you in your career, and just trying to take the morsels, right? Because even if you leave this conversation with one or two things, that's all you need to be better the next time.
Absolutely. I'm just, grabbing my schedule here. I want to make sure that...
That's all right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're good.
That's your own point.
Yeah. Let's do one or two more questions, and then Rob is generously going to give you guys some free software. By the way, Rob, did I tell you this, that after the last time you did that, I think it was on a Taxi TV or a Quarantini, and you gave out a bunch of software, and one of my friends in New York, who's somebody that's been around as long as we have, more on the advertising side of the business, but also a studio rat like us, sent me an email that said, or a text that said, tell your boy Chiarelli that his EQ, I forget which, what's the blackface EQ that's got like two robes and knobs on it?
It's probably the mastering EQ.
No, different one. Name your
Westlake EQ?
Yeah.
Westlake?
He got the Westlake EQ. He said, his exact words, tell your boy Rob that that's some of the best EQ I've ever heard anywhere. And this guy's one of, we've got plugins up the wazoo. So if I haven't told you that, now I'm telling you.
You hadn't, and I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, he loved it.
Yeah.
So yeah, in a couple of minutes, Rob is generously going to give you guys some software. I'm looking to see if I can find another question. Michael, love this panel. Well, thank you, Monica. A question, will you talk about the blur? Oh, I actually wrote this one down before. This is from Soren Sorensen. Will you talk about the blurring of production and songwriting? Have they become one and the same? When I started Taxi, the website used to say, I think we took this off of there, and I know I personally said it to people, look, it's all about the song. It's all about the song. Well, nowadays, it's about the song and the way you present it. It used to be, and it's still, to some people, like Rob will listen to an acoustic guitar or a piano vocal or a guitar vocal. Some people in the industry will, because they want to imagine what they would do with it rather than have somebody else's ideas presented to them. It may limit the scope of your ideas. But how do you guys feel about that? Is it equally as important today to be able to be a great producer and a great songwriter? Are they one and the same? Are they intertwined?
I mean, I don't mind chiming in here first.
Yeah, please do.
No, it is not. Right? Yeah. No, it is not. I mean, you can be a amazing songwriter, but you may not be an amazing producer, or vice versa. What's important is to find out what you do best, right? And bring somebody in that can do the other part. Because I know amazing songwriters that can't produce, and I know, like I said, producers that can't do the same. But it is important to kind of hone your craft. Now, I will tell you this, Michael. It's like the quality of songs that have been coming out of Taxi for the last couple of years, that bar is so high now. They sound so good. And, we've worked with numerous writers that I've met at Taxi, whether it's Marcus, Callie J, Jen Rickard, Amy, just so many people there. And the stuff is getting really, really, really amazing. So I think that you've got to really, for yourself, decide what you want to do, because when I meet someone, the first thing I ask them, I said, if you want me to listen to it, how do you want me to listen? Do you want me to listen to you as the artist, you as the songwriter, or you as the producer? And that helps me kind of like know what kind of feedback to give to that particular person. But I think it can be separate things. If you want to be a producer, like you, Mike, you just went and bought Logic. And just so you know, my very first song I did on Logic was on Christina Aguilera's Spanish record, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
And, yeah, that was my very first song I did in Logic. And I was terrified of going to a DAW at that time. But nevertheless, there are tools out there if you want to be a producer. Be a producer. If you want to be a songwriter, try and be the best songwriter. Because there are people out there who just focus on that one thing and they're the best at it. And, you don't want to, be 50-50. But I think that there's so many producers out there now that, you can find that piece if that's not what you are. And vice
This
versa.
is, at the real road rally where we're physically in the same room, collaborations happen all the time because people meet each other and sitting next to each other, standing in a registration line. It happens on the Taxi Forum at forums with an S.taxi.com all the time. It happens in chat rooms at events like this. I mean, I see people in there, hey, send me your stuff. I'm seeing this all day long as we're having these things. Bria, can you go ahead and post the first link? You guys just know that a link is coming your way momentarily in the chat room. Please don't email the office 100 times this, certainly not today because we're not there. I didn't get the link. I didn't get the link. This link is for people who are watching this video right now. Don't share it with the public. The road rally is not going out to the public. Please don't tell 150,000 of your friends, go grab free stuff. I know it would make you very popular, but Rob is being very generous because hundreds of these are going to fly out. Bria just posted the link. This is for the EQ73 plugin, which... Rupert Neve, I saw him sleeping over in Rob's garage the other day. He designed this personally for Rob. I'm kidding. Totally kidding.
It's not a
Oh, it's not a Neve?
No.
It's
not a Neve anything. I just like the knobs. Let's not get me in any trouble here.
Right.
It's a fantastic EQ. I will tell you that. And it's free for Taxi folks till the end of the week. And then if you don't catch it, or if I didn't know if you guys were going to keep this up online, then there's another password. You can get 50% off of everything to the end of the year. And I think most Taxi members, to be honest, so many have supported Final Mix software that they probably have everything. So, but I have got about 20 new pieces coming out in the next 6-8 months. So. Keep that 50% off and keep it handy so you can get the new stuff. Some really cool things that I'm very proud of coming out. So
here's Greg Carroz in the chat saying I use the EQ73 a lot, really like it. Yeah. So Rob, do I get a discount so I can load some of this stuff on my new Logic?
Got it all. I'll give it all to you, baby.
I've got to say, man, I'm blown away by Logic. I've been playing around with it just 10 minutes here, half an hour there, because I was in Road Rally prep mode. I cannot wait to get the Road Rally over, which is 3 hours, so that I can sit down. I'm going to take a day off of work and do nothing but sit there and play with Logic, man. Remember my last room at Howie Schwartz, Rob? I don't know if you were ever in there when I had the SSL in there, but, same room with the SSL and all digital everything. That was a $3 million room. Logic kicks that room's butt. It's mind-blowing how much amazing stuff is in there. I can't speak about Pro Tools because I've never used it, but I am, as long as everything sounds good, I'm becoming a very quick believer in the digital domain.
Well, just to add in, Mike, whenever you need me to come over and help you with Logic, I can help you because I've been using Logic since Logic 3.0. So we're at 10.5. Yeah. So I know it inside and out, and it has a sound to it, and it's really an easy tool. And they do manage to put everything in this box, and it's really quite incredible. But I am going to give you guys a tip. Are you ready for this?
Absolutely.
This is a tip. Remember how we were talking about how to stay current, right? I'm going to give yours, how do you stay current? Remember when I was talking about going back and finding something and bringing it forward, right? So I can't wait to next year's road rally, right? Because then we're going to re-examine this conversation. I'll be able to tell you a little bit more about it. But I happen to know for a fact that there is one of the top songwriters and one of the top artists working together right now. and they're trying to formulate some stuff, say possibly from back in the, I don't know, maybe Fleetwood Mac meets something else. And I know this for a fact. And next year when we're at the road rally, when I tell you who the artist is, then we're going to go back and look at this. So I want this to be recorded. So then that way, that's a tip of how to go back, and I'll be able to point and say, well, look at what they did. This is how they went back. And this artist had one of the biggest smashes of the year last year. So
Wow.
that's all I'm going to give you for now. Yeah.
By the way, Ron,
That's called a teaser, I guess.
Yeah, a good tease.
Huh?
I became friends. Oh God, I've drawn a blank on his name. I'm so bad with names. Fleetwood Mac producer. Ken.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Ken. Yeah.
He lives like 10 minutes from here, and I invited him to come to the road rally. I interviewed him last year, and he and I become good friends as a result of that.
Yes.
He's one of us. Like, he and I could, you know, he called me like 3 days into the pandemic. He said, I just wanted to call and see how you're doing, man, check in with you. And we ended up spending an hour and 15 minutes on the phone talking about microphones. So he's definitely one of us. I love that stuff. I can never talk enough about microphones, which, let's see how much cable length I have here. By the way, look at this. Look what Rob loaned me for the road rally. I'm using an ECM 87, a classic. Because I couldn't use my USB mic. Hopefully I didn't blow out everybody's woofers. Anyway, I gotta sign off, guys. Did Bria post the second link for the 50%? Yes, she did. Bria's been awesome during the entire road rally. Seriously, these two guys, Greg Hall, our technical director, and Bria McTavish Abrahamson, have made this whole thing so easy. I was so stressed out leading up to the rally, but totally enjoying doing the rally, and a lot of that goes to them for doing a great job. So thank you both. Anyway, guys, just thank you. Your information is always great. Your hearts are both absolutely in the right place, and I believe that you guys, within reason, you know, within logical reason, will do anything you can to help people. And they can feel in the chat room. They're all saying, "Thank you. You guys are awesome, and thanks for the EQ." And I was just joking.
Thanks
Rupert
for
Neve had
having
nothing to do with it. No, Rupert. It does have pretty knobs.
Thank you for year after year inviting us to be at the road rallies and participate again this year. And you know, it really is something that we both look forward to, and we really appreciate it. Thanks for what you do every year for everybody.
Thank
you. No, I maybe have a better idea than most, but you really work your butt off to an unbelievable extent, and I think folks need to, you know, every now and then someone needs to say thanks, and I hope people realize the amount of work you put into this stuff. So
if you could see, thank you for saying that. I really do appreciate it. If you could see, you know, the square table between our kitchen and family room, like the 6-foot square table, it literally has like 50 pounds of wire on it right now, about 200 pounds of gear on it right now. My wife has been so gracious about just letting me take over the most used portion of the house. Anyway, Rob Chiarelli, Ron Harris, thank you guys. You're the best. Really enjoyed it.
Thanks.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye.
I'm good. How are you doing? Okay, great. One thing it's nice to meet you too. One thing I will say is your internet seems to not be the best connection. Is there any way for you to wire in? Okay, I would just make sure that that's okay. I would try and make sure that any, like, no one else in your house is, you know, streaming or doing, like, playing video games or online or anything, and any other programs are shut out. Okay. Okay, cool. It's kind of going up and down, so hopefully it'll hold out.
So I produced Rob Chiarelli when he was 19 years old. He was from Boston. He's the Prince Spaghetti Kid, right out of Boston, you know, the accent and everything. And one day he walks in, I was running this Howie Schwartz recording, and he walks, I could hear him out the reception. What's that?
The mic's hot.
Oh, my mic. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Greco. They love you already, Paulie. How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Thank you so much for doing this. I really do appreciate it. Nice drum kit in the back of the room there.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were a drummer.
That's how I get my frustrations out these days.
So I want to give these folks a short bio on you. Paul's the executive director of music and audio at the global advertising giant Wunderman Thompson. Paul has directed music and sound production, audio strategy, music supervision, and license negotiations for clients such as Macy's, Puma, Rolex, Google, Smirnoff, ExxonMobil, Jaguar, Schwab, Pepsi, GE, FedEx, HBO, U.S. Navy, U.S. Army, Lincoln, maybe that was Lincoln Financial Group, Chevron, Dr.
Lincoln Motors.
Oh, Lincoln Motors, sorry. Chevron, Dr. Pepper, 7-Up, NFL, NHL, Campbell's Soup, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, AT&T, and many more. So you've been around the block.
Yeah. 34 years now.
Wow. Yeah, when I first met Paul, you were at Spirit Music. I think you're a publisher in New York. And he's just to let you guys know, he's super well known in the advertising world. Anytime I drop Paul's name, people go, "Oh yeah, Paul." Yeah, it's like everybody knows who he is, and that's he's got an awesome gig at an awesome place and gets to work on awesome projects all the time. So nearly every songwriter, artist, and composer would like to get his or her music in a TV spot because it's generally bigger dollars and than like a placement in a TV show or an instrumental placement in a reality show. So I want to give our audience an overview of the market for music and advertising, and then describe the process of how a creative team decides when they need music in a spot, what kind of music they need in that spot, and ultimately how they choose the music that ends up in that spot. So under the subtitle of overview, there are different types of music that are used. Sometimes it's scored, sometimes it's a song, sometimes it could be a really good instrumental track from a library. So can you talk a little bit about that, like as to, well, most frequently it's scored or most frequently it's songs? Kind of give us a breakdown of the types of music that are used and how often they might appear in TV commercials.
Well, I think it kind of swings back and forth as to whether it's composed music or licensed music. It really depends. It's cyclical. Sometimes I would say it's 60-40 composed music, and then it swings the other way towards license being 60 and composition being 40. It really depends, and there's no real rhyme or reason to that. At least where in the area that I work in. It's kind of whatever the needs are of the creative at that time, and what allow for. If there's a very healthy budget, a lot of times they'll want to do maybe a custom big score, or maybe they want to license a big pop song. It really depends. But usually, I would say most of the time, it is really depending on what the creative idea is. So that just depends. A lot of times, it could be pop song, it could be indie band, it could be up and comer, for licensing, and sometimes it could be a one-hit wonder or a super popular current track. It really depends on what the creative idea is, and then what they can afford.
What is, and I know there's not a one-size-fits-all answer necessarily for this, but what's the goal of music in a commercial? Why do they have music in a commercial?
Well, it could be several different reasons. Sometimes it's supportive in the whatever the creative idea is to whatever the visuals might be. And many times it's helping to more overtly tell a story. A lot of times it's like the movie. It's a emotion guider. It's sort of helping you emotionally get where we want you to go. That is, that I think is the biggest factor. I think that is what music does mostly, is help you emotionally get where we want to lead you, and that's it's very effective in that.
Yeah, some examples of that might be like a Lincoln car commercial with Matthew McConaughey driving a big old SUV, and he pulls out of his gorgeous house and drives along a curvy road, and there's this beautiful, sexy instrumental music playing. Other times it could be tween pop because it's for fall back to school fashion for young ladies. So just my own personal observation from, running listings all these years looking for music for TV commercials, it's overwhelmingly positive, emotionally upbeat music. Not entirely, but oftentimes, I'd say probably 70%. Yeah, maybe 70%. It's you want people to feel good, I'm guessing.
Most of the time. I mean, most advertisers don't want to leave you, bad or uneasy after their spot has left. They kind of want to. They normally want to leave a sort of a positive impression on you by the time it's over, and that positive impression carries over to what the consumer feels about that particular product or the brand. Yeah, it's unusual that you find that maybe there's a music track that doesn't leave you feeling fulfilled by the end of it. I mean, there might be certain thing where you're doing like maybe a spoof on a horror thing like that. That's a different kind of thing. But I think mostly when you're scoring, when you're licensing, you're usually trying to find something that at least resolves in a positive way.
There's a term that I can't remember his name now, but a friend of your brother Peter's that I met many years ago, we had him on a panel at the Road Rally, and he explained why ad agencies use songs from big acts or big pop hits or whatever. It could be, a big rock song, might even be a classic rock song from the mid-'70s. And there was actually a technical term for why it's used. I can't remember what it is, so I can't give you a hint and get you to elaborate on that. Maybe it's like they want to get the lift. Oh, people who like Led Zeppelin would be a typical demographic person for this product, and that's why they use it. So can you elaborate on that a little bit, why they tie in a big hit?
Yeah, a lot of times, familiarity is a big deal. There's a lot of times, we feel the creative people in an agency will feel that finding a song that people know that connect to a certain is just going to connect the brand or the product to that band, to that song, and there is going to be an emotional tie, emotional connection to that, and they're going to feel a little bit more connected, and it's going to make a more intimate relationship with the brand. That's one of the things that a known song, a known pop song, can help with with connecting to particular segment of consumers. It also helps when you're testing too. Pretty much everything gets focus group tested now, and it doesn't test well in focus groups. It doesn't go anywhere. So a lot of times, creative people will want to have a pop song in a focus group on their test spot, because usually when people recognize a song, there's action and it tests better. And then if it tests well, it's very unlikely that they'll change it after that. It'll probably wind up going on the air after that if they can afford that song. So it's it's definitely helpful to have something recognizable that people can connect to.
Is that your worst nightmare, when they tempt something in, they decide to test the spot with that Led Zeppelin song, let's say, and it tests well, and then they say, okay, go get it for $50K.
That is a horrible thing, and it's happened to me recently. We were not able to get it. It was a Drake song, believe it or not, and they did not budget for a Drake song when they did the original budget. So we had to move way down the chain to find something that fit the budget that they had. Yeah.
Just letting you know, Paul, if you ever need any help with Drake, that my office is about a mile from where he lives, and we use the same gas station. I've bumped into Drake at the gas pump, literally, where he's like on one side of the island, I'm on the other, to the point where now, like this third time he saw me, went, hey, yeah, I remember you. Yeah, so if you ever need me to negotiate for, call me.
Catch him at the gas station, fill it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I used to see Justin Bieber at the same gas station all the time. There's a very, very wealthy enclave that's like adjacent to our office complex, and a bunch of huge stars live there. Justin Bieber had a car that was all chrome. The entire exterior of the car was chromed. And I once said to him at the gas station, I said, why all chrome? And he goes, because it ruins the radar signal for the cops, so they can't bust me for speeding.
Really?
Anyway, back to business here. So let's talk about the process in a lot of detail. Can you give us kind of like, what's the first thing that happens when, let's use Lincoln as an example. So you've got Lincoln as a client, and you know that they've got a campaign coming up for the new model year, or and you guys, the creative team, the creative director and the writers, they write stuff, and then they storyboard it and they pitch it, and the client goes, yeah, we like it. We want you to move forward with that. What happens from that point forward in every aspect, not just the music, but certainly tie in where the music comes into the picture?
Okay. Some words are written with a song in mind, a particular song, and sometimes it just says music, or sometimes it'll say emotional music, or sometimes it'll say upbeat, rock music. That'll just be at least a guideline for what they're thinking. So when we look at it, once again, we're looking at budget that goes along with that, and we're going to see in our minds, is composition right for this, or is it licensed? We want the creative's input on that. Like a lot of times they'll tell us, no, we'll have this, or no, we want to find a cool band. We want to find a cool track. We want to find something that sounds like X, but isn't X band. So that's when we sort of go into the processes of search. If it's not composition, then we go into licensing, and we're doing this. We're sifting through our contacts at major labels or indie labels, or just publishers that we know. We've got a really good reach of publishers and labels, and we're putting out we're putting out feelers like, here's the direction. What have you got? Like, what bands do you have that are about to break? What bands are? It's just a criteria of what is needed for that particular job at that time. So we'll get a bunch of tracks in, and then we'll listen, we'll curate to a certain degree, and then we'll play them for the creatives, and then we'll get their feedback and see if we've gotten stuff in that feels like it's hitting the mark.
So we're still very early in the process. You're still storyboarding, or have you moved on to animatics or anything yet?
It can happen in several ways, but if we're getting storyboards, that we're still early in the process. But many times, we don't get called in until there's a rough cut, which makes things harder. They've got their edit, and they come to us and they say, okay, here's a rough cut. It's really close. Now we need to find music, and we only have like 4 days, to find it, get it approved all up and down the chain to the client, and then negotiate the price, get it licensed, get it mixed, and get it out. So it can happen one or two of those ways. So one of two of those ways.
I've always been, I mean, I know you know a little bit about my career, but I worked at Howie Schwartz in New York. And so I've mixed a lot of TV spots. And I was always amazed by the emergency situation with music all the time. The producers would come over from JWT or YNR or wherever, and they would walk in and we would do the voiceover from 10 to 11, maybe fly in a few sound effects to picture. And then I'd go, okay, what do you have for music? And we're still waiting for approval. Literally, like somebody would come over with like back then it was like a reel-to-reel tape in their hand or maybe a CD, and it was like they would literally run into the control room because they just got approval. I'm getting the get closer to your microphone, Michael signal from my TD. Okay. There you go.
Good here on this end. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you would think I would know something about microphones, but apparently not.
One important thing your audience should know too is that TV spots are only the tip of the iceberg these days. There's music needed for all kinds of content, digital content, social. The music needs have gone way beyond the television commercial now. Now, television commercials normally pay better than sort of digital content or social content, but there's the bigger payoff is on TV, but the volume now is digital and social. You may make a whole lot less, but you could get a whole lot more hits. With that. So that's an important thing to know.
Let's talk budget range as long as we're on the discussion about, we get listings in a taxi that's for a digital commercial. It might be a major product, and maybe they're offering like $3,500 or $5,000 or $10,000, whereas that same piece of music landing in a national TV campaign for that same product might pay $50K or $100K.
Depending.
Yeah. There's a range. So can you elaborate a little bit more on the budget ranges for those types of things?
Sure. I would say, let's just say it's a national TV spot, U.S. North America for a year, for an artist, a well-known artist, could very well be, with publishing and master, could very well be in the $50,000 to $100,000 range. That's not unheard of. But there's a lot of times we're doing also $40,000 all-in licenses. It depends. It really depends, and I think it also depends on the popularity of the songwriter and the artist. If there's more notoriety, obviously they can command a little bit more money, and we understand that. But I would say, on average, if it's not a well-known pop song, you're probably in between 40 and 80, I would think.
Okay. Let's go back to the timeline now. And so when you have 4 days to get something, it's got to be really hard for you guys, because I imagine, especially in terms of a large artist, or a big hit pop song, and you're reaching out to both whoever owns the master, which is frequently the record label, and then the publisher. Is there a most favored nations thing going on? So, if one side gets 40K, the other side gets 40K.
Correct.
How hard is it? Because they've got to know that you guys are under some time pressure. I'm sure you don't necessarily tell them that, because that would give them a negotiating chip. But do they squeeze you pretty hard knowing that your back is up against the wall?
I would say not very often. I think the people that we work with at the publishers and the labels, we have a pretty good relationship with them, and normally we don't feel like they've got a gun to our head. Normally they're dating as much as they can be. But remember too, it's the artist makes the final call. I mean, I'm sure that the artist is more or less just wanting to get the right value for their work, for their work. So it's hard to know if we're getting the squeeze, but we seem to have good relationships, and they've been very accommodating in a lot of instances. So
I would imagine that the other side of that coin is that they're getting promotional value for their artists. Artists big and small. If you're a baby band,
absolutely,
and you get in a big commercial like a Lincoln Spot or something, all of a sudden you get millions of people that are hearing your music every night, which is going to cause them to go online and search for it. And so that's good.
Yes, yes, that's a big thing for a young artist, especially.
Has COVID changed anything about your world as far as finding music? Has it changed deadlines in any way, shape, or form? Here you are. Well, it's Sunday, so you're working out of home, of course. But you are working remotely now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we're working 100% remotely. There's what they're calling a soft reopening in December, but it's going to be voluntary. It's I think there's only going to be 25% capacity, and you have to make it a reservation to come in. And and once again, it's voluntary, so that could last for a little while, as that goes. But in terms of COVID, the first 4 or 5 months of COVID was tough. I mean, advertisers didn't know what to do, and work really grinded to almost a halt. So it wasn't until about July where a lot of clients were saying, okay, we can't completely be silent here. We've got to figure out how to, stay relevant and stay in people's, eyes and ears. So the work started to gain, a little bit more momentum, and the music, getting music, whether it's creating it or licensing it, really, COVID has really no impact. Because most of how we acquire music is remotely anyway. If we're searching, we don't need to be face to face with any particular person in person. Mm-hmm. And if we're creating music, most of our composers now are very self-contained. They can make tracks in their bedroom. Unless we're looking to do a live orchestra or a live band for whatever, and but those are few and far between these days anyway now. So COVID hasn't really stopped the music process in either instance.
Speaking of live orchestra stuff, I was once doing about 30 pieces live. It was the first time after I quit making records, and I worked in like a Criteria Studios in Miami, worked on some big records, moved to New York and thought I knew everything because I had gold records on my wall. Boy, did I get a lesson. I was doing a McDonald's jingle with Michael Small as the composer conductor. And it was roughly 30 pieces in the room in Studio West at Howie's. And he says, okay, let's run it down. Of course, it started out with me saying to the drummer, can I hear taka 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 on your tom-toms? And he just, Michael Small shot me a look over his shoulder. I didn't know that in New York, you set your levels first and pre-EQ'd everything. And when they walked in, sat down. So he says, okay, let's run one down. So they ran it down. He turns around, looks into the control room. He says to me, play that back. I turned white as a sheet, and he goes, you're new at this.
Oh, you weren't rolling tape. Got it. Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And it was tape.
Yep, it was tape. Yeah, so for anybody who aspires to be a New York City jingle engineer, you better know when they say run it down, record that stuff. I will never forget that moment. It was one of the most horrifying moments in my life.
We've all had them.
Yeah, you only need one of those to set you straight. Who is the initial person typically, and I realize it's not going to be the same every time, but is it the creative director? Is it the copywriter? Do they come to you and say, what kind of music should we do? Who lights the spark as to which direction to go in musically? It's
really the creative team, the the team that have come up with the actual commercial or commercial idea. They're usually driving the decisions on that. They're usually saying, when we came up with this spot, we envisioned this. Or they could say, when we came up with this spot, we know we want music, we just don't know what it should be, and that's why we need your help, kind of thing. Directors, executive creative directors will look over that and say, I agree or I don't agree, but usually it's the creative team that drives the idea.
I know that some ad agencies have had young teams of young people that are younger, hipper, know about, they're really into music discovery and knowing about artists that people who aren't fanatically into that stuff wouldn't necessarily know about. And I know that friends of mine at agencies have told me there's a lot of frustration when these young kids go out, they're out in the street at night listening to bands. They're basically running around with the A&R people, and the whole industry rat pack going from club to club. And they do all this research and find all this great music and bring in all this groundbreaking new stuff that probably is going to break in 3 months or 6 months. And then it makes it into the conference room and the client goes, nah, I want James Taylor because that's what they love because they're 55 or 60 years old and that's what they grew up with. Or maybe they want Britney Spears because they have a 34-year-old daughter that played Britney Spears around the house all the time. Or maybe they've got a 13-year-old now that loves whomever. How much of those outside personal taste influences come into your process and affect what ultimately gets used?
A ton. I mean, there's a lot of, as you say, there's young creatives that are, they're discovering music in places that a lot of times we don't even know exists. I mean, there's some website or YouTube, and a lot of people are using YouTube to discover all kinds of music. It's like the new MTV. But it's vast, and there's SoundCloud, and there's Pitchfork, and there's a million more, and there's no way one person could possibly be able to go through all of that. It's impossible. So there are all of these different people who listen to their particular sites or wherever they get their music from, and they bring you, tracks and listen to it, and you say, where the hell did they find this? But they found it. It exists, and then you're either you help them acquire it or use it as a direction, or try to find something else. There's a lot of outs. I mean, the client. Peter has probably 10 more stories than this one too from his days, but there's clients who broke up with their girlfriend and to this song, and you have it in your spot and it works perfect, and they say, I hate that song. When I was a kid, whatever, all of that stuff comes into play. It's personal, personal connections to music at the client level. That's a big deal. I had one once tell me he hated any song with a saxophone in it. So don't bring me anything with a saxophone. Okay. So this is what you get.
Do the creatives? Something we run into even at the music library level when libraries turn to Taxi to help them stock up in certain genres. We certainly get this from music supervisors as well. Maybe their descriptions aren't as amorphous as I need something that's more magenta. We've all heard that sort of description, but do they think in terms or do they think in terms of genre? Do they think in terms of emotion? Do they think in terms of, I really like the beat of this? Or do they reference some song that they like? Is there any sort of common thread as to how, because, talking about music and words, as somebody said earlier on one of my other panels, is like,
tap dancing to architecture.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the saying, yeah.
Right. So I'm sure that this is a big component in your daily life, is trying to interpret how they're trying to describe it, and then coming back to them and go, no, 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 I didn't mean that at all. I meant purple, not magenta.
Yeah. Part of our job, what's important part of what I do and my team is try to be the interpreter between the creative person or the client that is not versed in musical terms or express, and translate that to either finding a piece of music or talking to a composer on what that really means in musical terms, musical sense. So it's a big part of the job, because the first, if I tell you the amount of times that I in my career have heard, well, I know about music, but here's the idea, and you have
can I get you to repeat that? You went really glitchy on that one. Can you please repeat it, please?
It's very common that someone, especially in the ad agencies or the clients, will start their opinion or by saying, well, I know about music, but here's what I think. And then you have to try to figure out what that means. You're right. Sometimes, it sounds too yellow, or it makes me, it makes me want to do this. Or sometimes, you have to. I remember Peter telling me a story about when he was playing something with someone and asked them to keep raising their hand when they heard something they didn't like. That kind of thing. So that you have to try to really be the interpreter a lot of times.
How many songs, and I know, again, none of these are hard, fast answers, and there's nothing that's really typical. It's always a range of circumstances that you encounter that I'm sure are different every time you start working on a new project. But I want to give people some idea of the scope of how hard you guys work at finding the right thing. Let's again go with a big product, again using Lincoln as the example. How many tracks might you audition to curate down to 3 or 5 that you would then play for the creative team?
Okay. Well, it can range from, and it really depends on how decisive the creatives are and how decisive the clients are. Some creatives and clients want to hear a million things to make sure that they feel good about what they picked. They want to go through as many things to sort of get affirmation that what they've picked, they've heard everything they hear and they feel good about. And some creatives and clients are very decisive, like, this sounds great, or no, I don't like that, I want it to be more, I want it to be this. And that will really determine how how deep into the weeds you have to get. I mean, I worked on a Puma spot with a team at the client and in the agency. I was almost 450 tracks that before we finally settled on one. That's a record, by the way. It could be, if it's a bad project, it could be a couple of dozen, maybe even 30 tracks or something, 35, 40 tracks. But that one in particular was a nightmare, just because nobody could make up their mind. And every time they picked one, and then when they heard the next one, they second guessed what they picked the first time. And it's just, so it depends.
It might have been your brother, Peter. It could have been another friend of mine, back in the day when I was still mixing commercials. But somebody once said to me, I never walk in the room and play my first pick because nobody likes to have anything crammed down their throat. They want to think it's their idea. So I'll take the song or the piece of music that I really want in the spot and put it in the number 2 or number 3 slot when they go, yeah, that's way better than the first one. I thought that was a pretty smart piece of psychology.
There's a lot of psychology to it. Yeah, you can't play them just one thing either, because even though it's perfect, and it is perfect, and they might even say this is perfect, but what else do you have? It's always that. This is great. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, what else is there? That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see, I'm looking at my notes here. Oh, let's talk about sound-alikes. We all in the industry
Dreaded
fear.
sound-alike.
Yep, all of us. It's like you see the word sound-alike. It's like, no, you don't want to sound like something else. So then the discussion goes to, well, what about it do you like? Because it's one thing if you like the energy, if you like the background vocal mix or the harmony blend, or you like the tempo. It could be as simple as just the tempo works with the cut of the picture. So how do you get people who come to you and say, I want something that sounds like this? I know you well enough and know that professionals in the industry don't go out looking for that because they know it's going to get them in trouble, and it's dishonest. It's not nice. Musicians don't do that to musicians. How do you get them off that mark? What's your line of questioning to get them where you need them to go?
Well, one little thing is there now and again someone will send me very well intentioned, I guess. People will send me an email with a link that says awesome sound-alikes, blah blah, whoever it might be, Coldplay or James Brown or whatever, and that's in the subject line. I won't open it. I'll trash it immediately because just having email is intent. So if someone goes back to that email and where I got it, if there's a question on it and they say, oh, I sounded like, well, you intended to sound like James Brown, so but when people come to me, and it doesn't happen much now, I think a lot of people are a little bit more understanding of the law. If they're asking for something that sounds alike, it's just a matter of you're putting the agency and the client in a very precarious legal position. So we have to make 1,000% sure that when you sound alike or emulate anything too closely. I mean, we, people like myself and Peter, we have enough experience where we can hear where the problems are going to be initially, and we hope to shut that down before it becomes a problem. And we check ourselves off sometimes with the music, make sure that the composition itself is not infringing on anything, but certainly the vocals too. If we, if we're doing something that's reminiscing of something, if the singer sounds in a way, we try to find a singer that sounds the complete opposite, the timbre of their voice, their style, their phrasing, things like that. We make a conscious effort not to not to get in anywhere close, because as lawyers have told me, it's better to stay out of court rather than try to fight something in court. So why even try to get to that point? Let's head it off before it even gets to be a problem.
Sounds like wise advice. Okay, so oftentimes agencies have used us to look for music. I'm sure we're one of many sources that they use. And they'll ask for songs. Let's say they're looking for cool new indie bands doing indie pop. And they give us 3 or 4 references, which is fair game. We're looking for something that's in this general category. We like the youthful sound of it. We like it texturally. We like it chordally. All those things go into the mix of what we like. And then we send them songs and stuff that when you see the spot come out, they've taken the song and 100% taken the vocals out and used an instrumental track that, in my personal opinion, could have easily been a library track. So I'm always a little bemused by that they want this indie band, but then they take out anything that would identify the band's signature sound. Why does that happen?
They don't. A lot of times, if it's an agency, a lot of times they don't want to pay the SAG for the vocalist. If it's an agency like mine, that's a signatory to, they calculate what they would have to pay that singer or singers. Yeah. And it could be, I mean, honestly, it could be in the tens of thousands of dollars for one singer. And if that's going to break the bank, they'll just say, we like the vibe of the tune. We'll take out the singers and we'll just use the instrumental. But that kind of, I've been through that, and it's weird because when you do that, a lot of times, the singer singing the melody And once you take that out, you just have you have everything but the melody. So what is it becomes like it could be just a piece of library music. So. I would say normally if maybe there's wall-to-wall copy, that's maybe why you take it out. But I would say 9 times out of 10 it's financial.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't even aware of that. I mean, I'm certainly aware of the SAG issue, but I didn't know that was the reason.
But wall-to-wall copy could also be a big issue as well.
Right.
It just might not have the room for vocals.
So many years ago, Paul's got a brother named Peter who's a very close friend of mine, and we actually met because somebody was trashing Taxi on LinkedIn, and I stayed up till like 4 o'clock in the morning responding to this guy in this chat on LinkedIn. And the next morning, or like the next day at noon when I woke up, I had an email or a message within LinkedIn from this guy. It turns out to be your brother, and he said, "Look, man, I was really impressed with all your answers. I really had no idea. I knew your company existed. I too thought, it's pay for play. You charge musicians money. Ooh." He said, "But man, your answers were great. I just want to let you know that if you ever come to New York," and I think at the time I still had my apartment on the Upper West. He said, "If you ever come to New York, let me know like a week in advance, and I'll take a half a day off, and I will parade you around." His exact words, "I'll parade you around like a poodle to all my friends doing music at ad agencies." I said, "Great." So I took him up on it. We met and just like fell in love with each other, became instant close friends, and the relationship has stood for many, many years now. But one of the agencies, I won't name the agency, but a small elite ad agency, very kind of, nose in the air. They got a lot of big clients. We're cool. And he took me to a meeting there, and at some point I said, virtually, all the music libraries that matter use Taxi as a resource. And we got outside, and he grabbed me by the wrist. He said, "Dude, don't ever say the L word." And I didn't know what he meant. I was like, "What?" Right. He goes, "Don't say libraries because you just demoted yourself in the eyes of these people." But nowadays, I hear music in spots all the time that I know came from libraries. Has it because libraries have gotten so much better?
Library's not a dirty word. I mean, still people do associate library music with a little bit of a lesser quality. It's not true, because there's a lot of really good high quality library music out there right now. There's a lot of film composers that are writing, film that we know their names are writing for a library. So there's the quality of library has gone up, but people still have that perception that it's not quite as at the level of a conservator, like a music company, a music creation company. I just think it's a wrong perception these days, because it's a hangover of the old perception. But having worked with a lot of stock libraries lately over the last years, the quality has gotten a lot better.
Yeah, I think just the gear that we all have at home now. I mean, I just recently, I didn't work in the digital domain when I was still engineering or doing post. Everything was still analog, with the exception of I had, a few digital machines in the room and such. But you probably remember Studio West at Howie Schwartz. That was that was a really nice room, and so a lot of the music stuff that I did in that room, I had everything.
Did that have the SSL? Did that have the SSL, or was that an SSL? Right.
I had an SSL in that room, and then the room next door. I remember I went to Howie and said, because I was the studio manager, I said, "We need SSLs. The MCIs are getting long in the tooth, and they're not, the cool thing anymore." This is like 1985, 86. And the SSLs were about $660,000 a piece. And I remember the day that the last wire was put in and they closed up the back of the console, Howie looked at me in his inevitable way and he said, "If these things don't pay for themselves, you're fired."
As only Howie could say.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, for all of us who know him and love him, only Howie could say that,
Only Howie, yep.
So, anyway, that room, which was really Roy Latham's room, but if there was anybody else that worked in that room frequently, it would be me. And, it had all the best outboard, a mic collection that was just to drool over. And I just got Logic about 2 months ago, I guess, because I'm determined now as a hobby to start building stuff in Logic again, just because I never did. And I got a new laptop, ordered it with Logic already installed on it. And instantly I could see that thing has more power for a $200 program than my room at Howie's would have, times 5. I mean, it's just amazing.
There's a million things with Logic. It's incredible. And I haven't even really scratched the surface. I use it all the time. I use it almost daily these days. But I haven't even scratched the surface of how powerful that program is.
So that goes to the whole library thing, which is that is the reason. I'm sure Pro Tools and some of the other great DAWs that are out there, those are the reason that now anybody with something in their head or their heart, if they will invest the time to learn this gear, they can make recordings that are every bit as good as what you could do, or better than what you could do in a major studio. And I believe that has upped the quality of the music. And the fact that people can work endless hours, not paying, a couple $100 an hour for a major studio, that means the libraries have gotten great music. So, you're right.
Yeah, I work with a composer in New York, Peter Nichelle. He has a company called Duotone Audio, and he does not only does he do a lot of commercials, but he also does a lot of TV series and feature films even. And his I think does he work on? Yes, he works in Logic, and his tracks sound amazing. It's not just the fact that he has amazing samples, but he knows how to finesse the samples, make them sound just right. Mm-hmm. Part of it is the amazing sounds that you can get now, but also it's the person who's working with those sounds. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. But the fact that you can do all of that in a room half of the room size of the room that I'm sitting in right now is incredible.
It really is. I mean, just some of the drum sounds that I've heard in Logic. It's like I'm a real engineer and I know how to get great sounds out of a drum set, but it's like, why bother? Other than stroking my own ego, tell myself how great I am at getting drum sounds. There's just no point anymore. Let's talk about. Wow, time is flying. We got 10 minutes left. Or 13 minutes left. But reimagined covers. Everybody laughed at them for a while. As people laughing at kind of happy clappy ukulele stuff, and that's finally going away. But it was like after 10 years after people said enough already, it was still out there. And reimagined covers get used a lot in trailers, get used a lot in advertising, get used a lot in TV promos. I personally really like it. I love hearing like somebody taking an upbeat song, and then just totally reimagining it. Slowing it down, using a dreamy female vocal. So talk about how that is used in advertising and why you love it.
It's a personal favorite of mine because it does two things. I think for a product or a brand or what have you. Everybody wants, we were just speaking about earlier, everybody would love to have that pop song that everybody knows and can connect to because of the familiarity and the popular, the fact that it's a popular song. But 6 months later or a year later, there's another brand using that same song, let's say. So let's just say it's a Who song because the Who have licensed, like crazy over the past couple of decades. So every time you hear Baba O'Reilly, it's like, are you associating that with, Lincoln or Puma or because they're using it, the brand equity, the equity of that has been watered down because your competitor can use it, 2 years later, and I think that, for me, I think that's a problem because you're sharing this equity with potentially even competitors or in other segments of marketing. But when you do a cover, that cover is going to be unique to you. I mean, unless you license it. But what I like to do is when creatives come to me and say, I really love this song by Jack Johnson, it's great, but what do you think? I said, well, I would say let's do a cover version of it. Let's do something that's different. Let's do something that is unique. So the brand will always own this version. They won't own the composition, but they'll always own this master, and nobody else could use it. We did that with Smirnoff a few years ago when I first got to JWT. We licensed the Kiss song, believe it or not, "Crazy Crazy Nights," and we completely turned it, which is a headbanger, and we completely flipped it on its head and made it a ballad, dreamy ballad, with a female singer, and it was a big hit. I mean, I think it's still on Spotify now. It had gotten a lot of listens and streams, and the client loved it. They loved it, and I think they kept it on the air for 2 years.
I think Taxi may have pitched for that. Was that the spot with the young ladies getting ready to go out for a night on the town, kind of a girls' night out thing, or was that a different Smirnoff spot?
That was the spot just before I got to JWT. I only knew that because I saw it as a reference for this other.
Oh, okay, cool.
That I was talking about, yeah. But it was that's my favorite is to take a song, especially if it's a popular song, and completely reimagine it into something else that the brand could actually keep for its own, rather than it being licensed for somebody else a year later.
So how much might an agency pay? Let's say a Taxi member does, a reimagined cover of a Who song. What kind of payday is that for a big national spot?
Oh, that's, if it's, especially that was a 60-second version, and then there's a 30-second version, 15. I mean, easily that could be a $50,000 job.
Wow, and they don't even own the song.
Plus the vocals.
Oh, that's right. I've never really understood. I'm aware of the SAG thing where a vocalist is a SAG member, and if the agency is a SAG signatory, that the vocalist will get paid.
Yes.
And how does that work? I mean, my understanding at the time, this is 20 years ago, was that you had to have a certain two things done before you were allowed to enter SAG. You couldn't just sign up. I don't know if it's still that way or not.
One, I think it's one.
Okay.
You can do one, but you have to be Taft-Hartley. You have a Taft-Hartley agreement that is kind of a waiver for the first one. You will get paid as a SAG member, but you're not in the union yet. Okay. And then the second one, you have to join. I think you're classified as a must join, so you have to do it, sign up, and pay your way into the union.
So once you've done that, then you're getting paid as a vocalist. Is it somewhat akin to like a performance royalty when you're the composer? You're the creator of a composition. Do they get paid based on number of spins and the number of regions and for how many weeks it's out there? All that stuff.
It's based on the media buy. I mean, you get a session fee. As a solo singer, I think these days is like $400, something like that, and then you get residuals based on the media buy. The longer it runs, and if it runs on a network TV, pays. You just keep it's like royalties, depending on where it runs and how long it runs. It could be a substantial amount of money in residuals.
I got to tell you another story from Studio West at Howie's. So I'm working on a big piece of music for a big spot, and the guy who wrote it, everybody's on break. They're out grabbing coffee. The room is empty, and he walks out there and he points to the microphone, like a room mic in the middle of the room, and he nods at me like, "Is this thing on?" I say, "Yeah," and he gives me the roll tape. So I rolled tape. And he goes, la 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 la. I thought, okay, that's odd. And then he comes back in a couple hours later. They're filling out the paperwork, and he says, "Put me down for a singer." I laughed and I almost opened up my mouth and said, "You didn't sing anything," but I had the good sense to keep my mouth shut. And later, when everybody walked out of the room, he walks back in. He says to me, "You saw me sing, right?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Did you get it on tape?" I said, "I did." He goes, "I'm a singer." It was all to get the SAG money.
Yes. It's not quite as easy these days. There's a lot more scrutiny about singing and who and how many singers and if they're singing at all. And the other thing too is that if the vocals were recorded outside the U.S., there is no union impact to that. You could just pay somebody $100 and that's what they get. So, but if you're an agency like ours that's a signatory, if it's recorded in the United States, you have to pay the union and residuals.
So we're almost out of time. We've got 5 minutes left, but I want to turn it over to you. Do you have any sage advice? Everybody wants to write music for commercials, but I know that it's a big turnoff when people, we were just talking about this a minute ago on another panel, when they write for sync and you can smell it, you can feel it. What advice do you have? You're a musician. Your whole life you've been around musicians your entire life. For people who want to create music that is good for commercials, good for TV spots, what can you tell them?
Well, I think there's I mean, first of all, verse yourself with a lot of work. Go on YouTube and look at. There's a lot of ads on YouTube, and TV, and just sort of get a sense of how things are crafted. I don't mean because people ask me all the time, what kind of music are you looking for? And I say everything. There's no one style that is so dominant that it's on everything. It's really about what the creative idea is. But more importantly, it's about structure. It's about you having up the build. Everything is it needs to have a build, and it needs to crescendo, and then it needs to resolve. These are structurally very, very important, and you should think about having a version with with a strong melody, and then a version where you take the melody out. And then if you have vocals, you should have an instrumental version as well as a with vocal version. I mean, it's really important to have that, because that's how we're determining if a track is going to work or not. Even beyond the composition, does it feel right? It's like how much flexibility can I have? Because there's voiceover. It's got to be editable, because you've written something not to picture. We have a picture. We've got to figure out a way how we chop the thing up to make it work, and different lengths, a 60, a 30, a 15, and now a 6. There's huge call for 6 seconds now for social media. So there's the more work you do for the person who's looking for the music, the better chance you're going to have. But it just also needs to sound good. Think about how you're mixing, and it really needs to sound good, because we will throw something out immediately if it's a good composition. If it sounds like crap, we can't go near it. It's got to sound really good. So the quality of your production is very important.
Our members get very cranky and upset with us when they send a great piece of music. Everything about it works, but the string sample sounds like it's from 8 years ago. And it's not like you sit there horrified, but you go, that's noticeable. So if it's noticeable by me, it's going to be noticeable if I send it to you, and it's going to take it out of contention. We're not trying to be, Nazi-like about it. We're just trying. It's like, we want you to win. We want you to get the spot. We want to brag about your success, but you gotta have better synth sounds. Got to have better string samples. All of it.
Definitely. I mean, I know those things are expensive, but if you want to compete against the 50 million other people there who are out there shopping their music, you really have to. Quality is really, really important, and the sound, your samples, and everything you're working with, your mixes have to be good.
When we hang up, you should go check out Vienna Symphonic Library Big Bang Orchestra. They actually were a sponsor, and we played their half-hour video the other day. One of our members is their marketing person, and he went into that giant, gorgeous studio they have in Vienna, and he starts talking with, in the room, you know, this is where it's all done, and then he goes up to the control room and makes me drool over the SSL. But then they've got this... all these demos done with, you know, like, I can't remember what they're called, but when you see somebody draw something in with a pencil, but it's in color. And, man, that thing is amazing. You know, literally one finger orchestra, but obviously you have to be able to compose, but it does take a lot of the work out of building in articulations and stuff, and just phenomenal sounding. Anyway, amazing. Paul, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you doing this, especially on a Sunday. You know, it's
this was fun. This was fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you. It's nice whenever possible.
Well, thank you. It's our longest hang ever. I think the last time I saw you was on a street corner, you know, like on 43rd Street or something. You and I, Peter. Anyway,
it's good to see your face. It's good to catch up, and this was great. This was a ton of fun. So
thank you, man. Thanks a lot, and I'll see you when I see you. enjoy your semi unlockdown when that happens in December. I hope it goes well.
I
Take
think it'll
care,
be
Paul.
fun. Yeah, great, Michael. Okay, great seeing you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Chiarelli, Michael Lloyd, and Pedro Costa. Hello, guys. How are you all?
Hey, everybody.
Excellent.
Listen, just the three of us today. This is special.
Yep.
Good to be here.
Yeah, with bandwidth being the way it is, I didn't want a chance having more people because every person you bring in sucks more bandwidth and increases the probability that you're going to have a problem. So that's why we're doing
Does that mean those people suck? Does that mean those people suck? Is that what you're saying?
That means that, yeah, right, they suck bandwidth. Anybody who, obviously these are the all-stars on the panel. Anybody who didn't make it to the panel clearly has bad bandwidth. Can't have that. So anyway, good to see you guys. Just saw Rob about an hour ago. Pedro a day or was it yesterday? I don't even know anymore what day it is.
A couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Have you been doing this for 3 days? I thought it was just a one-day event this year.
Rob, I've done 6 days. I did Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, about 3 panels each, and that was without the technical director and the fancy setup. And then for the actual, that was called Road Rally Prequels, and this is the actual Road Rally, which is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 8 hours a day.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Not
That's
even
amazing.
TV networks are crazy enough to do live broadcasting for 8 hours a day. There's a lot that can go wrong. And we've had very little, I've got to say. I just complimented our technical director and Bria on the last panel because it's been nearly flawless. Any problems we've had other than we just had a mixer crap out a little bit ago and left a mic hot when I was saying, God, Chiarelli, man, he just sucked on that last panel.
You're not the only one.
I would never say that. Anyway, so our mission here today is we are going to listen. We've got some instrumental stuff, which I'm mostly going to go to Pedro on because he does instrumentals and songs, but he's clearly, instrumentals were his thing for a long time, so he's our go-to guy in instrumentals. You guys can, of course, chime in. If it's record industry stuff, I will probably go to Rob and to Michael. And if it's film, TV, songs, it could literally be anybody, although, again, Pedro is in the business of peddling songs for film and TV. Michael Lloyd is in the business of using songs for film and TV. And I just want to comment that Michael Lloyd, I love your decorator.
It's a Christmas thing. I went out, it's just...
Look at that, man. It's like a wall full of metal back there. Anyway, so
Wait. You're missing that wall.
Oh, I've been in that room.
Scary. That is frightening. Now you just ruined it.
Now I just ruined it. Now I'm better. I'm better now. Here we go.
There you go.
Wait. Okay.
All right.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
I don't see you guys at all. Why is that?
I don't know.
I see you now.
Okay, there you go.
Sorry about that. Okay, here we go.
All right, so we're going to listen to music, and I will go to the go-to person. If somebody else wants to chime in, that's great. If you hear something that you like and could use on a current project or want to add to your catalog, you're certainly welcome to say, oh, I'd love to get a copy of that. Bria will put you on the disco list, and you will get a copy sent to you. Let's see, what else? And at, what time is it, 4:15? Hang on a second. I've got to look at my timesheet. 4:15 at about 5:30. So we're going to do this for an hour and a quarter. At 5:30, I'm going to stop. I'm going to give away a Casio keyboard. So anybody who'd like to win the keyboard, make sure you're in the room at 5:50. What time did I say? 5:40. Yeah, 5:30. We're going to give away a Casio CT-X700 keyboard. We are going to give away one more PreSonus Studio One Pro license, DAW. And that's it, I think. Anyway, are you guys ready to rock?
Ready.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Bria will be announcing. Bria's been getting a lot of compliments on what a charming voice she has playing DJ. So cool on that. She's very popular.
All right, first up is a song. This is number 118 from the song list. It's called Slowly Falling Rain. This is by John Housechild, and it's a label song pitch.
After the time of things, the nights grew long, and there was nothing left to do but wait out the storms. When you came into my life, you eased the pain of the slowly falling rain. So if you must leave, baby, don't say goodbye, because while you're gone, time won't fly. Tell me you're coming back once again with a slowly falling rain. Summertime won't make living easy. There ain't no sunshine when you're away from me. Falling leaves will...
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little torn. Do I go to Chiarelli in this one, or do I go to Michael Lloyd because he's a part owner of Curb Records in Nashville?
Mike is the guy there, but sure, Rob.
No. I think it's if songs seem nice to me. It's not my genre really. I don't know that genre well enough.
One of the few genres you haven't mixed a platinum record for yet. Oh, no, that's not true. You did Leanne Rimes. Sorry. Go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
He did that for us.
I did.
Rob did that for us. We were very, very grateful.
That was before we even met, which is, yeah.
Yeah, but now notice how we haven't hired you again now that we've met.
Yeah, exactly. That was the end of that.
Well, anyway,
all right.
I'm guessing whoever this is thinking about it in terms of a country-ish type of record. And I would say that the tune is nice. I was hoping after that first verse he was going to kick into a chorus, but this is an AABA song as opposed to a chorus song. So I think that in today's world it's important to consider a chorus, a big hook, so that people can, kind of remember it. But I think the other thing to consider is the type of song that's being played on country radio right now is different. And Florida Georgia Line, any of those guys, they're just going in a slightly different direction. So it's harder for this. Probably this is more legacy oriented, so it might be a little harder for this to find traction. But the chorus is the big deal for me.
I wonder if this type of tune could fit into a movie somewhere where it, I don't, what do you guys think? I could see it in this, playing in the background somewhere, and
right.
It could.
Yeah,
good.
Source music.
Source music out of a jukebox in a roadside bar.
Mm-hmm. Sure, absolutely. You just have to find the right movie for that, obviously, as you do anything. So, for a placement, that would be an obvious kind of placement, don't you think, Pedro?
Absolutely. Source music in a bar somewhere. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yep. Okay.
Cool
Moving
beans.
All right, up next is number 47. This is called Keep America Alive. This is by Carrie Lynn York, and it's a label song pitch.
On eagle's wings, our freedom sings, light reflecting on the face of Lady Liberty. The stars and stripes, remember the sacrifice, bloodshed for every race, stand tall for unity. Keep America alive, it's worth the fight for this generation and the next. Keep America alive, let us not forget America, the beautiful, the best. Each day let's pray for the bold, the brave, the heroes who serve our country proud and strong. Their legacy, sealed with dignity, laid the foundation our nation's built upon. Keep America alive, it's worth the fight for this generation and the next. Keep America alive, let us not forget America.
Yeah, I got a couple things.
Okay, please jump in.
All right, so just missed the political campaigns, which probably would have worked for somebody around the world, the country.
There was a political campaign?
There was.
Okay.
So, it ticks off all the boxes for that type of thing. I thought it was well written. I kind of like the whole feel of the thing. So, I think in a couple of years, our next cycle, you might want to pitch it. That's what struck me. I thought it was pretty well written, and it just feels like I could hear that in any kind of
You're right, Rob.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. It is well written, but you could hear that in a commercial, the right commercial. If it was a car company that's selling American, I don't know, the right product. I think that you might hear that in a commercial. It'd have to be the right thing, but definitely a possibility. So it's something to think about.
Yeah, something made in America. That would work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good. Be a good thing.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Yeah, it was well written.
Very nice.
Speaking of Made in America, I was interviewing Jason Blum the other day. He's fostering a couple of cats, and they named him Brooks and Dunn. Anyway, moving on.
All right, next up is an instrumental track. This is number 204. It's called Dead End Alley by Heartbeat.
I loved it. I just loved
Yeah,
the
it was
sound
cool.
of the
I'm
horn
sorry.
going by.
Hold on.
the car on-
Let Pedro, did you hear me?
No, I think you cut out there for a second.
Oh, okay. Pedro said, can you respond?
Yeah, sure. At the very top of it, I thought, okay, this is very score-like, so maybe not the best for an underscore for a TV documentary or something like that. Sounded more like it was scored to picture with the different hits that were happening. But then it hit that second section where there was this driving, kind of more of a rhythm to it. And so that particular section, I could easily hear that being used, say, in a Vice documentary or something like that. Maybe not that particular style, but with some tweaks, it could definitely be used in documentary tension type scene.
Yeah, tension. Cool, I love it. Good sound design.
Good.
Really nice.
Yeah, the sounds and all that were really good. You know, great
Yeah,
sounds,
very
cool
cool.
vibe. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good production.
Okay. Next up.
Next up is a song. This is number 297. This is called Like You Used To by Janet Snare.
Touch my hand like you used to. Brush my hair from my face like you used to. Talk to me about your day. The sun slips away. I wanna go back. Can you go back? Can you love me like you used to? Like we used to. You don't even try like you used to. Trouble's been rolling for such a long time. Still I'm afraid to split the sky. I wanna go back. Can you go back? Can you love me like you used to?
Well, I don't want to influence anybody, but that was cool. Chiarelli.
Yeah, I was thinking a little. I'd put some Florence and the Machine's drums under that, and Florence and the Machine type drums, and bang that thing out. I'd be happy. That's cool. Yeah, I like the vibe of it, but I'm a drum guy. I would get some drum in that rhythm track. That would be the first thing I would, experiment with.
Rob, I'm a drum guy as he sits in front of 14 guitars.
Well, hey, as James Brown said, I mean, what is that? That's a drum. That's a drum. What's that there? Oops, that side. Oops, that side. What's that? That's a drum. That's a drum. Those are all drums, man. They're all drums.
I didn't know that about James Brown. Michael?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's really cool. You could do that. You could do a whole nother type of thing and approach it like a Billie Eilish song.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? With with a young girl singing it, with a real vulnerable voice. It's a cool song. It's a cool song. The whole idea of it is cool, and it has a good chorus. It gets to the chorus. It's designed like a song. I mean, it's thought out, and the people that did it are very talented. You could go a number of different ways. I mean, you could hear this as a country song too, with finger picking guitar and programmed stuff, in kind of modern country way. It's just an adaptable song.
Pedro, and that's a good signature of a good song when people have different ideas and different directions you can take it.
Absolutely.
Pedro, can you hear
And
me?
I like the lyric idea. The lyric idea.
I totally agree with the guys. Really, really cool song, great vibe. And the thing about it for me was that it engaged me right from the beginning. Like I was hooked. I was hooked in right away. So yeah, and I agree with Michael that we can pretty much take it in a lot of different directions from a production standpoint, and make it into something really, really cool.
People in the chat room are reminding me, tell the guys that they're allowed to take something if they like it. So I'm reminding you, consider yourselves reminded and let us move forward. What's next?
How many songs you can send them all over to me and just make it easy, because I just, I have.
Same way.
Yeah, I feel like I've got lots of listings in Taxi. I'm always looking for songs. So, and the stuff that we're getting, by the way, it doesn't get said enough. The quality of music that I'm getting, week after week from Taxi is stunningly good.
Wow.
So, I mean, just keep it coming, and I'm sure this panel will be no different. So please just put me on the list and shoot me over a link to this stuff. And yeah, I always love to hear great songs. Really, really, really. So send it over.
And something, Michael, to keep in mind, and the reason that would be good, I think, is because, we're listening to this in a very different way than we listened to at the road rally. And there may be nuances. There may be things that we're missing, the fidelity might not be the best or whatever. We're doing the best we can. Taxi's done a sensational job putting this together. So it might be better for us to get all these, hear them, in the car.
How many are on the list in total?
In total, there are like over 400 on each.
Bria just told me the playlist for today is 400, over 400.
For each, so that's like 800.
Oh, 800. 400
No.
instrumentals.
I mean, like what we're hearing today.
Okay.
Panel. Not everything you've played in the last month.
No, that's just how much was submitted for this panel. 400 instrumentals, 400 songs. But what we are going to do is after the rally, we're going to have the screeners go through, and anything that makes it over the quality bar and seems usable, we'll send to you as well.
Perfect.
So, all right.
Thank you.
Next one.
All right, next up is another song. This is called Come Back In by Brett Trout, and it's a label song pitch.
Label song pitch.
To your heart again. Dust cloud off that old dirt driveway. My Pontiac rear view looking your way. I was a man on the run going nowhere fast. But lately I can't drive away the truth. When it comes to us, girl, I'm needing you. Baby, I've got a lot to answer for. I know I treated your heart like an open door. Those nights I couldn't refuse, getting lost in the 90 groove. But who I was ain't who I am. I promise this time I'll be a better man. I'll do anything to win your heart back. Baby, let me prove that. Can I come back? Midnight coming round too quickly. I can't sleep when you're not here with me. Grabbing my phone, wishing you were here in this bed. Yeah, girl, I know it's late to be calling you. I could change your mind, change your point of view. Baby, I've got a lot to answer for. I know I treated your heart like an open door. And those nights I couldn't refuse, getting lost in the 90 proof. But who I was ain't who I am. I promise this time I'll be a better man. I'll do anything to win your heart back. Baby, let me prove that. Can I come back? Yeah. Will you let me undo all the ways I hurt you? Will you let me make it right? Baby, I've got a lot to answer for. I know I treated your heart like an open.
Wowzers.
Yeah, very cool.
Who'd like to lead off on this one?
I'll
Rob?
jump in.
Okay.
So I got a feeling that we're going to probably say the same type of thing. I mean, there's some songs that are constructed right from the moment. It sounded right. The construction was good. The arrangement was good to me, and the song just generally felt really good. And that's part of, I think, the process of making good solid pop records. And now, good solid pop records or crossover records, whichever one you want to call them, they fit in a framework. Right? We all know this from being in the business. It's typically a framework. Not to say that you can't get out of it, but this one, again, it checks off all the boxes. Right from the beginning, it sounded right. Emotionally, it hit me right. The lyric and everything hit me right. So to me, this is fabulous. I'm curious to see what these guys think. And I get silence.
Crickets.
You talk.
I think it was
You're
a
looking
label.
at me. You're looking at me.
I'm looking at. There's no one else here. I'm looking at you.
Okay.
You're looking at
Go
me.
ahead, Pedro.
I'm looking at you.
No, I agree with Rob. Really great song, and just like he said, it's from the get-go, right from the beginning. You have that little hook in the beginning that I guess it was a piece of the chorus to kind of get us going, the right energy, and then the chorus that lifts, perfect bridge back into the chorus. Couldn't really ask for more from an arrangement and construction perspective of the song. Really good.
Okay. I totally disagree with Rob. No, I'm just kidding.
That's fine. Wouldn't be the first time.
But you agree with me, right, Michael?
No. I think it's great. I think this is something, and to me, it sounds like it's a modern country song. I mean, this is slanted country. They may not think it is, and I don't have any idea, but it sounds to me like it's directed country. And the interesting thing is, sending a song like this to a publisher, they may find that the writer is good enough to co-write with someone they've got, or co-write with an act. And that's really the key to some of these pop records and country records in particular, is getting co-writes. It's not all that often that they find a song that comes in and record that song just the way it is. So this may be a tremendous entree, because it is everything that Rob and Pedro have said about how it's constructed. It was to the point. It got right there. That's a real ability. So if they can send this off and get some reaction, they may get connected to do other things. I'm not saying this isn't good enough to be recorded. I'm just suggesting that it might lead to something else, which could be even more valuable than getting this song recorded.
Yeah, there's good production sensibilities, arrangement sensibilities. Somebody's definitely knows what they're doing.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nashville's got so many great demo studios with A-list players working in them. Guys that play on records all day long also play in the demo studios just to stay busy. And this sounds very much like the quality of what I hear come out of, like 515 Studios at Cherry Hill? No, Berry Hill. They do, like multiple songs like this a day. It's just amazing what they do. Anyway, all right. let's move on. And that's cool. Nobody has to say, "Oh, take a copy," because you're getting one.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, up next is an instrumental. This is number 105. It's called The Heist by Edward Zaneska.
Watching Pedro going, I know exactly what he's thinking. Every step of the way, I could tell what you were thinking, Pedro. Go ahead, lay it on us.
Well, by the end of it, I'm thinking this would make for a really great demo reel for a composer. So it kind of threw in everything that this composer can do, from all the sound effects, the cool elements, all the different sections. But as a piece unto itself, the very beginning, it actually fit with the title, The Heist. I was feeling that, and then all of a sudden it went somewhere else. So it was like, okay, now we're either scoring or this is a completely different piece. So by the end, it felt more like a demo, but super cool what this composer is doing. But I really don't know what the purpose of it is. Does it say what they're aiming for it?
It's just film TV.
Okay.
Yeah, we categorize them as records or film and TV, but I'd like to comment on this one, which is clearly the composer knows what he or she is doing. There's no question about that. The quality's there. But I immediately, when it went to that second movement, for lack of a better word for it, thought, okay, this is a score that he lifted off of something that he scored, because it's 4 different things in one piece of music. So a library would never sign it, because anybody who's looking for a piece of music from a library is looking for one thing. They're not looking for, oh, now it's this, and here's that emotion, and now here's another emotion, here's another tempo. All those things just make it unusable as a library cue, but the composer clearly knows what he or she is doing.
Yeah, it's so like if they're looking to, as a demo reel, great. Or if they're looking to become a composer that's scoring to picture, definitely good for that. But to pitch for film and TV for underscore usage, like you said, it would be hard to get an editor to chop that up and make use of the different pieces.
Agreed. It was almost like a trailer. I wonder if it was created for a trailer, because it was at least 3 acts. I'd have to hear it again. 3 distinct acts, nice big breaks between them. Who knows? Anyway, talent. A lot of talent.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next up. I'm going to go change my lighting. I'll be right back.
All right, next up is number 231. This is a song. It's and it's by Mark Azoff.
ticking right on time. You and me, we're gonna shine. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. Gonna be alright. Clouds they fall when you smile. Lay your head, angel child. Kittens on the floor playing in the sun. Crazy old neighbor never hurt no one. All our storm clouds blown away.
I honestly don't know which of you to go to. I'm a little stumped. We haven't had a lot of record stuff that Rob would typically work on, so I'm a little stumped. Michael, Lloyd, can I go to you on this one?
Yeah, I think that the thing I'm missing is perhaps a focus of direction. It sounds like it could slant country, but it sounds like it could slant folk if you approached it that way. It probably isn't a pop rock kind of song, but that's okay. It just maybe needs a little clearer focus to select a style or to select a market. What do you think, Rob? Is that close to something?
I think, when I say this every year when I usually sit next to you, and you come up with the exact right thing to say, I think, and that is, well, it's true because I didn't consider that would be, see, this isn't my style of music, and I think you nailed it. It's the focus. It just has to be a little more focused on. And I think you just nailed it. It has, the melody's nice enough and everything else, but yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it's a great point.
Well, I could imagine this as some kind of a folkish song, acoustic guitars, maybe not drums. I could also imagine it as more of a country song, but then it probably needs the elements of modern country to help it get into the market. So, because people are, the thing is, what I have seen forever is that people can get a demo, and I know Michael sees this all the time, with Taxi. People can get a demo, and the demo could be really good, great song, but it's not in their style particularly, and so they miss it. And I remember Steve Kipner did a song that he had like a dance. This is many, many years ago, and it was a dance record. And it was a great dance record. And he said, I think I'm going to send it to Wilson Phillips. And he said, but I've got to change they'll never hear the song. If I send this demo, they'll throw it away. So he did a demo that was like Wilson Phillips, and they recorded it. So, and that's just one slight example. I think it's important to consider all that. The Brill Building people, they didn't do demos the way demos exist today. Carole King and Jerry Goffin went in and wrote a song, and she played the piano and sang, and that was the demo. There wasn't any drums, there wasn't anything. So today, everyone expects like a record.
How could they make a demo without an 808? Oh my gosh. All right, let's move on.
Anyway, but perhaps that would help to have a bit more focus as to what they want to go after. That's all.
Okay.
All right, next up is another song. This is number 176. It's called Get Amped, Wait on the King by Stuck with Green.
Prophecies foretold that there would be these days when we give an inch, they take a mile, we do all vision was phony. The enemy's tired of the kings were lonely. But they took our queen cause she drank our poisonous brew. It's our move, what we're gonna do, what we're gonna do. Get in the zone, keep it 100, wait on the king. Get in the zone, keep it 100, wait on the king. Get in the zone, keep it 100, wait on the king. Get in the zone, keep it 100, wait on the king. Wait on the king. Wait on the king. Consider the times we're in, and whose side you're on. You want aliens, you'll get them. They'll act like a friend, but in the end, they want to destroy your soul.
A lot of stuff in that song. You know, a lot of stuff in there.
Pedro, you look like a metalhead. Want to comment?
Metalhead.
Big headphones.
From the beginning, what I was thinking was the 80s, 19 by Paul Hardcastle. That's what came into my mind, and it was just stuck in my head. It's like if this was from the 80s, it could probably be pulled off somehow in that style. But yeah, that's the only thing that came to me. I really don't have critique otherwise. Like Rob said, there was a lot of stuff going on. So maybe a more focused themes within the song. I really didn't feel where's the chorus, where's like what's what.
Okay.
Well, I think the energy is very interesting, and you know, you look back at oh shoot, what's the group on Reprise a few years, well, several years ago.
That really narrows
so
it.
great that what was it?
I said that really narrows it down. They were on Reprise.
No. On Reprise, they had big hits. Oh shoot, I can't. Anyway, they had a real rough voice, you know, one of those things.
Guar?
And no, I don't know. Anyway, you're right. There are a lot of groups like that. But anyway, one, I think you need to hear the vocal more. I think you need to understand what the guy is saying a little bit more. I know stylistically sometimes that is a factor. They kind of hide it a bit, but and it's the energy of the instruments. Does anyone think did it sound a little too synthesized for the style? Should it be have a bit more of a guitar thing, or am I too old-fashioned?
Oh, it's hard to say because I think I'm not sure the answer to that. I will add something that just occurred to me, and that is that I may be one of those guys, that just has to hear the vocal and the lyric clearly in order to really identify with the tune. I didn't catch the lyrics, so I probably missed a lot of a lot of the good stuff that might be happening, and maybe that's just something to point out that the vibe was kind of cool and stuff, but I think I have a different. I imagine I'm not the only one, that would be listening to a song and thinking, "Geez, I got to know what that lyric is saying, so I know if I can identify with it, or, and I'm not sure I could catch that." So, anyway, that's my thought. I thought it had a vibiness to it that was kind of interesting, and I thought video games or,
yeah.
But I don't know the lyrics, so it's
yeah.
It did match the title, Get Amped, because it had that amped up energy in it. But yeah, I couldn't really catch the lyrics either.
All right.
Okay, next up is another.
I just got a text.
What the hell are you doing over here? That's not right. Okay,
No.
let's all get on our cell phones for a second.
No, I just
now,
got a
guys.
text that said, "People say less chit chat, more music." Oh, everybody's a TV producer now.
Less
we
chit
chatting too
chat,
much?
more music. Let's do it. Let's take.
All right.
All right.
By the way, I don't
Let's
need
listen.
to hear intro, verse, chorus, bridge. I'm good with intro, verse, chorus.
Yeah.
So I don't know. About
Okay,
Right.
I'll come shorter.
Absolutely.
Okay, Bria.
All right, next up is an instrumental. This is number 132. It's called Eerie Flight by Mukul.
Time we run a drone listing for a library, the poor screeners have to sit there and listen to drones. They're so hard to comment on. First of all, you can't say the intro sucked or the verse needs to be shorter or the chorus needs to be pumped up. And sometimes screeners will listen to 4 hours of that stuff. Anyway, Pedro, please comment.
Yeah, drones are very tough to screen and listen to for sure. The very beginning, I heard something that sounded like a door opening. So I'm really not sure if that's what it was, but it sounded like it. If that's the case, something like that, I wouldn't want to have it in a queue because that would interfere with whatever's going on in the scene. But other than that, the beginning was good, but then this other sound came in that at first I thought it was like a voice, and then that's just stayed on steady until we faded it out. It's even though it's a drone, for me, I want to hear some development in it. And for this one, I didn't feel like it developed enough. Yes, the energy was correct. I was creeped out, so it could work really well under picture for a crime series or something like that. But you want to have what I always get from as requests is they want to have some kind of a driving energy. So whether there's a pulse or something that keeps it moving, just that steady tones don't normally work very well. They will get used sometimes, but not as often as something that has a bit of a pulse, like a heartbeat.
Right. All right, let's move on.
All right, next up is number 143. This is called Girls Like Me by Timothy Buckman. And it's a film TV pitch. It's a song.
I fall down, scrape a knee, let out tears, not because I'm weak. Hold deep the pain so I can breathe. Get back up and be a girl like me. I keep close every little scar, tuck away those deadly dangers to my heart. I get to know them all intimately. That's the fate of the world for girls like me. I'm a warrior, I'm a champion. Even if you break me down, you can size me up, but there's so much more to me. I'm fearless and valiant, a soldier of the here and now. And there's one of me as far as the eye can see. No, I won't back down. No. There's no surrender. I left home, stood found my courage, it became my throne. I broke the rules when I would not retreat. I lit a fire that burns inside of me. I'm a warrior, I'm a champion, even if you break me down. You can size me up, but there's so much more to me. I'm fearless and valiant, a soldier of the here and now. And there's one of me, as far as the eye can see. Yes, we are warriors and champions.
Anthemic.
Yeah. I mean, so it's going to resonate with somebody. You know, that song is. It's tough. You know, again, we were talking about lyrics. I was at least, and I feel like, yeah. I mean, you know, someone that's gonna resonate with somebody. For me, it's tough to relate to, obviously, but there's a place for that. You know, and I thought when those harmonies came in, it was real nice at the end. And I'm listening in my earbuds. You know, the panning, the doubling, the production value, stuff like that. There's a lot of merit in that. Somebody spent an awful lot of time on thinking that stuff through. So that was good too.
Cool. Let's roll.
All right, next up is number 241. This is another song. It's called Waiting for You by Karen Mitchell.
I am finally forgetting all the things I need to do. I'm sitting here and quietly contemplating you. As the day expands before me like a canvas without paint, I hear your voice speak softly, though it's distant and it's faint. In this peaceful, hopeful morning, I am waiting, I am waiting. It's your presence that I search for through the clutter of my mind. It's your touch and your sweet fragrance, like fresh bread with new wine. In this hectic pace of life, I am so inspired by you, by your grace and by your favor, by everything you do. In this peaceful, hopeful morning, I am waiting, I am waiting, I am listening for your whisper. I am waiting for you. When I've read your word, I'm always glad I've come. I want to hear you speak. I want you even more. It's so hard.
So I just went over to Brea, who knows more about this than I do, and I said, is this worship? And she said, and then she heard the lyrics, said, yeah, it is. So it was a worship piece. And, you know, frankly, if there's something that I think Taxi wants to do better, but we're having a hard time finding the outlets, it's getting work. Sorry. Every time I get away from the microphone, Greg, our technical director, looks over at me like, come on. Anyway, now he's adjusting my light because the outside light has died. Anyway, it's really hard for us. We've tried to get companies that need worship music to run listings with Taxi, and they don't. But, you know, this is an example of yet another one of our members doing something really good that I wish we had an outlet for. Michael, do you want to comment on this at all?
Yeah, I think that there's, in terms of worship music in the contemporary Christian world, there's an old description of it that's either horizontal or vertical. Horizontal is more inspirational, more general, more like the record we had, decades ago called "You Light Up My Life," right? Mm-hmm. Then there is vertical, which is that Mercy Me song, I Can Only Imagine, that we also have. And that's more vertical because that's more direct communication, right? This would be probably more horizontal. And I think that if the contemporary Christian music world is not unlike the pop world. It's not just it follows what's happening in the pop world. Sounds, the way the records are designed. So the lyrics are different. We have an artist called King and Country, and they're making pop records with horizontal and vertical lyrics. And I think that this would need probably to be examined a little bit in terms, again, of focus and to style it appropriately for the community and what's happening on the radio. Now, there are some parts of the contemporary Christian world. I got to get off. I won't talk forever because you can go on and on this. This is a whole big deal. And there are some parts of the contemporary Christian world that is more worship designed, but they have to think, and this is a taxi listing problem, is that a lot of that music is created by the people at the churches.
Right.
The local church has a music guy, and maybe he has his musician friends or a band or whatever it is, and he stands up and they have written different songs.
Yep.
So there's a whole lot of that that's self-created. Hard to break into that from the outside. But I would say, try to focus this in some way on what's happening and maybe examine that a little bit.
I actually, give me 1 second, Rob. I'll turn it over to you in like 30 seconds. I spoke to somebody in the worship world one time about that, and they said, yeah, it's created locally, and then we will support a sister church in another community we will sell their CDs in our church, and they sell ours and theirs. Yeah, you're exactly right. Rob.
So Michael just touched on something that I actually think is really important to share, and that is that when you're writing a song, see, the word focus has come up a few times. And I will say that when I'm writing or my partners are writing or whatever situation I'm in, mixing or producing, the idea is, if you're pitching songs or mixing a record or producing, you got to have a sense of what the artist is, where they came from, and then where they're going, what direction. Generic can work in certain cases, but if you're a songwriter or a producer and you want to get a song to, it doesn't matter, whoever it is, then, understanding and targeting that person and their styles and sensibilities and becoming, focused on how to best present that material, I think sometimes gets lost, I find, in the world of just songwriting. Now, I know we're talking a little about production when I say this, but, certain artists won't sing certain lyrics. Some won't deal with certain production elements. Some people want live music. Some people want, programming. Some want a mix of the two. And country music's a great example of how it's gone through the various changes. So is pop music. So I would just say that, being aware of who you're going to shop the songs to and what you're writing for and who it is that the artist is that you're thinking about, always keep that in your mind, I think, if you're a writer or producer. Right? Does that make sense to anybody, or am I crazy?
Absolutely.
I know I'm crazy.
Absolutely. We've touched on it with 2 or 3 of these placements and submissions, excuse me. And you're absolutely right. It's a tremendous part of reaching somebody with your project, whatever that is.
Yeah, totally agreed. Focus starts right from the title all the way through the lyric. The style of the music has to complement all of that. And then, like we talked about earlier, focusing the focus of the genre, and like you're saying, Rob, that it matches the artist. So if you have somebody that does not sound like a country artist trying to sing a country song, there's going to be a disconnect. So it's fitting all the elements together. We could use a metaphor of baking a cake. All the right elements are going to get you where you want to go.
Yeah. And I know that people are, want us to hear the songs, more songs. But I got to tell you guys, no matter how many songs we hear, the fact is that you're doing great stuff. And in some cases, it's the little thing that you're not thinking about, which is, who am I playing this for? Okay, a label submission. What does that mean? What's the genre? What is the label looking for? What are they interested in? What's happening right now? What a song submission? Okay, to who? To what?
Yep.
That focus that Rob is talking about is so critical. If we could impart anything to all of you listening right now, it's that focus. Try to put a point as much as you can on what you're doing. It will help you tremendously.
Okay.
All right, up next is an instrumental. This is number 154. It's called Greenback by Charles Robichaud.
Pedro.
The same theme continues, focus. It was kind of all over the place for me, especially for an instrumental cue. You're really looking to establish that theme, and then maybe you do a slight variation as a B section and go back to your theme. And there was so much going on with this that it would be too distracting under a scene that an editor wouldn't use it.
Right,
it would take away from whatever's going on in the scene.
It's not just one thing. It was many things, and it didn't convey a single emotion. I had a hard time defining what the emotion was. I mean, maybe a little bit of free-spirited feeling, but it lacked focus. Okay.
Well, I gotta tell you. Go, Rob.
Yeah, you, Rob.
Go, Rob.
Come on, Rob.
I got a good little feeling out of the tune right from the get-go. I started to vibe into it, right? So to continue these other guys' thoughts, that what I thought was missing in this song for me was only one thing, and that is that there's this little melody, this little E to A melody that was playing, and then that melody got taken over by a new instrument, but the handoff wasn't strong enough. So the listener wants to hear, the long and winding road, bum bum, and then there's an answer, and then there's a counterpoint. They don't want to hear, one melody going to another instrument and another, unless it's really clearly defined. And he did have a nice melody playing in there. Went from electric guitar to other things, and there was a little trem guitar or something in there. And I think that if that handoff was a little smoother and a little bit more up front, then I think that would make the whole song, the presentation, a lot stronger. So that's the only comment I really had on it.
The thing that I felt, the thing that I thought, just listening to it. First off, it sounded rural. To me, it sounded rural. And I could imagine, if all the things that Rob just said, if those things had been done, I could imagine a car driving through the desert on their way from something to wherever, and it's kind of traveling music. And
Hold on, I'm going to get my Waze out and see something to wherever.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows where that zip code is. Anyway, so you do that, and it's under some dialogue, and maybe they stop talking, and the car starts to drive off in the distance, and the music plays on under it. Now, in that way, and Pedro is right. It's not so much the kind of music, library music, or something that an editor would want. It's almost then like underscore. So you need to put the things that Rob said into it to make it appropriate more for an underscore piece. And it sounded a little like traveling music to me. I like the vibe of it, in that regard.
Yeah. And then you know what? I just Googled the distance from something to wherever, and it turns out that it's 6 feet.
It's what?
6 feet.
6 feet?
That's what I thought. Yeah,
social
we don't need
distance.
They're gonna use my phrase. No more social distancing. It's somewhere to wherever.
Exactly. Exactly right.
Yeah, if we see Dr. Fauci on the news tomorrow morning saying, "Okay, folks, the new rule is here's the funniest thing is Rob and I commented on a panel we did earlier. Our houses are like 300 feet apart. And it's just so weird to me. I mean, we literally just saw each other for the first time in 7 or 8 months the other night when I stopped by his house to pick up this microphone. And that was like for 5 minutes out in front of the house. But it's just such a sign of the times that we live 300 feet apart. Our families are family. We couldn't be any closer. And yet here we are seeing each other bouncing off a satellite or cell phone towers or something. It's just weird. Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah, our relationship is entirely built on server strength or server health right now. All right.
All right, up next is another instrumental. This is called Behind the Veil by Paul Nasser.
Pedro?
I like that one a lot. There was one element in there that I would get them to remove, and that's it. It
Awesome.
had that build, then it had the drive that kicked in. Definitely could see that getting used in a lot of shows.
Great. You want a copy?
We are getting copies.
Well, I know, but we'll send you a separate one just so you don't have to look through, 50 of them to find this one. Or we'll.
Yeah, sure.
Bria, is there a way for you to tag it so Pedro knows that's the one he liked? Cool. All right.
But again, the audio, at least on my end, is not the greatest. So getting a copy will be great to hear it in my regular environment, to hear what it sounds like.
What's up, Costa? You got a problem with my TV network over there?
Taxi TV works great.
Yeah. All right. Next one, please.
All right, next up is a song. This is number 174. It's called Hold On to Me, One Wrong Step, by Michael A. Cavalier.
down. An emotional tightrope stretching over this time. You say that you're the one that can get me across. It's gonna take some time to reach the other side. I'm gonna need your undivided attention if you're gonna hold on to me. One wrong step and I will be 10 stories below. Don't let go. Hold on to me if you've got everything I need. And don't let go. Don't let go. Everybody's watching me to see what I'll do. They wanna knock me down, see me hit the ground.
Chiarelli's making a note.
I'm writing. Can you tell? Can you see that?
No, I can't see it, but I can see your body movement. Your body language says to me, he's
My
writing
body
down.
language says, you know.
I already wrote my notes.
I've
So,
got I
yeah,
have
a lot of
tons of
good
notes.
ideas.
I got some stuff.
Okay,
Well,
well,
I'll
let's.
go first.
Okay.
I got it. I'll do it quick.
All right.
A lot of good
All right.
ideas. So this is another one of those things where I come back to this word framework, which I use a lot, and that is that something like this, could work. The ideas can definitely work in the framework of a club song or, but in that case, you're going to have to examine the production and put the 808s or the 909s and that kind of rhythmic foundation underneath it. And in that case, it would immediately make me think of sort of a modern version of some of those more retro dance songs. There's a way to make it work. And I think there are good ideas in there. So that would be the first thing that would come to my mind. Now I'll just pass it on to you guys.
Well,
Or not.
what I wrote down was cool retro 80s vibe, and for me it
There
was
we
that
go.
vocal mix production. Like it, at least from my end, it sounded like the vocal was just not mixed in the style that would fit with that kind of vibe. I don't know what production-wise would need to get done to make the vocal sit in the mix like we would want to hear it, but it just didn't feel right for me. But other than that, pretty cool vibe.
Michael Lloyd?
I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree. The 80s kind of vibe, if it was a combination of that legacy sound with a modern approach, so you get it's the vocal sound you're talking about, Pedro. There were devices back then that you either have to have the hardware version or you don't use it because they never made virtual virtual versions. There was remember that delay, Rob, that everybody used. It was like 2 racks high or 3, and it was just a simple kind of delay, but it bounced around a certain way. Anyway, that was a big sound in the 80s, and also the was it an RMX delay? Also, the guys who
DMX.
Yeah.
DMX. Yeah. DMX delay.
Yeah,
So
the
those,
DMX.
they were the AMS is the chamber, right? So anyway, those kind of delays and those kind of things gave it a whole vibe. They surrounded the vocal in a very interesting way. And again, aren't we talking about focus too, about what this needs to be presented? Yeah. It's such a clear thing to us. And now we have the advantage of hearing this all done. We didn't sit there agonizing over how to make it like these guys did, and they did a great job. Now we're trying to comment on something after it's done and saying, oh, you should have done this. We're just suggesting that these are considerations and helping to try and make it more accessible in some way. But the song has a cool vibe to it.
So again, see, when he says stuff like that, when Michael and Pedro mention these little things, I get a little bit, excited because this is another thing that maybe people don't know, okay? So they've finished a song and they've sent it, and here we're on this panel and we're supposed to know it all, which we don't. And we make these comments, but now let me just add to what Michael just said, because this is so important. And that is that when I write a song and I pass it to Nate or Kaylee, okay, they give me the benefit of that feedback, and it's not always pretty. And they give me their songs, and I give them the benefit of my thoughts, and it's not always pretty. That's how you work through and grow and build a song and your production skills. And it's so important to have that support structure of people who can help you develop your ideas more completely or fully. And just because we sit here on a panel and listen to the music and pick it apart in these detailed ways, we do it in our own lives. I'll bet everything that Michael has his support structure and Pedro has his, and that's how you have to bounce things off other people in order to grow and improve, right? So we do the same thing within our own teams, I suspect.
Oh my gosh!
Absolutely.
I'm working on something of Barry's. I'm working on something of Barry's right now, and we went through. I'm telling you, we went through 2 or 3 different iterations of how the song could be, and ended up, I bet, the mix that I'm on, even in Pro Tools, and where you can keep everything. I'm literally, I think, on mix 55 or 58 or something like that, and it's nothing like what we started off with. So it's the evolution of some of this stuff can be treacherous, just treacherous, and doesn't mean that we're right. Doesn't mean we're right. We're just trying to find our way.
Yeah, keep the good things, and then we improve on the other things. And he just said mix 55. This is not unusual for folks. I mean, it's this relentless pursuit of improving it and making the very best of a record. And I'm going to take it one step further. Most artists and A&R guys at the labels want to know that we've put in a certain amount of effort and revisions just to make sure that we've tried every possible thing to make the song as good as it can be. I mean, there's a psychology behind this kind of thing also. So, Michael Jackson, it's very well known, from different things that I've read, that they'd go through, a tape locker full of mixes and maybe use mix 3. But that's part of the process of arriving on what doesn't work and making sure that you've got all the confidence in the record in the end, you see. It's a bit of a, I don't know, it's a bit psychotic when you think about the way we work, So just because we make these detailed comments, I mean, we do it with we're not immune to these things ourselves, in other words. We go through the same thing.
Absolutely.
I've got a quote. I've got a quote on my office door. I referenced it earlier today. I put it up there about, 2 months before we went out on remote, and it says, "Value feedback over validation." We're all looking for validation. We want people to tell us that, wow, that's really good, but feedback is actually more valuable. And I have 4 words about that last song, which are Top Gun 3, baby.
All right.
All right, let's listen to a couple more. Here's the deal. We're going to go till 5:45. At 5:45, I'm going to give away some more prizes, so I'm sure nobody will leave the room. I want you guys to hang out with me like we do at the end of the road rally. Michael Lloyd's going to do a little 3-minute, he always gives us a nice little inspirational thing at the end of the rally, which I really enjoy. And then I'm going to do my little thank yous and everything, and we'll be done with this in plenty of time for everybody to boogie over to the showcase tonight at 6 o'clock. So that's the plan. Let's listen to another song. Or instrumental, or whatever.
All right, next up is number 136. This is an instrumental. It's called Against the Clock by John Oberkirsch.
Pedro, you look like you're dying to talk about that one.
Yeah, really cool. I loved it. But again, I look at the title, Against the Clock, so I was hoping I would hear a clock, and as soon as it started, I heard a clock, so check mark on that. And then against, I'm feeling like there should be some kind of a struggle, and it felt like it could be some kind of a struggle in that scene that was going on.
No, absolutely had a push-pull going on.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so it felt perfect. I really had no complaints about that track. Really great.
Okay, we'll tag that one for you as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, good theme, variation on the theme. It built, it developed, and it didn't get crazy.
Yeah.
It's in terms of too overly
Yeah,
complex. I
funny-
thought it was good.
Really well done.
The strange thing about that is it had that theme that developed somehow and didn't sound monotonous. They built on it in such a way that it increased the energy and so forth, but still kept it as raw as Pedro has said. It kept a consistency for an editor, and he could even, if he needed to, edit a section a little bit longer or shorter, depending upon what it was, without any problem. But very, that's hard to write something like that. That's a good job.
Well, but see, this is what our members have learned by going to the rally, watching Taxi TV, reading the newsletter, going on the forum, all this stuff. It all adds up to we've got members that have figured out and regularly use the formula that makes a cue valid and usable. That's what you're trying to do, is create something that's usable by an editor. It stays on a single theme. It has a sense of forward momentum. It's got a very finite finish, like an exclamation point, which is called a stinger. All that stuff, and this had it all.
Yep.
And the push pull and the clock were the cherry on top. All right. Go, Bria, go.
All right, last but not least, I think.
Oh, she's going. Yeah, this will be the last one.
Yeah, this is Nowhere to Hide by Rogue Noise Machine. It's a song.
I am the light. I am the whisper inside. I am the night. I
Run, 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 run away.
Do you guys mind if I lead off on this one?
I mind.
But I've got the tech director sitting 6 feet from me, so you have to say yes. I control everything. I'm like, what's his name? Dr. Evil. Anyway, I want to see if Pedro agrees with me on this. It's like perfect for a horror flick trailer or trailers in general, because it could be easily cut up. But those background vocals that came in that are so predominant, although I thought that was a really cool production technique, takes it out of contention for a trailer because it would be bigger than anything else on screen or coming out of the speakers in a theater. But I thought this was very trailer-esque. Curious to see if you agree.
I personally wasn't thinking trailer, but I think that makes a lot of sense. I thought it was a great track. I really loved it. Yeah, I'm kind of speechless. I really don't know what to add. Great track. Production was stellar, at least from what I could hear. Yeah, definitely could have some sync possibilities with that in a lot of situations. Great idea on the trailer, Michael. Yeah. Rob,
I think
Michael?
I think it sounded cool. I think it sounded really cool. The sound design sound that happened right from the beginning in the background, that kind of like sound. If it were me, I would take that out of the entire thing. I think it takes away from the song. I think it draws your ear to it. And I don't think it needs it at all. I think I don't even know that you'd replace it with anything. I think I think they have to trust in the song. And it sounds like they're trusting, we need to make it sound more interesting. We make it sound, Rob, you think? Go ahead.
100%. I completely
I think
agree.
they need to trust in the song. And you don't need that. The girl's voice is great. The production, great. All of these things are great. And that took me out of it. It took me away from it, and I just had to imagine it without that. So,
all right.
But that's what I got to say.
I've got to hand this off to what, Rob? I've got to hand this off to New York.
Something.
Okay, make it really quick because I'm running out of time. I got to hand it off to New York for the showcase.
Well,
Go
stop
for it.
talking. I got a great comment here. I think this song is fabulous. See, I love it. Michael's right. You don't need to overproduce stuff. That's a common mistake. Wanted to add that, but I want to know who these folks are because I want a copy of it, and I want to know if they can repeat it. I want to get a copy.
Me too.
Please put me on. Put 3 stars on it. This is something I'm very interested in. Take it away, New York.
Thank you.
Thank
okay,
you.
so
Yeah, no, me too.
you guys
Michael, me too.
You guys stay where
Michael,
you
me
got.
too.
I got it. Stop. Michael Lloyd too. You guys stay where you are. Much like when we do this panel for Real in the Ballroom. Okay, we're now going to give away 2 PreSonus Sphere annual subscriptions. 2 PreSonus Sphere annual subscriptions. So, whoops, I got to get my chat room open. All right. Everybody who'd like to get one too early on the +1, and go. Type in +1s. And the fickle finger of fate over there is going to pick a winner.
Rob Chiarelli.
Now I'm saving the keyboard for you, Rob. Okay, Bria. Pick somebody overseas. It's software.
All right, I think I did. The winner is Runar Bang.
Runar?
Great name.
Wow, what a great
Bang?
name.
Bang.
Great name.
This is the best name of the entire road rally. This has got to be a band name. Runar Bang. I love it. Okay, Runar, congratulations. You just won yourself Persona Sphere annual subscription. Okay, let's do one more of those. Now this, well, we still got, you know what? I'm just going to hit one. Boom. Jack Tracy, you just won it. The second one. Jack Tracy also won Persona Sphere annual subscription. Persona Sphere is celebrate sonic creativity by providing a complete suite of powerful tools to fuel your imagination and bring your inspiration to life. Persona Sphere membership benefits include licenses for the complete collection of Presonus' award-winning software solutions for recording, mixing, scoring, and producing, including Studio One Professional, nice, Notion, I thought it was Notation, Notion, every single Presonus add-on for both applications, plus dozens of inspiring sample and loop libraries. Woo! So you guys each just won one of those. Nice. Now let's give away the Casio CT-X700 keyboard. Play a grand piano and hear a meticulously recorded 9-foot grand in a virtual concert hall. Play an electric piano and hear vintage phasers and amplifier models that take you back in time. Play a flute, trumpet, or saxophone. Oh, sorry, saxophone's not allowed in this episode. And hear natural breath and vibrato. Play. That was for the guy that didn't like saxophone. Okay. So now people are still typing in +1s. Wow. Okay. Now we're switching to -1s. So everybody who wants to win this, type in a -1 for the Casio CT-X700.
We can't send it overseas, right?
And we can't send it overseas. Sorry. It would cost more to send it than the unit probably costs.
And the winner is Brad Gray.
And the winner is Brad Gray, one of our Quarantini Happy Hour regulars. Brad, congratulations. You have just won the Casio CT-X700 keyboard. Let's see, I think I gave away everything that I had to give away. Anything left over goes into my personal stash for an episode of Taxi TV. All right. With that, Greg and Bria, can you guys come over here and jump on camera for a minute?
Woo! All right. Yay!
There they are, the real stars of the weekend, Bria and Greg. These guys did awesome work. I could not have even thought about doing it without them. So thank you both very, very much.
Thank you.
All right. So I also want to thank my staff, Angel Maradiaga, Bria McTavish, Abrahamson, Tom Stillwagon, Eric Anderson, Liz Cohn, Angela Mukul, Matt Hutchison, Randy Renteria, Ariana Kubilos Vogler, and my wife Deborah, who's been gracious enough to turn our home into a TV network for the last 2 months and our kitchen into a legit TV broadcast studio for the last week. You guys would not believe the mess we've created. Thank you to the best team of A&R people who've ever screamed music at Taxi. There are too many of them to list here, but they take their work really seriously, and we love them for that. I'd like to thank all of our panelists who've been nothing short of wonderful this weekend. I appreciate you all giving us your time, your wisdom, and your good vibes. I'd like to thank our IT guys, Michael Cheney and Adam Giacopuzzi, as well as our tech team for the rally, Sandy Schwartz at Sandy Vision for editing all those bumpers, Greg Hall from Webcast and Beyond, who you just met, for doing all the video tech and acting as our TD for this broadcast, Bria McTavish Abrahamson, for being my trusty producer for the entire past week of all the prequels and all the members-only part of the rally. She's been superhuman and smiled the entire time, which being around me for a week that's been this intense is quite an accomplishment. Thank you to Robbie Hancock for hosting and running the Taxi Hangout chat all week long. He's done a great job. I dropped in last night. I was very impressed. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't be able to give you free tickets to this conference. And the sponsors are, not necessarily in any particular order, Bandzoogle, Disc Makers, Vienna Symphonic Library, iZotope, Master Writer, Music Pro Insurance, Cal State Northridge, Casio, and Final Mix Software. Thank you for your support. We really, truly appreciate it. And finally, I'm looking over there at the chat room. I'd like to thank all you guys for hanging out with us. It was a fun weekend, worth the 40 straight days and all the sleepless nights. So thank you all for showing up. Don't forget to go to the showcase, the Music Pro Cafe at the Taxi Road Rally Showcase, which starts in exactly 4 minutes. And whoa.
4 minutes, 40 seconds.
4 minutes and 40 seconds from now. Bria sent you all a link to that in an email today.
And I'm posting it in the chat.
I'm sorry, can you hear what?
And I'm posting it in the chat.
Oh, she's posting it in the chat. I see. She's talking into a microphone. I couldn't see that because she was in front of it. Anyway, thank you all very much. Greg, can you play? Oh, and thank you, Michael and Pedro and Rob. Great to see you guys. Thanks for doing this.
Don't we get the sign off
And,
from Michael?
Hopefully
Can
we
get
can
an
all give
extra
each other
something?
a hug next year at the rally, at the real rally.
Don't we get the extra
Yeah.
something from Michael here? Is he going to like sing
Michael.
songs?
Oh, crap. You're so right. I'm glad we got 4 minutes left. I totally forgot. Michael Lloyd, close
Hey.
us out with a little inspiration. Thank you, Rob.
Okay, Rob, thank you. But, I got to tell you guys, and I know I speak for Pedro and I speak for Rob and I speak for all the other people that have participated here. It is an honor for us to share this time with you. It is an honor and a privilege to hear your work. And when we comment on it, we're just trying to encourage and to help. As Rob said, we send out our stuff to people and who knows what they say. I mean, we try to learn from it. And I bet you that all of them would say the same thing. We try to learn something every day to make what we do better for those that we work with, for everyone that we're around. So I just got to say that the Taxi folks, Michael and all the people that work at Taxi, are right in line with all of that. They're just doing great stuff. You guys, every year it gets better and better. Rob and I have been doing this for years and years. We've sat together for years and years and heard these songs. And it is just a wonderful moment to sit here now, even though it's virtual like this, to just experience it and go through it. There's no other place like Taxi. I look forward to this every year. It is the greatest thing in the world. And Michael, I thank you for having me involved all this time, putting up with me. I just, I don't know. It's a blessing. It's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to be here. And and to know all these people, to meet Pedro, to meet Rob all these years now. So I just tell everyone, next year, hopefully, we'll be back at the Westin, someplace that Michael finds like that. And we'll be there seeing you and being able to communicate one-on-one. But until then, keep doing what you're doing. Keep being inspired. Keep being a part of the music business. It is a marvelous, wonderful, wonderful place. And I thank you for having us.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the kind words to the staff. And thank you guys once again. I went all weekend without doing this. Thank you, Rob. I cannot work in reverse. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you, Michael. Bye, you guys. Play us out with a little music over there, Greg.
Bye.
Bye, guys.